up a little bit. Looks like I'm getting some in-game delay. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. And so here we are. Let me see how it looks on OBS with the... Yeah, oh, beautiful. Look at that. Big thanks to Uros for the clan overlay. Oh, yeah, okay, well, my UI doesn't line up with the bottom perfectly. But that's okay. We'll leave it as for now. We'll worry about it. Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Okay, so I think it's because I've got the map setting wrong. UI. We got some time here before the players get into it in earnest, so let me have a quick look at the UI and see if I can't fix it. I've got the... It's not the HUD scale, I think, or is it? Because I don't think that... I'm not quite sure how to fix the map portion specifically. There's a way to, like, change the map size. Just have a quick little look over. I'm pretty sure there was some setting. Hotkey, display, sight range, tooltips. No. No, I think it's going to have to do with the scaling. Ah, I should have done this prior to launch of the stream, but what are you going to do? Ah, boom, there it is. Uros with the save, thank you. I knew it was somewhere, I'd forgotten where specifically. Very good. Alright. With that sorted, let me just double check that it looks nice. It does. We're laughing. So, the DoD DAG Clan Clash 2v2 Tournament Extravaganza. And it's going to be an interesting matchup to start the game. We're going to be having in the green color, playing Freyr. It's DoD Skirnir and his ally, the luminous Dark Soul. We've seen him dominate. Well, we've seen him throw hands in a free-for-all event. He's back to team up and potentially take it all with these teammates Skirnir here in the blue color playing as Hades. And interestingly enough, across the way in the yellow, Mowgli playing Freyr. And not only that, but it's going to be Kraghack on Zeus. So it's a very near mirror match here in the 2v2 to start us off, which is interesting. We are playing on the lovely Bamboo Grove, I believe it's called. Bamboo something. Bamboo Grove, yes. And a map for its bountiful hunt. It's contentious, what's the word? Contentious, that's the word. Middle of the map. And somewhat limited wood line. You've got these big patches here to fight for wood. And I suppose, apart from these little patches of wood in the back, it's a little vulnerable to be mining, or I guess chopping wood in towards the center of the map. A map for potential exposure for all players involved. Now, 2v2s are not my specialty when it comes to strategy, I'll admit. But I do think it is very interesting, the potential. So, looking at relics, we've got the Ring of Nibelung for the gold trickle rate. Father of Jingwei for the wood trickle rate. So already on the DoD Skirnir side of the map, we've got some economy relics that are pretty easy to grab. Ulu's bow for a little bit of range, if you know what I'm saying. Harmonia's necklace for the gather rate for gold, 10% of base. You'll make the team game UI fix when you have some free time. It's okay. I think it looks pretty good, right? Like, considering how last minute I asked you to hook me up, I think you've done a great job. We see an advance through Athena, Kraghack the first one to reach the classical age. We've got the Zirang relic over here. Hecate's torch, god power recharge time reduced. And Titan treasure, which is age upgrades and Secret of the Titan upgrades reduced as well. Quite an interesting one. It's the 1v1 UI at the moment. Yeah, like I said, I had a feeling it might be a little contentious. Let's make sure I've got this round the right way. Well, I mean, it's, yeah, like, as you say, it's for the 1v1 setup. I still think it's better than not having the scoreboard. Oh, and a bolt used very early on. I missed on where exactly, because I was busy reading chat. But a very early town center, of course, pretty standard to go for a second town center, I think, in team games. Walls early for Mowgli. I think walling up is more important than ever in this current patch. Also going for a second town center, no doubt. No current second TC for Craghack. Not out the gate, though. And here we see a Valkyrie raid. Gonna pick off one Vil lurking. Just a little bit too far out of the way. No doubt trying to get this wall up. But the Cyclops is on patrol. And they do 3 times against Myth units. So potentially, if they can catch the Valkyrie off guard, can do a lot of damage. Ajax skirmishing with the Valkyrie quite well. Oh, the Cyclops in, gets a punch. Does a bunch. The Valkyrie going to make it out and back safely home. Raiding cavalry coming out for Mowgli now. A mix of military buildings for Craghack. Still no second TC. We see the Katoskopos here for the Dark Soul watching that natural expansion in the back. A little bit of Hippias getting a little harass done, and the heroes diving forward also. Skirnir under a little bit of pressure. A little bit unprepared. Most of his military at the back. Needs to bring them forward. Oh, but look at this! Hades with the Zom, the Sentinels, to help ward off this pressure. And perhaps an overcommitment from the heroes here, from Craghack. No, but they managed to sneak their way through. And they're going to be able to run all the way home. A little bit of a slowing down. What do you call it? Leashing, I suppose. With the hits slowing down the movement to 3.7. Looks like it's going to be a dead Jason. But the Hippias to ward them off just in time. Body blocking. Just enough. Throwing Axeman goes down. Caught out. And there's a little bit of damage being done over here as well, as the wall continues to be harassed. Raiding cavalry, Valkyrie, now out in force to patrol this side of the map. Upgrades for the Minotaurs now for Craghack. Minotaur round the back. Looks like there might be a coordination with Mowgli here. To dive onto the gold mine, the Minotaur comes in to set up the headbutt, knocks them further away from the town center while the raiding cavalry cut the retreat right off. Even the Katoskopos is getting involved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 villagers dead, I believe. Maybe even 6, 8 over here. Quite a lot dead. Katoskopos, a little bit micro, dives under the town center, dies to the fire. Toxotes, a few military units here to try to hold forth, but Craghack's army coming in now from the front, diving past the natural, the initial town center for the Dark Soul, and gets into the back line. It's messy, but here comes Skirnir to help hold. Cyclops picks up that Hippias and throws it all the way out. Says, get out of my base. And this wall, very important to get up. The villager here, a little bit microed. Gonna do a cute little it was a nice idea to try to seal off the horses, but just not enough building time. And they were able to chew through that quite quickly. But now both armies are coalescing. And there's a retreat all the way back. There's 2 villages brought forward by the Dark Soul to finally seal off this location, wall it off completely. They won't be able to get through this way without a little bit of effort now. And Craghack building his second TC now for the first time this game. Builds it forwards rather than backwards. Takes some more space in the middle. Also gets him just a little bit more safety to access a wood line if he ever needs to move. Doesn't look like he will anytime soon, though, of course. Valkyrie going to heal some units up. Skirnir now with a real good amount of military. Looks like both players about even in terms of military and in terms of villages. Just ever so slightly in the favor of Team Hades, shall we say. And the Asgardian hill fort going up to secure this gold here in the center. Looks like it's already been chipped away at a little bit. No doubt by Mowgli. But look at this. More Hippias sneaking their way through, looking for villagers. Not only that, we see some hoplites here to cut off reinforcements from Skirnir's base. And these villagers of Dark Souls just so far away back here from any secure garrison point. This gold here at the front would be a much safer location, it would seem. Gonna get another wall up. But it doesn't stop the Hippias from running through the front, so the Asgardian hill fort gonna deny some space. Plenty of gold round the back. You can see, if we look, that there is still plenty of gold outside of the center. Looks like a dive forward from Team Hades. Team Zeus to retreat back behind the safety of their towers. We do see watchtowers for Mowgli. Just watchtowers, no other upgrades for right now. And the Draugr. Are these upgraded? They're not. What I might do quickly in the settings, if you'll forgive me for diving in there real quick, is I might turn off the what do you call it? The global queue. Just because it doesn't show the global queue for all players, so I think it just distracts more than anything else. So we've done that. Craghack advances to the heroic age through Apollo. And Mowgli goes up through Aegir. So Team Zeus now, age 3, and takes the advantage in terms of aging. I'm pretty sure we saw... Yeah, we see the Asgardian hill fort, so no doubt Ullr... But did we see Ullr for... No, we saw Freya because of the Valkyrie. So I should have mentioned that distinction earlier. You don't often see a lot of Freya players go up with Freya. But I think Freya is just one of the best Norse minor gods, certainly in the classical age. Cavalry always doing really good, even this patch. And both players stalling. Fortresses, hill forts coming up to hold the front line here for Team Zeus. Oh, looks like perhaps the Hippias are going to run into some trouble. But they back off, catching themselves in time. Looks like another Aegir age up from Skirnir. So it's going to be Rock Giants aplenty for both players. Tempest will be on the cards. No Forest Fire use yet, and not a great map for Forest Fire, I might say. Of course, you've got these big hunks of wood, but Forest Fire doesn't burn at all, only burns a little bit of it, and because it's so much a barrier that forms the edges of certain parts of the map, a lot of units aren't gathering against it. They're in the center or they're behind it, but rarely against it. So hard to find the right timing. Looks like Dark Soul's going to catch out Mowgli trying to build up this hill fort. Catches his units, gets a lot killed. The fortress doesn't quite go up, so it's vulnerable in this pre-built state. Goes down quite quickly. And looks like they're going to take that little W and pull back. Whole lot of cavalry coming out for Mowgli now. Manticore in the mix for Dark Soul. Having aged up with, I believe that's Apollo, right? Dark Soul trying to get onto farming. Smashing through this wall down here with nothing but a single rock giant to hold the line. Taunts it up, but already so close to death with the two Cyclops ready to bash him down with crush damage. And it looks like Team Hades is on the offensive, now pushing into Mowgli's base. The temple is getting hit and goes down very quickly. We're going to see a Tempest, a Pestilence, a Ghoul and Bursty, all to defend this location. The Pestilence for the aggression. Going to be a little bit wasted in the sense that there's not going to be much follow-up on these towers that can't fire. It looks like the cavalry from both players, not to mention all these Hippaspists, going to just crush the slowed Dark Souls army. And it's a return Tempest from Skirnir. So back-to-back Tempest from either side. And both armies licking their wounds. Not sure how to engage through this tiny gap here. Not really advantageous for either player to push through this little choke point. Oh, and a misclick there from the Draugr. Send them forward, but it's recovered before any loss can be felt. More military buildings going up on the front line for Skirnir. And it's all happening in this part of the map. Ooh, what's this? Underworld passage at the back, right next to a key gold mine, and there comes the military of both players on Team Zeus to destroy all of these villages. So many dwarves here, and all of them dying. Very difficult, but there's a underworld passage response from Dark Souls trying to save his teammates, dwarves, but the damage is done. Now it's just a matter of pushing back the army. And the armies clash. Ghoul and Bursty from Skirnir coming down. Going to get some value. But look at how quickly Ghoul and Bursty is being dragged down. And restoration comes out just a slight bit too late. Oh wait, no, that's a restoration for Craghack. So it's for the other team. Trying to keep track of the god powers here, ladies and gentlemen. And there is a lot of green here. But there's also still a lot of army for Team Zeus. As Team Hades is doing its best to hold the line, to hold this second town center for Skirnir, and they relent, retreating back through their sky passage, giving up this underworld passage, giving up this location. More and more units streaming through the underworld passage. We now have portable rams coming forward. But look at this! Age 4 is hit by Skirnir, and that's going to lead to a big wolf blow-up! Amazing! Didn't get as many kills as I was hoping for, but still, quite incredible. Good value there. Can't be unhappy with that. Unfortunately, loses this location regardless. And now there's skirmishes in the south, as Team Hades, as I'm calling them, is now applying the pressure back onto Mowgli. But the underworld passage is right here. It doesn't take much for the armies that are lingering behind to jump through and come in and to defend this location. Looks like we're going to see a commitment from Team Hades trying to take out the underworld passage here, right in front of the town center of Mowgli. raiding cavalry. Hey, thanks for the follow, Ironhide. We appreciate you. Looking for some value in the back now that they have control around the back here, but the Underworld Passage taking some hits. Not down yet. Looks like they were able to push off Team Hades, but here comes the wolf from Mowgli. Gonna blow up a whole bunch of houses. Kind of an interesting use of the god power. Doesn't get much value in terms of villages. Does hit a bunch of them, but not a huge amount. Looking at the villager count, oh, it's bad. It's bad for Team Hades. It nearly double the villagers on the side of Team Zeus. Ballista coming out. More hill forts. Team Hades trying to keep up the pressure, but there's still rats in the back of the base. These RCs diving in, destroying more and more villages. Also, coming through the Underworld Passage, we're getting hill forts, we're getting military buildings. Mowgli is setting up, but also doing a good job of holding his own front line. Kraghack throwing in the military there to push the enemy back. But Fafnir for Skirnir taking out the odd ballista here and there. Bit of a miss micro here from Mowgli. "17 Hippaspis and 19 Toxotes for Kraghack. Yeah, interesting match for sure, Cody. It's a little back and forth. The economy is hugely in favor of Team Zeus for right now, but they're not really able to leverage it fully as the pressure is being kept hot. Both players having Freya at tier 4, whereas the Greek players remain in age 3. Wonder when we'll see Mythic Age from either player. So many Peltasts for Dark Soul as the Hippaspists dive forward onto the army of Dark Soul. Nothing but hoplites and shades in a dream. Looks like it's going to be enough, as the Peltast behind them going to be able to do decent damage. But meanwhile, the Ballista are going to take down the Asgardian hill fort holding the front line there, as more hill forts for Mowgli just keep coming up in the center. Even though we've got the the rock giants bashing down where they can, there's just not a lot of support here from Skirnir as he takes a town center just to make up for the one he lost earlier. Got to get those villagers back online. Both players have lost quite a lot of villagers this game. Meanwhile, Team Zeus mostly has their economy maxed out, so it's definitely their game to win. Oh, but Lightning Storm coming through for Zeus. Kraghack puts it down right on top of this town center, and that is where all of Dark Souls and Skirnir's military will be. So look at the fury of Zeus as the thunderstorm claims many a life. A lot of units were garrisoned in the town center, of course, avoiding some of the storm, but a lot of damage was done. We're seeing about double the military mass for Team Zeus as well. And so many ballistas, and they're adding up. Not to mention there's some Petropolis in the mix now too, so the siege game has begun in full swing for Team Zeus as they push Team Hades back from the center of the map. And it's tense. It's a tough spot for Team Hades. Trying to take out those siege units where they can. Dark Soul diving forward with a bunch of shades just to get onto the siege. Got to get one Petropolis, but the Hippaspis are here. Not to mention the Ballista turn around, and with their spread shot, they're going to chew through that mass of myth units pretty quickly. Not to mention Kraghack here diving forward with a few choice units to push back the Peltasts of Dark Soul, as this front well and truly is crumbling. The infrastructure of Skirnir not in place after that big push onto the back with the Underworld Passage. Man, I've casted a team game before, a team tournament I should say, and Underworld Passage just always doing so much work. Yeah, and I believe that's the tap out as Dark Souls resigns and then Skirnir follows. So there we go. Game 1 to Skirnir and... Oh, sorry, to Kraghack and Mowgli is what I mean to say. So well played to both players. Let's go ahead and go to scene 2. I'm going to go ahead and update the scoreboard. By the way, let me know, the scoreboard, of course, is a little bit jank because it's meant for 1v1s. So do tell me if you would prefer not to have it on screen during the match. If it's a little distracting, I'm happy to turn it off. So you guys just let me know. So there we go. Let's get some more soothing music in the background while we wait for the next game. So these are best of 3s, these first games. Leave scoreboard? Thanks. I'll take that into consideration. Oh, that's right, we got the next song going now. Okay, so let's have a quick look. Where is my OBS? So I gotta do that, and then this. So, just a quick look at the bracket once again here. So we're watching Skirnir and Dark Soul versus Kraghack and Mowgli. Except for the finals, all games are best of 3, but we got a double elimination. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have a long tournament today, and whoever wins the match we're watching, or the series, I mean to say, will go on to fight Jollyman versus Edge Crusher. Currently, Moshka and Esmato versus Marty and Sideswipe, they're underway. They're playing their match off stream. And I look forward to seeing who comes out on top. It's gonna be a contentious tournament. Do you get to see the in-game rating after the match? Depends what you mean by in-game rating. My good man. Oh yes, yeah, no. You do get to see that. I think I may have skipped out of it. I should have looked at that before I went back to the main screen. Alright, that's my coffee finished. It's currently 3:43 a.m. here in Australia. So I do thank you for joining me here tonight, or this morning. No, we love the Dodds here. No hate on the Dodd clan. This is their HQ, their seat of power. And we thank the Europeans for keeping this Age of Myth game alive. It lives in their heart more than anyone else. And it makes sense when you consider, like, the total population of Australians. You know, it's just not that many people compared to Europe. So, next map, we're going to be seeing... Yeah, Brazilians, true. Yeah, good point. It's going to be Steppe, the next map. which is from what I remember, kind of it's a more open map. Bamboo Grove kind of creates corridors, but we're going to see a little bit more creativity of the players in the second game. Looks like the Dark Soul has given me the link to the next game. They're starting right now. I'll give them just a minute to load in, and then we'll get the prediction started. Oh yeah, I didn't pay out the prediction, did I? Yeah, so it's going to be Craghack versus Mowgli, complete. And so that's that prediction done. And I'll get the next prediction going. So start prediction. Can I just re-go it? Yeah, I can. Hell yeah. Let's start it. We're going to predict it once again. Game 1 went to Craghack and Mowgli. So it's 1-0 to them. It's going to be up to Skirnir and Dark Soul to bring it back on step in Game 2. Let's get into it. Okay. And we're jumping right on in. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 2. Let me make sure the UI is updated. Yes, it has. Ooh, we like to see it. And it's also on the correct side. We love that too. So, without further ado, in the green, Dodd Skirnir, playing this time Odin, staying on the Norse, and the Dark Soul still on Hades. So a slight shift away from Freyr. And it looks like, on the opposite side, Craghack still on Zeus, and Mowgli also switching to Odin. So, otherwise, it's the exact same composition. It's Norse and Greek, but instead of the Freyr, we're seeing the Odin. And it makes sense on this map. More open, more hunt. Odin plays a little better into that. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of... you can basically go in any direction. No wood in the center of the map, though, is the key notable feature, as well as a decent amount of gold. Some relics. We got Hermes' winged sandals for movement, right smack bang in the center. Gungnir Odin Spear. What do we got here? Pandora's Box. Scarab Pendant for the siege damage. Not bad. Text of Imhotep for building time reduction. That's kind of interesting. If you can get that early, that gives you a much faster second town center. That's kind of interesting. Ship of Fingernails for the food trickle. Jade Hair for the myth movement speed. Pretty handy. And I think all that's left is this little relic right here, the Staff of Dionysus, for villager regeneration rate. Kind of interesting. And it's going to be an interesting game too here. More or less the same matchup, but different map. We'll see if it helps Skirnir and Dark Soul pull the victory. I have a feeling we're going to see more Underworld Passage shenanigans. Seems to be the meta in team games. It's just a very powerful kind of timing, I suppose you could say. And the Norse this time are starting opposite each other as opposed to diagonal. I'm not sure if that's going to have any direct impact. And Dark Souls had a pretty rough game that first game. Just got harassed by both players quite heavily at the start. There was a lot of raiding on his economy, and it set him on the back foot for the rest of the game. We'll see if they target him again. Just some initial scouting, gold gathering, the usual. We do see heroes coming out now. And we'll see if they go for relics. Looks like it's going to be Ares this time for Dark Soul. Switching up from the Athena of the past. And Ares, very strong, of course. Gives you access to a lot of powerful buffs to various units. I think that the Phobos Spear of Panic ends up being a little stronger than Sarissa. And of course, Kraghack went up with Athena again. And Skirnir is going to be going Freya, of course. Very much the standard Odin pick. Weird Crag didn't pick Poseidon on this map. Yeah, I mean, definitely this map's good for Poseidon in the sense that there's a lot of big open space and you get a lot of, you know, increased movement speed for Poseidon. But I think, does Poseidon get access to Underworld Passage? He doesn't, yeah. So that's the real reason that they've gone for Zeus and Hades, is just to enable the team play. A little bit of harasser at least. Ooh, and a bolt. Where did the bolt come through? Over here. I think someone died. Didn't get to see it exactly. But now the Minotaur-Valkyrie duo coming in deep here on Dark Souls base, and the Zom comes out, and the villagers are going to run, but one gets caught out, and see you later. Looks like they're targeting Dark Soul again. Unfortunate. And these villagers, I wonder if they were seen. Oh, it looks like very cleverly Dark Soul realizes he's being hunted and moves his villagers around. A lot of idle time, though, unfortunately. But at least he doesn't get caught. He was going for this hunt in the back. Looks like there's going to be Great Hunt used by Skirnir now, waiting until age 2 to get that little bit of bonus food. Kotoskopos here running his way through and past the town center. A little unfortunate. Looks like he might be body blocked by villagers here. No. It doesn't. Manages to get out. Might be scot-free here. The Ravens hovering around Skirnir's base. As the Minotaur and Valkyrie continue to look for value, this hearse are going to chase them away, chase them back. And checking the relic situation, we do have 2 relics here for Dark Soul. We got the movement speed, we got the villager regeneration. Interesting. Looks like we also got a relic over here for Skirnir. It's going to be hero movement speed. Using raiding cavalry to kill some boars across the map for that favor. Some exposed villagers here for Kraghack. Gotta be careful. The surviving Kotoskopos for Dark Soul. Watching. Waiting. A little bit of a dive from the raiding cav under the town center. Bit of a risky proposition this patch. No relics for Mowgli at the moment. His raiding cavalry going to chase off the raiding cav of Skirnir. You do see the Ship of Fingernails picked up here by Kraghack. That's a great relic. And quite a little force lurking outside of Dark Soul's base. Dark Soul's army is moving forward to try to support Skirnir in this assault. Mowgli has built his buildings well, though, and it's a lot of building to bash through at this stage of the game, especially with just raiding cavalry. Has to go all the way around. Might be a little tricky, but the Cyclops, especially Elder Cyclops, definitely going to help with their crush damage. And it looks like it's enough to scare Kraghack back and away from Dark Souls' base. As the Cyclops move forward to begin their siege, the house being their target makes sense, it's the lowest HP building, but the towers come up just in time. But will it be enough? As Ajax and the Cyclops begin bashing, looks like they're just absolutely chewing through that tower. As Skirnir going to use his raiding cavalry to target the other tower. A single hoplite chases them away. But Skirnir, he wants vengeance for last game, goes directly for the villagers, dives all the way through, forest fire coming through. Both players forest fire at the same location, I think. That's weird. How does that work? Looks like everyone gets damaged. It's a bad time for everyone. But while that battle is going on in the back, it's Dark Soul at the front, just absolutely destroying buildings like they're nothing, like they're paper, bashing his way through. Pulling back now, though, as the armies collapse on top of him. All Toxotes here, so it's going to be ugly as the raiding cavalry just tear them to pieces. But Skirnir here in the back trying to sandwich the armies. Restoration coming through for Craghack there to pull up the red and yellow forces. Green and blue getting absolutely destroyed. The Cyclops doing their work but being dragged down by the just overwhelming numbers. And it's a W there in the middle for Team Zeus. Ooh, an unfortunate attack move forward by Skirnir. Gonna be a bad trade. Both players needing to pull their army back. These raiding cavalry just gonna tear apart those Toxotes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, and the raiding cavalry here in the Hersa just trying to do a little bit of trading to give his villagers some time to back away. Feeling that they have the rally point advantage now, Skirnir turning around, but those Minotaur, they're dangerous, especially against, even against cavalry, I mean to say, as these raiding cav from Mowgli, trying to catch the villagers off guard. Oh, and a little ungarrison gets some villagers right into the middle of the line of fire, but looks like they're not going to be attacked today. The pressure now coming up right outside of Skirnir's base. Odin's Raven watching Dark Souls forces closely. Craghag looking for villagers, finds nothing, but might find a little sweet treat in a moment depending on his pathing. I wonder if he's going to find it. Looks like he's going to be moving into that direction, and these villagers are in a lot of trouble. Oh, and there's the attack move. Villagers in chaos now being pulled back to the town center. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. 3. And you can see that regeneration putting in a little bit of work. Might be 4. Pestilence, though, which doesn't affect town centers, but will give Dark Soul time to bash this town center all the way down. Only 1 town center for Craghag at the moment, so this could spell a lot of trouble for him. As the raiding cavalry are getting on top of the villagers at the back. And there it goes. The army of Mowgli coming here a little bit too late. As the wow, as that was a great throw from the Cyclops on top of the raiding cav. Absolutely chunked a whole bunch of them. Happy with their victory. Looks like they're pulling up into the north. They're going to find themselves a whole bunch of villagers just sitting here. This is real bad for Craghag. Loses 2 villagers at the very least, but the armies of Team Zeus now in position to defend. And despite the town center win and the villager win, might be a bit of a costly trade here for Team Hades. as yellow and red clean up, the villagers go back to mining. But definitely that stings. If you're Craghack, that stings. Not having a town centre means you're not building villages at all. And I'm not even sure he has the economy to build a new one straight away. So that's, you got to feel good about that. If you're Team Hades, definitely a big W. Halts the advance and the aggression of Team Zeus almost completely. Market going up here for Mowgli. Do you need a market in order to send resources to a team player? I'm actually not sure how that works in Age of Mythology. I don't often play team games. I should play more. Raiding Cav here from Skirnir, just looking for opportunities. Looking to keep the pressure on. A few Greek villagers made their way all the way south. And Skirnir going to show them no mercy. Finding two separated from the pack. Their lives are forfeit. And there they go. A few hippies trying to come in here to stop them, but Skirnir's raiding cavalry going to keep running for now. Much the same happening on the other side of the map. Instead, with Valkyrie, raiding Cav, and Minotaurs absolutely cleaning up a bunch of Dark Souls more extraneous villages around the edges of his base. Oh, and it's rough. More villages for Dark Souls. Just not able to protect his wood line from the back. A lot of houses, but not a lot of walling with the houses. Making it easy for the raiding Cav and Valkyrie just to get right on top of the villagers, and each villager lost stings a little bit. The praying Vils at risk. But Mowgli, thinking he's had enough, moves away. Meanwhile, in the center, the Dark Soul going to be using his army to bash up the units of Mowgli that are here. Couple of dwarves for Skirnir, out of position. Raiding cavalry kill one, but their attention redirected. More trading in the center. Units coming in for Craghack. He's managed to rebuild his town center. And this Classical Age skirmish has been going on for ages. Both teams, I should say, having suffered a lot of losses, but there, Craghack finally getting to Dionysus. And the armies of Craghack and Mowgli in a good position, bronze going down on all of them, looking to repay the favor that they put on Craghack, getting this TC. There goes Restoration as well. They're all in on getting this town center. Oh, and Dark Soul resigns. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be a GG. As Mowgli and Craghack take the game. And that is the first series in favor of Mowgli and Craghack. Let's have a quick look at the post-game. Now, if we look at resources collected, we can see that Skirnir was actually ahead for a good time, but then definitely the Odin players taking the lead there. But it slowly creeps up in favor of Team Zeus. Dark Soul just having trouble being the target of many raids from the enemy team. Just always a bit on the back foot. Bad luck to them. Well played to both players, to all four players. And we're going to be getting into the next series here in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game in the losers bracket for the DoD and DAG clan mixed tournament event. We've seen the Dark Soul and Skirnir go toe-to-toe with their opponents in the winners bracket falling down, as well as Sideswipe and Marty, and they'll be both competing here to keep their tournament life going in this double elimination event. The map, of course, is Bamboo Grove, and it is known for its swathes of forests separating the outer map from the inner map, and there being heaps of town centers and resources in the center of the map to be fought for. In the blue color, it's the Dark Soul playing Hades. And in the yellow color, his teammate, Skirnir. And on the other team, on the other side, in the red, on Frere, it's Sideswipe. And finally, last but not least, in the green, on Loki, of all gods, it's Dod's very own Marty. So it's going to be an interesting one. 2v2 events are a lot of fun. We have a lot of potential synergy going down. One thing we've been seeing quite a lot is Greek and Norse synergy. Mostly in the form of a lot of Underworld Passage shenanigans. So I expect to see some of that from Hades. And there's no music going on. Let me see if I can just affect that very briefly. Let me see if I can do that and if music will play. Doesn't always work. Doesn't look like it has for day. That's okay. We don't need music. So things are going to be pretty standard here for the first little while. Just a lot of booming up, getting ready for Age 2. So we're going to do a little fast forwarding as we are watching a replay today. And things are going... Oh, I tell you what we will have a look at quickly before we get too invested. Temples are starting to be put down for some players. Have a quick look at some of these relics. Tail of Cerberus, I should say. Myth units get their special attack recharge time reduced. That's kind of interesting. Koppesh of Horus for hero damage against myth units increased. We've got the Anvil of Hephaestus giving gold research cost reduction for armory upgrades. That's a very strong relic. Oh, not a boar, but the 5-colored stone of Noir to reduce the repair cost when repairing. That's not bad either. Nose of the Sphinx for building hit points to be increased. Very contentious on this patch, of course. Building still being very strong. Ring of Nibelung here to give a gold trickle rate. And Pandora's Box for that myth unit favor cost reduction. And did we look at this one? No. Tearfang and Dagir's Sword for lifesteal on heroes. Not bad for a Norse player. So. What do we see? Bunch of hearses being produced. Going up with Ullr for this Frere player. And over here, Sideswipe, not yet. Oh no, he's advancing. But why can I not see it? Oh, because I've got this thing going on. Also going up with the lair. We did see Hades advance with Ares. And Loki we'll see in just a moment. But I believe he'll be going up with Forseti. 3, 2, 1. No, it is Forseti. And the troll comes out. A few Hersa on the map now. Katoskopos having a look in. Getting some information scouted. And a quick second town center here for the Dark Soul in the back. There's a house that's being bashed down by a Cyclops over here. Let's see if I can... No. A little zom going on the main base as the 2 Hersa step in. Wants to try to protect his Cyclops. Cyclops in a lot of trouble here. 2 Hursa are a lot of hero for a Cyclops to deal with, but retreating behind the Sentinels, that's going to be enough to push them back. Ajax with the Relic now. Kotoskopos looking at the forward expansion over here. Sideswipe to develop more buildings, more military buildings. Not yet looking to expand. And Mardi building up walls in the front, trying to form a front line, so to speak, a defensible position. Walls going up on the flanks for Dark Soul, that's clever. In the 2v2 matchup, it's good to have your, especially on this map as well, just for any game mode. Good to have the sides secured. And farms coming up already for the Dark Soul. Seems a little bit early with all the hunt around, especially towards the center. We will see another town center a bit early-ish coming up here for Skirnir. And yet another second town center over here for red. So a lot of players going for the boom option. Not too heavy a military commitment thus far for any player. Marty a little bit behind the 8 ball, but does have an armory down, so presumably going for that fast heroic. Let's go ahead and keep an eye. Does have Bragi queued up. Is looking to advance. Going to be getting a wall of his own up on the flanks, but not before Ajax secures a little relic action on the sides. Lots of Hursa. We're looking at Kodranir Gudmundsson. I do love these randomly generated names. Helgi Hundrinsbane. Okay, I should stop trying to pronounce these. Very interested as well for next patch. It's not out yet. We just had the public update playtest announced for July, and we will be seeing stats on units of how much damage and kills they've managed to accomplish. I do love that in RTS, but it's not here yet. And of course, Hursa, under Loki's blessing, very much able to potentially generate out random myth units, casting the spy on this Hypaspist at the front. Probably not the greatest value for spy, as it will be a frontline unit, but it will keep an eye on where Dark Soul's army is for now. Villagers wisely retreat from the boar, avoiding the wrath of the Hursa horde. Lone goat in the center. And what else do we see? Yeah, we're on the way to Bragi with Loki. That's going to be exciting. These Hursas are a little trapped in. Going to have to sneak their way through the sides here. No watchtowers yet for Dark Soul. The Sword of Dread, Deimos, giving those Hypaspist really strong against this kind of Loki strategy. Some upgrades coming through for Sideswipe. We do see the healing spring at the front lines of Sideswipe space, and he hits that age 3 pretty quick now. And as he ages up, gets that second town center. Not a bad line of options. Got to be ahead of most of the game in terms of age. Most of the players, I mean to say. Also got the watchtowers upgraded. Kind of an interesting defensive play, given that he is sort of the most aggressive of the players at the moment. Everyone else is keeping their army at home. We see a lot of walling for yellow and a lot of gathering of their army, but no aggression just as of yet. A second Draugr being added to the mix. No upgrades for the Draugr just yet. Still plenty of food in the back of the base here for green. Also a lovely little gold mine in the back corner, as well as these two over here. It's a lot of gold for now. 4 gold nodes in the center, though. Of course, this Asgardian hill fort for sideswipe going right on top of one of them. Going to be a slight push into the center. A couple of raiding cav coming through as well. Not a lot of military otherwise for sideswipe. Getting his own walls up now. Perhaps a little bit late. A lot of food here as well. Berries and boars, not to mention the gold mine. And more attacking of animals with Hersa. This is getting favor for the Norse player, green. But also, I believe the damage with the Hersas counts towards his random myth unit chance. Happy to mass Hersa, and why not? It's a fun strategy. Quite effective, really, despite the fact that Dark Soul is building counter units. Knows exactly where the army is, thanks to his spy. And look at this, 2 line of walling for now. But from both players, the double wall action. And meanwhile, Skirnir, with the wall upgrade, walling up a lot of the center, claiming this town center for his side of the map. Rock Giant out for sideswipe as the, let's say, Team Skirnir is hitting the heroic age now. Also going up through, what is it? Aegir. And it's going to be Apollo for Hades, meaning Chimera. Potential bow upgrades. What else do we get through Apollo? Just quickly, we get the Oracle for building line of sight, Temple Healing. Yeah, that's right, Temple Healing. And not to mention, of course, the all-powerful Underworld Passage, which has seen a lot of action this tournament in the other games, in the other series. Not sure where this game will be placed in the VODs, in the VOD video for YouTube, so I don't want to spoil anything. And here is that dangerous Pegasus. Going to give vision for the god power, but do they have the army mass together? And certainly there's going to be a bit of a clash as the battle ball goes in, knocking back a lot of the Hypaspist as the Hersa try to get onto the Chimera, but the Hypaspist are going to get right on top of them, so they pull back. The troll throws a rock, misses. And it's a bit of a clash, but these 2 isolated Hypaspist might get some value here as one Hersa micro backwards trying to save his life and is taken down. No myth units yet. It's quite a big army mass, and you can see yellow's coming up here. The Pegasus is in place on top of a gold mine. Underworld Passage is likely. I'm not sure if they feel ready yet, but they certainly are getting ready for it in terms of positioning. And green is healing up, but where's red's army? It's at the front here. I'm a little bit nervous for these players. Pegasus getting shot a little bit, but there is the Underworld Passage as the army absolutely swarms through. Going to be not quite getting dwarf kills, but there's a little bit of a body block here from this longhouse being built. Gets these dwarves locked out, not to mention sideswipe, Skull and Bursty. Temper's coming down. Who's it by? It's by yellow. Pestilence as well. And look at how quickly that Gullenbursty got destroyed. As the army of red does make it before the town center falls. Tempest of his own to try to help hold this location. This is going to be a battle for the game. Green's army totally destroyed. Lots of blue and yellow on the screen. Towers still shooting, doing their thing. But look at this. Sapphire Giant comes out as Age 4 comes through for Loki. And there's the the Nidhogg, which is going to start absolutely roasting the backline, but it's an ugly scene. Not to mention red going to be pushing through onto yellow space, but Gullenbursty's going to push him back. Town center does go down here for Loki. Does have other town centers, but so it's all up to the Nidhogg, and the heroes of Dark Soul going to be huge trouble for the Nidhogg. Going to try to fly over the forest to escape. More skirmishing as Gullenbursty for yellow is now pushing forward onto this hill fort of sideswipes. Nidhogg trying to sneak through onto this yellow army to blow his foul fire, but the Greek heroes are here. Oh, but look at that. A lot of damage there. Got a lot of kills as well, but perhaps not enough. As the yellow and blue army just absolutely demolishes Green's base. But look at this. There's a bit of a... As Gullenbursty dies, there's portable rams, rock giants. Plenty of throwing axemen. And the pressure is now on to yellow. And red, multitasking, sending his raiding cavalry onto the army of yellow, trying to clean up. But there is more and more blue army just being moved through the underworld passage. But Nidhogg is here, and the Greek heroes caught out a bit, chasing the Nidhogg around the map. But the Nidhogg doing great to just duck in and out, get damage where he can, and now there's a bit of a commitment as the armies clash. Oh, and just great play from Marty to get maximum value out of this Nidhogg. Knowing when the heroes are targeting the Nidhogg and when they're not, it's a good time to commit as the fire is potentially finishing off. Yes, there goes, I think that's Achilles. And Ajax soon to follow. There he goes. Now there is nothing in this spot to stop the Nidhogg from cleaning up. Although Chiron, Chiron has showed up, and that's bad news. Marty just holding on barely, but this underworld passage is going to be a continual problem. Looks like the push onto the town center here for Skirnir has been held, as most of Sideswipe's army has been moved to help contain the bleeding up here in Marty Town. Nidhogg still flapping over the forest. But the pressure's onto the hill fort now. No siege, but plenty of infantry to bash it down. With their own Asgardian hill fort now being placed down. More fire giants coming through. And the Nidhogg to help bash down this underworld passage. That's going to be all they wrote for this particular strategy. Very effective, did a lot of damage. You can see militarily it's not that much of a disparity. You've got like 2,000 resources is not nothing. Not to mention the villagers lost as well, about 50. But it's a bit hard to measure it precisely. We can see that Yellow's certainly trying to press the advantage while the red and green team are on the Team Christmas colors are on the back foot. And this rock giant doing his foul work, crush damage wise. 120, such a lot. Not to mention we got all the upgrades. Granite Moor coming in as well. Makes them very strong. You can see that down here. Heals for 50% of damage inflicted on buildings. Okay. It's pretty good. Hill forts at the front here for Marty, but the armies of Hades pushing back red. This red tries to fight a war on two fronts. But here come the Hersa. Loki kind of rebuilding, kind of. A lot of sheep coming out. Getting fattened up. I thought perhaps he had that relic that gives you sheep there for a second, but no, that's just sheep that he's had for a while. Some town centers forward from Dark Soul, looking to take more of the map under his control. And it's close. Definitely yellow and blue favored right now. But fire giants are no joke. You can see Toxotes aren't going to do too well, but Hoplight's going to try to push him back. Hersa thinking about engaging, but decide not to. The fire giant definitely going to go down here. Houses being built at the front, try to just make more of a choke. Lot of splash damage with the boulder throw, the fire giant. Not to mention, here comes the flaming weapons, which is going to give these Hersas a great ability to spawn myth units. We saw at least one Draugr generated. Oh, but where is the big flaming Inferno Wolf cast by Yellow to destroy a lot of those trees there, not to mention most of that hill fort. But I don't know that he got a lot of Red's army. So the battle continues. Couple of portable rams in the mix, but there's a lot of raiding cavalry, not to mention so many Draugr, so many throwing axemen. Are these Draugr upgraded? No, they're not. A lot of value could potentially be gained with a bit of an upgrade there. Hard to get everything upgraded. Meanwhile, the flaming weapons of green effectively forming a bit of a stalemate in the middle here. This Draugr not going to make it home, unfortunately. Another hill fort going down. Oh, and that troll able to get just a nice little bit of chip damage with a big boulder throw. And the buildings here, so defensive. No town center reclaimed, though, in the original spot. Choosing instead to build hill forts, not a terrible idea when it comes to holding a position. The raiding cavalry gonna take a brutal beating from all those hoplites. The Toxotes moving forward, throwing axemen for yellow as well. What are they called? Huskars and Berserks just diving on top of that, throwing axemen mass. And Ballista coming in now. But, as Age 4 has been reached some time ago for yellow, we are just about to see it tick through for red. And with the right timing, the right positioning, what's it going to be? Towards the blue army. Oh, and it catches a good chunk of them. Not to mention knocking them into this little spot. So the Dark Souls army completely surrounded. Going to be able to be taken out. Huge damage there as Loki sending the fire giants forward to the town center. 20 crush damage apiece for these fire giants. 4 of them going to be attacking at quite a good attack rate. What's the damage per second? 13.3 crush damage a second. Seems quite good. That town center falling reasonably quickly as the Hurster over here going to be getting on top of these Petrobolos. Spawning a Valkyrie in the middle, while Fafnir and crew fighting in the center. An exchange of Fafnirs. 300 gold for me, 300 gold for you. Fair exchange, no robbery. And the rally points of Dark Soul just right up into Red's face. But doing a good job to spread his military around. Loki getting a bit of a foothold though. Looks like his town center's been rebuilt and the fire giants are just coming out thick and fast. Hurster's bashing down Achilles there. Looks like they're targeting all the Greek heroes exclusively, letting the fire giants take care of everything else. And there's another spawn. We see the battle ball going straight into the center of that Toxote mass over there. And it's a contentious fight for both players. A bit of a stalemate over here as Yellow licks his wounds, as Red gets the advantage. Many ballista out now as he starts to mine the gold forward, which is always a risky proposition. The raiding cav trying to get in to help Loki over here hold the line against this Hades. Town center did go down. We are seeing a fortress being built forwards. It's now Mythic Age for Hades, which means earthquake time, and it's right in the face of Loki, who's already been struggling a lot with rebuilding. We can see here there's been a lot of damage onto buildings here, but the towns are in pretty decent shape, all things considered. Let's have just a quick check. Yes, there has been a lot of fortified town center upgrades, masons, architects, so that explains it. Earthquake not as effective, although the army here in conjunction with the earthquake going to be more than enough to clear out that town center yet again. And there's a tap out from Marty as he realizes there's no coming back from that, even though Red was in a good spot. So there it is. We're going to see game 1 go to Dark Soul and Skirnir in this one. Pretty close, all things considered. I think all players played it pretty well. Well played to both players. And we'll get straight into the next game. Alrighty. Game 2. In the first losers bracket series here. It's Dark Soul and Skirnir versus Sideswipe and Marty. And Dark Soul and Skirnir up 1-0. but we're moving on to the second map, which is going to be Steppe. And once again, in the blue, playing Hades, Dark Soul. And up here in yellow, switching to Odin from Freyr, which they like to do on Steppe. That's been something we saw in the first series in the winners bracket from this team. It's Skirnir. And across the way, sticking to Freyr, it's Sideswipe. And his teammate still playing Loki in the green. It's Marty. And oh lord, I can't wait for the next patch where they fix this bug, but my scroll is still ever so slightly too fast. So now it's much better. Very good. So, Steppe. Lots of hunt around the edges of the map. In the center, a decent amount of gold. But not too much. Not too much. Plenty of gold all over the map. But yeah, once again, all the resources around the center. You're going to be seeing clashes in between bases on either side between each player. Unless all 4 players in the center brawl like we saw on Bamboo Grove. Now, once again, the map pool in this tournament is focused on the maps brought with the Chinese expansion. So we're all eager to see more games on these new maps, what kind of gameplay comes with it. Now, while we're waiting for the players to get into the game, let's have a quick look at the relics, and it's going to be Ray's Crown over here. This is kind of an interesting tech, or relic, I should say. Going to reduce the base wood and gold cost of town centers, village centers, and citadel centers. Now, I think citadel centers are purely just the Egyptian ones, right? Skulls of Seropus. Grant 6 monkeys. That's a strong one. The 6 monkeys, the 2 lion relics, both quite good. Free units. Love it. Heroes increase damage per hit points missing. It's an interesting one. I think it's better for China than it is other factions because they have more health. Gungnir Odin Spear to increase spearman damage across the board. Gambantine, Odin's Wand. Temple Wood, Gold, and Favor and Food research cost reduced. Kind of interesting. I kind of like it because I'm a big fan of Temple techs myself. Tale of Cerberus to give the special attack recharge time reduction. For things like trolls who want to toss rocks, that's not bad. And I think the last relic we're looking at is Hermes' Winged Sandals to increase hero move speed. Not bad for Loki. Of course, it's on the other side of the map from the Loki player. I think that's everything. Did we see the Trojan Gate Hinge? Wall hit points increased as well. And I think we saw everything else. Yes. So, temple over here near this settlement to the side. What you might call the natural expansion for Loki, although arguably this one in the back is also a viable option for that. But I think in a map this big with this much space, expanding towards your opponent has a certain appeal to it, shall we say. Now, while we are looking at the scoreboard here, ooh, little spy on the praying villages on the temple. Perhaps not the greatest value, because temple villages tend to stay in place. Although you'll get decent vision around. Let's actually quickly have a look at what is seen. Yeah, that's a pretty good radius. That's enough to see enough of the initial shenanigans, I am willing to say. So yeah, while we're waiting for some action to kick off here in the game, big thanks to community member Euros for making the overlay. For any and all streamers, but working with the Dodd clan here to up our production, so to speak, and we do so appreciate it. Looks great. Love the little deities of death thing below the map in the bottom as well. Looks good, feels good, love it. So, both of our Norse players, well, I say both, there's 3. I mean, Freya and Odin, gonna go up through Freya. And of course, that's going to give Valkyries for all. Valkyries, very strong unit. Ajax is going to be bashing on a house down here. Troll having a little wander, getting his steps in for the day. And we see Odin's Ravens having a little look round, trying to see what they can see around the red base. Valkyrie going to come in here, and the villagers, gatherers, moved away from the wood line pretty early there, so they're not going to have any worries about forest fires just yet. More sheep being grabbed, but they're going to be walking right into Green's base to be recaptured and resent. Lots of military buildings coming out here for Loki. The house battle continues. How long do you think, if you were working just by yourself, would it take you to tear down a house? You know, one man versus house. I think it would take me like a week at least. Minimum. Personally. Secret houses in the corner of the map. Over here. Kind of interesting. House over here by one of the natural expansions for yellow. From green. So using that, the Berserk building to keep tabs on important key locations around the map. I like it. I would say two Cyclops with a bunch of Hippaspis behind them. But Hersa going to have a field day with Ajax, getting him down to 20% or less pretty quick. Raiding Cav and Hippaspis coming in to say hello. Probably a bad fight for the Hersa, but maybe not if they can get lucky with a myth unit generation. The Valkyrie trying its best to keep the harass up. Gonna get away with 1 HP. More Hersa being built. Always be building Hersa as Loki, I guess. That's the name of the game here for Marty. And with the combination of Cyclops and Hippaspis, it's going to be very difficult for Loki to get a foothold. As his buildings here getting slapped down by Cyclops. Not to mention they've got the Will of Kronos upgrade, making them much stronger, but got to run away from those heroes. Raiding Cav going to finish the job. And here come the Raiding Cav of Red to help in the fight down here. But it's definitely a position lost as the first building falls. The Longhouse not long for this world. And some throwing axemen caught out, not quite included in the micro. And a good healing fountain to give the edge to the Raiding Cav of Red. I did see a Valkyrie summoned there from green. Gonna go down pretty quickly regardless. Fighting on top of that healing fountain, giving them just enough life to hold on, I think, to this position. But it's quite close. The sheer numbers of yellow is just crazy. Oh, and he taps out already. Well, that's a quick game there. Losing this forward position, losing the military might that they did, Pestilence on this place as well to seal the deal. The huge economy lead from Odin. Let's have a quick look. Nothing too crazy, I don't think. Some upgrades. Let's have a quick look at the upgrades of Loki. None. And then quickly on to Sideswipe. Yep. Over here, no upgrades. Okay, so yeah, I think just the general food boom in the classical age with the Great Hunt from Odin, just enough to get that Raiding Cav spam like crazy. And very difficult for the Hersa comp to play into Hippaspis generally. Well played to both players. That's a quick one. That's going to be game 2. So, Sideswipe, Marty eliminated from this losers bracket. Dark Soul and Skirnir to hold on and to progress forwards into the rest of the tournament. We'll see what happens. See you in the next one. To find... Yeah, looks like I'm going to be late to this game, but I think I can jump in. I'm not sure if it's going to put me at the start or in the middle, but let's just get straight into this game. We're going to go to the next series. I'm going to have to update the scoreboard mid-game, so I do apologize for that. Oh, and it puts me at the start. Very good. So we'll see how we go here. Let me just work on the scoreboard real quick. So it's going to be Craghack and Mowgli versus Zoe, KT, and Edge Crusher. We're going to click update. We're going to go 0, and click update again. We're going to minimize it. We're going to pay out the prediction from before. And we'll keep the prediction for this game. We'll have to go into another prediction next game. Alright, with all that work done, let's make sure I'm on the right scene. I am. Very good. So, you know him, you love him. He's playing Frere. Once again, it's Mowgli in the red. Of course, the map is Bamboo Grove. Craghack staying on Zeus. The Frere-Zeus combo, still their go-to strategy for this tournament. Served them well in the first series. And on Noir, the second time we've seen Noir, this time played by Edge Crusher. And the GOAT coming in here to replace Jolly Man last minute, beyond the call, on Kronos, the first Atlantean of the tournament. It's Zoe KT in the yellow. Alright. So, a bit of chaos of always as we try to get these games rolling back to back as best we can. Was a bit late to this one. This game has been underway for I think 10 minutes prior to me joining it, so we'll have to see what comes of it. As you can see, we've jumped in, however, at the very start. And yeah, as I said, it's Bamboo Grove. We've seen it before this tournament. We're seeing it again. It's all about the center and controlling it. We'll have to see. Noir and Freya, both very defensive gods. But Kronos, kind of the diamond in the rough, so to speak, has a lot of potential strategic options that Greeks, which differs to Greeks, plain and simple. So we'll have to see if Underworld Passage reigns supreme, or if Kronos can add a little spice to the life of this series. This is a best of 3. This is game 1 of this current series, and we're having a look at the relics. Arrows of Alfar here in that part of the map. We got the bridle of the Pegasus in the top corner. Eye of Ornlu down here for the Hippaspis and Axeman melee attack. It's the Tusk of the Iron Boar for the cavalry hit points down here. The Ankh of Ra for the favor trickle. Hermes winged sandals. And the Scarab pendant. It's going to be Athena for Craghack. Still no age up for Mowgli, going for a slower age up time. And, you know, you normally see such a fast age up time. Yeah, it's going to be Prometheus for Zoe. And is it Hotu? Yeah. I'm starting to learn the Chinese god names. It's all starting to come together. Hotu, of course, is the Qilin, is it not? No, that's Xuanlu. So Hotu, of course, is going to be the Chongqi, the Earth Wall, Advanced Defenses, which seems really good, this patch. But the Quailin spam... Is it Quailin or Qilin? Sorry, one more second as I look here. It's Qilin, I think. Yeah, the Qilin spam also seen a lot of success in the 1v1 space on the ladder. So, where are those nasty little Prometheans? Here they are, moving their way north, perhaps to do some harass. Looks like we had a little bit of an exchange with Kraghack and the heroes in the center of the map. As Heracles and Jason get onto the Pioneer here. Pioneer, unfortunately, not going to be making it home. And a bolt going out. I think onto... What do we see the bolt on? I didn't see. Perhaps something over here. Still, we're getting a double mana town center from Zoe KT. This is clever. I believe I saw them time shift the manas over here so that the town center can be built up even quicker. So that's clever. It's going to be Jason and I keep saying Hercules, but it's Heracles. Maybe going to get into some mischief back here. But very interestingly, we see an earth wall going up onto Kronos. Very interesting indeed. Valkyrie going to be bashing onto this citizen who makes their way for the mana. A lot of pressure onto the backline for Kronos. This citizen also in trouble. Looks like they're getting away for now. Citizens having just that little bit of extra HP compared to villagers. Manages to get them away and safe. But Hoplite's roaming around, keeping the pressure up. Armory and Machine Workshop for Nuwa. Yeah, the Earthwall strat keeping this Minotaur in the base as he causes trouble. Believe the maze of, or the labyrinth of Minos was researched as well by Kraghack. The heroes bashing on the wall. Terma going to be able to push them back for now. Oh, but the Valkyrie getting some value as citizens go down in the back. The hero Oracle trying to do its best to bash it away. Getting a little bit of value there. Interestingly, the villager lead on the scoreboard is in favor of Team Kronos. I guess we did see the early second town center for both players on Team Kronos. Walls going up now. Second town center coming up for Mowgli towards the center of the map. Pegasus keeping an eye on things on the backline behind Nuwa. Kraghack's villagers go forward to build their town center forwards as well. So one team builds backwards, one team builds forwards. I think that pretty much sums up the approach that both of these teams are going to have to the game. It's going to be boom versus pressure. And here comes the raiding cav of Mowgli, looking for more citizen blood. He won't find it on that gold mine. Manages to get an attack order on that Oracle, who very wisely garrisons to safety. And the town center killing a raiding cav for free, basically. Oh, but a Valkyrie here almost killing the Quaofu hero here. Looks like Quaofu's still at great risk. And the raiding cav go for it. Long way to walk for this Quaofu, and he's certainly not fast enough to make it to safety in time, and goes down. Bit of an army massing out front of the earth wall. I think this is quite an interesting strat to have the earth wall benefit Kronos, because Atlanteans just that little bit more vulnerable in the early game, I think, for a few reasons. Certainly in a team game. And you can see Edge Crusher aging up with Go Mang. Gonna get that forest protection, so they can further assist. But it's good garrisoning from Zoe KT to keep the citizens safe. Manners, of course, very good for that early. But look at this. The clay, I believe that's, yeah, clay peasants and a single Quafu to build a ballet on the edges, securing the right flank. But all this juicy food in the center being eaten up by Team Zeus. Still a bit of a force in the back here for Mowgli. Will he see the wall being built over here by the peasant? Doesn't seem to. Oh, perhaps, maybe he will. Turns around. Not yet ready to commit to anything. Team Nuwa trying to build walls on either side just to keep the action funneled into the center of the map. But we do have this insurgency. They see the wall now. I think I might have missed them killing that peasant. Oh no, the peasant's still there. Quite the army now for Kronos. And finally, the raiding cavalry notice the peasant and snipe it off quick smart. White horse cav, I should say, in the back onto the Greek peasants, and it's danger time for Kraghack. 2, 3, 4, 5 peasants all going down. Too far from a garrison point. Army too far away to support. And also, these gold villages at serious risk, but the army's made it here, and there are hoplites in the mix. The White Horse Cav deciding to go onto the villages there, but a bit of a miss-micro as they choose to run instead. They're very fast, of course, but good body blocking from the villagers there. Surprisingly, I thought he was just going to go for a villager kill or two before he was wiped out. Manages to get 3 out. And he keeps rotating, looking for villagers in the back of Mowgli's base. But this forward ballet, a doubt ballet, if you will, very aggressive, very ambitious, and the armies are in place to stop it from happening. So Edge Crusher not going to be able to get that as the Chimera, sorry, the Manticore and the Hippias. Not to mention the might of Mowgli's military, here to push it all back, keep it contained. But wall upgrades now for Edge Crusher. He's entrenched very deeply into this position, and I believe he's gotten advanced defenses. He has. He's also gotten advanced fortifications as well, so these buildings are tanky. Meanwhile, Zoe KT putting pressure onto Mowgli's middle. His army is all the way south, having to retreat all the way across the map to get to the action in the north. Looking at the villager count, Team Zeus just a little bit behind, but they were slower to get the town center up, so that makes sense. Kyra Ballister got to be careful here as the raiding cavalry get on top of them, but there is a catapultes, and they're going to be big danger. But the throwing axemen are here. The throwing axemen going to be able to deal with those catapultes quick smart, and the raiding cavalry try to do a loop maneuver to get back onto the back line as some give their lives to the cause as the throwing axemen step forward to start clearing out the catapultes. The back line for Zoe KT completely cleared out as the Terma and the Kyra Ballister just destroyed by the raiding cavalry. Going to have to retreat, but during that push secures the town center in the front, so that's a count of 3 town centers for Kronos. Ballet placed right in front of this town center here by Kraghack, but nothing going on with that. Kind of interesting. And the pressure is on now as Mowgli, angered by the attack that Zoe KT put on them, starting to clear out some of the middle. Decides instead... Okay, I thought this was a hill fort, but of course they're not yet in Age 3. Craghack has reached Age 3, though, with Apollo, of course. I forgot to mention that earlier, even though we did see the Manticore. And this mix of... It's quite a eclectic mix of units here for Zoe KT. Catapeltes, Momillo, Terma, a couple of Hero Terma as well. And how many Valkyries? 7 Valkyries. Not to mention their Shield Maiden Valkyries for Mowgli. So that's a heavy investment into Freya. That's quite interesting. Market going up for Mowgli. Both players kind of had a bit of a stalemate. Meanwhile, in this portion of the map, it's a bit of a wall-off between Craghack and Edge Runner. Edge Runner, Edge Crusher. Crushing those edges. And the Terma looking to trade with the Throwing Axemen, but the Raiding Cavalry are here, and they're fast. Hey, Mushka, welcome. Moksha. I keep saying Moshka. I don't know why. My brain has just decided that's what your name is. So as the trading continues up here, very atrocious. A lot of Terma now. And while the Raiding Cavalry destroy them, the Terma, actually, they're not that quick. Yeah, the Raiding Cavalry much faster. But of course, being grouped with the Throwing Axemen, you've got to be careful. Certainly, there's a lot of units here that can punish the Raiding Cavalry for an overextension. But here comes Craghack with his army, not to mention his Petrobolos. 2 Manticores in the mix. And where is Edge Crusher? Well, he's with his White Horse Cav in the base of Craghack, killing villagers left and right. There's a portion of gatherers here for Mowgli that are going to get destroyed as well as a wow, okay, a lot of god powers going off at once. There's a forest fire on a single tree in the center. There's a tempest. There was a restoration. We saw chaos. And the armies of Zoe KT retreating under the pressure of the double might of Mowgli and Craghack as Edge Crusher just destroying the back economy of Craghack as he tries to rally some military here to defend, but the Right Horse Cavalry so fast and hit so hard, getting a lot of work done. But it's also disaster for Kronos as the Petrobolos are going to be pressuring this forward town center and pushing this side of the map back out of the center. But it's siege crossbows and fire archers to follow up for Edge Crusher, putting immense pressure on the south of Craghack's base. And I wouldn't be surprised to see at least Edge Crusher marching his armies back to defend. This fortress is going to fall. This Tao Wu bashing away at the armory. And there's a bunch of idling villages, which is usually a bad side from Craghack. Looks like there goes the Underworld passage into the back of the base, deciding to ignore and go for a base trade instead. Zoe KT is the target, and they're going for this back exposed town center. But the earth wall is going to keep some of Zoe KT's economy protected as the citizens retreat behind the earth wall. But it's not looking good as the forest protection comes and goes. Quick, smart. But the push is happening. There is now 5 different siege crossbows attacking outwards. Zoo KT. Okay. It's just to be... Yeah, okay. Understood. Zoo KT is their name. And I have been corrected. So, clearing up a lot of Kronos' economy, infrastructure, production. But Kraghack, similarly, in trouble as his home town centre falls. A lot of his production and housing still stands, though, as here comes Mowgli's Zooked. I see. One word. I see. Zooked. I have been corrected once more. Understood. There is a lot of fire archers and siege crossbows here, but not a huge amount of frontline, as the raiding cav, the throwing axemen, the restoration coming through as well to enable the push back. But the ballets are in, and the upgrades are there. And these ballet are going to be difficult to shift without siege weapon, but there are some Petropolis in the back. Not to mention the rock giant with a reasonable amount of crush damage to slap away. But look at this behemoth of a base. 3,000, not to mention that we have the advanced fortifications and advanced defenses upgrades. Also, we have crenellations and boiling oil applied to these ballet, so they are going to be doing work. And you can see that despite all the armies here, there's a lot of damage being done, but a lot of damage being dealt as well. But the ballet falls. 2 more left to go. And look at this! A palace in the back, and a hero citizen, truly being a hero, trying to bash this rock giant down from tearing this palace. Destroyers also coming through. Very interesting. But in the south, another ballet falls, and the third one is being targeted. And this ballet as well. Okay, never mind. The wall in the back has been built to secure. It's a 2-system line of defense for Edgecrusher, as his edges get crushed. Another ballet, or 2, or 3, going up in the corner here, just to hold the line as both armies try to pressure the walls, the Petropolis doing their dirty deeds. And up here in the north, it's a weird mix of palace, destroyer, some towers going up in the back, that hero citizen still standing and getting work done, as yet another myth unit falls, as the immense pierce armor of the destroyer, actually not relevant versus Norse due to the throwing axemen dealing hack damage, but feeling bolstered by this victory. Zooked, pushing forward. And Mowgli is on. Yeah, the regen on the destroyer did a lot of work. Mowgli on the back foot, moving his armies north, but it's a lot. They've bought themselves some space. Kraghack is doing their best to rebuild, but Edgecrusher didn't hear no bell, sending units forward, trying to skirmish where possible. The village is under threat again, but Zooked on the retreat as the raiding cav, the Valkyrie, the hoplites, the chaos to turn the fight into their favor, but there's a lot of throwing axemen to follow up here, not to mention Toxite and Manticore to chunk through the Cairo Ballista Terma mix. But Arcus being added. And we can see that Kraghack and Nuwa, Edgecrusher, I mean to say, both on the precipice of Age 4, and both will do a lot of work. Let's have a quick look at what... Yeah, it's going to be Gong Gong. So we will see a potential flood. The tsunami. But where will it wash away? The ongoing harassment of Edgecrusher on the flanks, while Zooked does their best to keep the attention of both armies of Team Zeus in the center. There it is. And the question is, what's it called? Yeah, the Great Flood. Where will the Great Flood occur? Another palace going down in the center. And Hera, for Kraghack, on the flip side, I have a feeling things are about to get biblical. More palaces and things in the back. But where is... Yes, okay, the Great Flood going through the center of Kraghack's base to destroy everything. Not to mention these villagers get taken for a wee bit of a ride, not doing too much damage. But look at how many buildings were destroyed there. And to follow it up, White Horse Cavalry, Siege Crossbows, and Axe Carts to bash what remains. But, over here, I think? Yes. Right in front of Zook's base, where all the citizens lay. It's a lightning fest, but the Earth Wall actually tanking quite a lot of that damage. We did lose some citizens. Oh, but there's a tap out from Kraghack. Oh, and there it is. Wow. Quite an interesting game. Quite an interesting game. I like that one a lot. Thanks for the follow, Cabral Bruno. We do appreciate you. Grey Flood to destroy Kraghack from the game. And the Hera Lightning Storm doesn't quite get the reply value and they tap out. We're going to have a quick look at the timeline here. We don't have a lot of time to waste because I think I'm late to game 2. Yeah, look at that. Basically, Kraghack was just under pressure from Edge Crusher for so long that he just wasn't able to take off his economy, and Zook did a good job of trading very well with Freyr. Okay, we're going to leave the game real quick. I'm going to quickly get OBS to this scene, and I'm going to look at Discord to see if I can't see the next game. Looks like they're starting it right now. I think we're good to go. Let's see. If we're going to jump straight in, I won't do a prediction. Yeah, we're jumping straight in, so we don't have to waste any time. I will update the scoreboard, however. And it is Zooked and Edge Crusher who are up 1 game in this best of 3. Oh, and I didn't turn on the scoreboard again. There we go. There it is. We see it now. Apologies. Oh, wait, this is the wrong series. This is a different series. Alright, well, I'm going to jump out real quick. That's the losers bracket. I jumped the gun. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there it is. I got the code. We'll just wait for them to start. Okay, almost casted the wrong game. I'm getting a little excited. Apologies. While we wait for the next game to kick off, it means I can do a prediction for the next game, so look, I hope you got your channel points ready. We'll be taking bets. So this is your reminder to hydrate and stretch yourself. Posture check, hydration check. Why not a little music in the meantime? Thank you all for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. What happened? Cody, what you missed at the end there was Great Flood destroying all of Kraghack's base, basically. Edge Crusher crushed the Edge. The Edge was crushed. And for clan members of all kinds, thanks for dealing with my mispronunciations of people's names. Zooked, in particular, sorry for the mispronounce. This is the nature of language. So a quick look at the bracket while we wait. We'll see if it's updated yet. Do I have to refresh the page? I do. So here we go. You've heard a lot of people struggle with it. Well, I'm sorry to add myself to the list. So here's the bracket real quick. The series we're watching is Zooked and Edgecrusher versus Craghack and Mowgli. They're up 1-0. And currently, in the losers bracket, Marty, Sideswipe, Skirnir, and Dark Soul are underway, battling to keep their tournament life on the line and moving forward. The game will start shortly. Good news, good news. Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. There's like a weird lobby bug where if I try to join the game before it's started, it then like messes the lobby browser up. So I just have to wait a little bit. We just have to be a little bit patient, but we'll get involved. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and start a prediction. All right. So the question remains, who will win? Game 1 goes to Zooked and Edgecrusher, but can Craghack and Mowgli pull it back? All right, let's see if we can get the game underway. Where is starting now? Very good. Give him just another second here. All right, let's see if we can get this underway. And we're going in. All right. A little bit of a game pause at the start here. All right. Game 2 is on step. And keeping with their same strategy as last time, switching to Odin in the more open map. It's Mowgli in the red, in the south, in the blue. His teammate playing Zeus. It's Craghack. And interesting, a switch to Egypt from Nuwa. In the green, it's Edgecrusher. And delighting us with some Atlantean love, switching from Kronos to Gaia. In the yellow, it's Zooked. And I'm interested to see this matchup. This is going to be something we haven't seen before. Let me just double check that the UI is all right. Yes, yes, very good. So. It seems that Zooked, Team Zooked, as I'm going to be calling them, is very much in the boom strategy. They're looking to, they're both of these gods. Isis arguably can be played fairly aggressively, but Gaia and Isis both very good at booming their economies up pretty quickly, getting to age 3, and that's sort of where they are dominant. Of course, Isis growing in their power into the late game, but Gaia arguably falling off a little bit as the game gets into age 4. And Odin, very powerful at all stages of the game, but perhaps less powerful this patch. Well, then again, I don't know. Jarls are pretty good right now. There's a lot of other things going for Norse. And Zeus, Craghack, last game, he was under pressure. And under pressure specifically from Edgecrusher, who was once again his opposite in this 2v2. So we'll have a quick look at the relics. There's a lot of relics on this map. Tusk of Dankang. Oh, this is a great one. Spawns 2 pigs every 150 seconds. I really like it. I think probably better players than I would say it's not as good as that, but I really like just a free source of food in base that isn't farming. Tower of Cestus. Black Lotus. This is an interesting one for a team game. Games tend to go to farming stage more often than not, so Black Lotus more value than your standard 1v1. Canoptic Jar of Imseti. Minus 25% on infantry train time. Quite powerful. And the Scarab Pendant. I think we've seen the Scarab Pendant many times this tournament. The Blanket of Empress Zoe as well. So things are kicking off at the usual pace. No crazy timings that I can see. It's going to be Athena for Craghack, Freya for Odin. Zookt is going up with Oceanus, which makes sense. And Bust for Isis, which is also pretty standard, all things considered. Now, what is it for Gaia? It's Oceanus or it's Leto, right? Yeah. Or Letho. Is it Letho? Leto. Or Leto. Yeah, Oceanus, just a no-brainer. Especially into an Odin matchup where there's just going to be, you know, Odin having just access to a ton of Herser if he wants them. Now, does prosperity work for your teammate? Is the next question I have. I think it may not. Blanket of Empress Zoe has become a lot better with the fort upgrades due to the fact you need siege now, says Kries. Yes, absolutely. However, there was also... where was it? I think we saw the Scarab Pendant, right? We've seen it so often. I think... Was it this game as well? No, perhaps not. But look at this. Valkyrie already on the Oracle hunt. One Oracle managing to get away into the Sentry Tower. But the Valkyrie didn't hear no bell. However, the healing on the... Did you see how quickly the healing on the Lush was for that Oracle? Oh, and we did have a Caladria in the sky as well. I didn't see that. Yeah, the Caladria coming in clutch there. Didn't see the Caladria. That makes sense. Heracles doing battle with some Murmillo at the front line. Katoskopos causing trouble on the flanks. And some obelisks coming up from Edgecrusher, but no aggression as of yet. Unlikely to see it until the next age, I would wager. If I were a betting man. And a lot of pressure from Raiding Cav onto Zookt. Not able to keep his position on this hunt here alive. Although, slaps down a Raiding Cavalry and forces the Raiding Cav to back off. That's not something I was expecting. But it shows you the power of the hero citizens. Although I think perhaps one citizen died. I thought there was 3 here. Oh, and the wolves get involved as well. Not the wolves, anything but the wolves. The Valkyrie. The Caladria. Getting the clutch heal on, or was that the heroization? Oh, but there's the bolt on the Caladria, so see you later. And it's going to make life very hard for that citizen who falls. Heracles crumping on the last citizen. But here comes the Carnivora to try to make a difference. But there are 2 Greek heroes here. The Carnivora are not going to get as much value as they would have liked. But the Murmillo also doing a lot of work. But retreating for now. The damage is done. The citizens are dead. No need to throw away your military as well. as the Murmillo pull back. Did the wolves make it out? I don't think so. I think the wolves might have eaten it. Well, not fast, but a second town centre for Edgecrusher. So his economy is going to start increasing. And it's interesting that there's all this pressure onto Gaia. A little game pause from Craghack. It's interesting that there's all this pressure onto Gaia when it's really Isis that snowballs like crazy of the two gods. Not to say that Gaia can't snowball, but sometimes I feel that pressuring one player with both of your players' aggression is sometimes potentially fraught, depending. Because if that player can hold, you've invested a lot while the other player was booming. But no one wants to be that player in a team game where you're the one who's being dived by everyone while your other player booms. But sometimes you got to take hits for the team, you know? That's just how it goes. That's the strategy. Pegasus coming out for Craghack here. Only Gungnir Odinspear gathered for him so far, which of course is going to boost Hoplites. We haven't seen much Hoplite spam from Craghack. Of course, not really a super viable strategy. But Hoplites doing a lot of damage versus buildings. I'm not sure if that's any good this patch. I haven't seen many players go for it, so my assumption is no. Hopefully we see the game get underway here in a moment. What else is there to talk about in this particular situation while we wait for the game to resume? You can see all players have taken these sort of exposed expansions to hunt, which are kind of risky. Now, Team Craghack can get away with it because they're on the aggression right now. ISIS's presence militarily on the map is basically nothing. But they got the armory up. They haven't gotten any upgrades just yet. I believe we probably saw... no, I don't think they've gotten any techs as well. Interesting. These citizens very far forward on these board. That's going to be a sore spot, potentially. Now, just have a quick look at Odin while we wait for the game to unpause. We did see Odin advance through Freya. Now, Freya is pretty stock standard as a high pressure classical age god, minor god. But Heimdall has certainly seen a lot of viability increase this patch. But what I like about Freya is that we're likely to see a potential synergy with Nord into Balder to get the massive boosts to cavalry. The sort of all-in cavalry build is certainly possible, and I really do think that Walking Woods is really good this patch. Certainly Mountain Giants act as pretty tasty options for siege units in a mythical sense. But the value that you can get through Skadi is also immense. So it's a difficult choice. I'll be interested to see what Mowgli goes for. As far as Gaia is concerned, I would be interested to see this choice between Thea and Rhea. Of course, Rhea giving access to Behemoth's really good. Trader, not bad. But at the same time, Dryads also pretty good, giving, I think, no crush damage, I don't think. But certainly really good as a frontline supplement. Not to mention Stymphalian birds with the potential to do a lot of work on clumped up groups of infantry, but I don't know, Stymphalian birds kind of have fallen off in the recent patches. So I'm interested to see what the strategy ends up being from Zukt. Just going to quickly alt-tab and check the Discord to make sure everything's okay. Don't think I see anything written there. No, so the pause is a mystery for right now. Hopefully the players will get underway in a moment. I'm sure they wouldn't have paused unless it was important. Oh well, let's just get through some pre-roll ads, huh? Let me check the predictions while we wait. Oh, I don't think anyone bet on this particular prediction. You can unpause yourself. Nah, they haven't unpaused. Yeah, Craghack just unpaused the game. I clicked this a whole bunch before, so that wasn't me that just did that just then. Funnily that the timing happened as I was clicking it, just to show that it wouldn't work. But I promise you, had to wait for Craghack to unpause the game. Looks like it's a little choppy, so I might just do a little pause, unpause myself. And we're back underway. So the mana up there are getting removed. There's a bit of a collapse into this location on the map as the Sphinx looking to try to get that Minotaur down, but there's just too many units and they drag the Sphinx before the Minotaur could fall. Caladria back in the sky, the last one being bolted out of oblivion. And Mowgli going to be doing some boar slaying. It serves as a little favour gathering, of course, but also it starts the meat rotting. So there's a bit of a decay rate on the potential food for Zukt already. And Labyrinth of Minos coming through for the Minotaurs of Craghack. But Isis, just very happy to just keep booming. More and more gold. Pharaoh here empowering the gold at home. And Zukt with enough Mamillo to hold the line, not to mention watchtowers coming through. Edgecrusher getting to the heroic age reasonably quickly. Goes through Sobek, so he's going to have access to that Locust Swarm, not to mention Pet Sobek. Migdol coming up in the center, but there's going to be a whole lot of pressure coming from Team Craghack to push Edgecrusher back. He abandons the location after dropping a little, I would say, a little bit of a trigger-happy Locust Swarm, but getting a lot of damage done onto the Hoplites, certainly not a terrible thing. Mermillo's coming in here to finish them off, but there's the Restoration, cleverly baiting in Zukt to a situation that's really bad for them, but they're going to be able to pull back, losing a few Mermillo, but Mermillo are relatively cheap, all things considered. And those Hoplites healed up to full, but the pressure is now back onto Zukt as the Forest Fire going onto the Gaia Woods. No worries, another Gaia Woods used at the back. But the mana taking a lot of chip damage there. As is that Crenellations coming through? Yep. So Crenellations coming through. Let's have a quick look at the wording on it. So it adds a damage bonus against cavalry. Interesting. Not to mention the max range and increased track rating. But Isis with the Pet Sukos, Pet Sukos, or Suchos, and some chariot archers coming through, but there is certainly just a whole lot of military from Team Craghack. roaming around the center of the map, looking for blood. Zookt moving southward, trying to cover his teammate. And doing a good job getting up a bunch of economic guilds, going to be able to spread that lush, so faster rotations. You love to see it. And Monument to the Soldiers built forward, preventing god powers in this area at the very least. But all the god powers have been spent. The only god power still in the arsenal is, of course, Eclipse, not to mention Carnivora, which are, of course, both Team Zookt god powers, not affected by ISIS's deal. Whole bunch of markets set up in the south, a little preemptively, perhaps a plan once set. Oh yeah, no, here come the villagers. The raiding cavalry just missing their timing, as a stray hoplite. Oh, I think we did lose a single labourer there. The raiding cavalry able to pick the rotating villagers off just at the right time. Does notice that they're rotating. And some more elephants coming out for Edge Crusher. That's going to cause problems. Oh, and what's this? In the back, a little Murmillo action. Bite of the shark, putting a little poison onto the medium raiding cavalry. But the economic guilds go up, the economic guilds go down. There's just not enough military here to contain the might of the two army shenanigans. But there's a Carnivora coming down onto these raiding cavalry that try their best to deal with the Murmillo pressure in the back here. It's more of a thorn in the side of Mowgli rather than anything. But that Carnivora just ate another raiding cavalry for breakfast. Maybe we'll see another one get snatched up. Yep, there he goes. That's, I think, 3 raiding cavalry eaten so far. Not to mention the slap of the tentacles there. Getting good value. There's another one getting nommed on. This Carnivora going to get good work. As the raiding cavalry donate their lives to the Carnivora, that's another one getting nommed. But meanwhile, what we've been missing is just a whole bunch of aggression right under the town center of Zookt, as the double armies of Team Craghack looking mercilessly for citizen kills, and they're finding them. If we look at the villager count, still kind of actually in favor of Team Zookt, but only thanks to the power of ISIS's double TC early strat, as the town center of Zookt falls under the pressure of all of these raiding cavalry, these hoplites, not to mention these are Zeus hoplites, which get that bonus versus buildings, making it very difficult to hold the line. But ISIS coming forward with camel riders and chariot archers, a few priests, some Petsukos, something, as that Minotaur gets destroyed by the might of the priest mass just tearing down any and all myth units. But there's a lot of blue still in yellow space. And where are the citizens? How many remain? They're running around looking for places to be. There's the Walking Woods, and that's going to be a problem, as Mowgli hits his age 3 timing. Going to be able to destroy most of what's left of Zook's base, as the citizens, they migrate north, which is not where they want to go, because the safety is behind the army of ISIS, as they try to loop round, get their way back south behind safe lines. But it is a disaster for Zookt, as he is really, really injured by this constant pressure. And there goes the Eclipse, trying to boost the damage of the lone Petsukos. But shooting at hoplites, not able to get the damage where he needs it. Mountain Giant goes down, but there are so many Minotaur here as the raiding cavalry come forward. And the citizens back on their town center trying to rebuild it, while the Walking Woods are destroying manors in the back. And it looks like, with the priests and the camels, there's going to be just a slight containment on all these Minotaurs coming forward for Craghack. The pressure is incredible. Here is the War Elephants. And Craghack still with a very healthy amount of Minotaurs and Hoplites left in the base of Zookt, as he finishes his town center, which is going to buy him some time and certainly help his economy recover. But the villager count about evened out. Certainly not looking good for Zookt as the pressure continues. Single Murmillo battles 2 Greek heroes to the death. as the hoplites surround the town center with the walking woods. There's a lot of crush damage on the table. The Minotaurs are looking for citizen kills. This is going for the throat. It's really all up to ISIS to contain this mass. The citizens try to flee. It's up to whether or not Team Kraghack can stay on top of them. If they can kill these citizens that are migrating, it's really no way that Zookt can get back into this game. The advantage is so heavily in their favor already. And Ice is doing a good job of attacking these trees that are moaning into my ears constantly as they slam down yet more buildings. But the army of ISIS really taking off now. The boom from ISIS certainly successful, and it really is up to ISIS to hold the front line now, allowing Zookt time to rebuild. But it's going to be difficult. That's a big ask from ISIS. The question is, have they been able to boom enough to hold the forces of 2 players simultaneously? If anyone can do it this patch, it's an Egyptian player, as the the chariot archers, the Petsukos, the camel riders, drive back the red and blue armies. And there is a lull in the violence. The Raven of Mowgli, seeing the town center built in the back by Zookt, but not really able to do anything about it for right now. Do we see 2 town centers for Zeus? We do. And the villager lead climbs further into Team Kraghack's favor. Camel riders getting onto some Greek villages as well. That's big. Looks like they get a really good surround on a lot of them. There's hoplites here in the mix, though, which is bad for the camels. Looks like they weren't able to get as much value as they'd hoped. A lot of villagers licking their wounds now as the camels ride deeper into Blue's base. Not to mention a few Mamillas looking around the edges for a couple of villager value as well. But here come the hoplites onto the back lines of Edge Crusher. That's their name. Looks like they're getting good work. The restoration coming down. I think this is their second restoration cast. It's going to buy the hoplites time to kill as many chariot archers as they can. But there's the Carnivora. The Petsukos trying their best to tear down units, but of course they're really good at tearing down high HP units, and hoplites they're a little bit wasted on. The elephants, of course, also count as cavalry being torn down by the hoplite spam of Kraghack. And there's a lot of value from ISIS that have gone off the map. If we look at the military value, you can see it's 170 to 84. In terms of value, it's nearly double the resource value on the side of Team Kraghack, so it's definitely in their favor. But the camels in the back, not relenting, still running around looking for value, going to find a wall blocking them, but unfortunately the hoplites give up the chase. A couple of villages definitely vulnerable for Mowgli. We'll have to see if ISIS is able to find some value. It looks like instead they're just going to try to get out of here. No, or perhaps not. A little attack order onto some buildings. But the hoplites, they know where Zookt is trying to rebuild, and they have a lot of damage on buildings with the 60% bonus. And so we're going to see the classic, the most traditional of Zeus plays, getting a whole bunch of hoplites around a town center. And look at how quickly that building goes down. And there it is. That's all she wrote from that town center. And Zookt very much struggling to find a foothold to get back into this game. The camels, though, doing their best to give Kraghack a headache, keeping him busy, at least as busy as they can. But these hoplites here are going to be able to clean up the rest of these buildings. Raiding cavalry finding some value on some ISIS laborers that were trying to build a Migdol to help secure this location for Zookt. And they're just efficiently finding the weak spots. And there's a little bit of pressure coming in over here onto Kraghack's second TC. Even some camels going behind lines. And it could be enough to draw the attention of both armies over here, but I don't know. It's going to be pretty difficult for Edgecrusher to keep the pressure on. The raiding cavalry on the hunt for the last of Zook's citizens, and certainly he's going to find them as they retreat, trying to get to the safety of the Migdol. They guess wrong and go north. A little bit of a correction here, but it's going to be too late, I think, to kill them. They turn to fight under the Migdol. Interesting. These are hero citizens, all. Is it 7? It is 7. So it's a 7 samurai situation. Able to hold the line under the Migdol. Chase the raiding cavalry away. Zook stays in the game for now. Meanwhile, Edgecrusher being pushed back by the combined forces of Mowgli and Edgecrusher, moving their military. And this Migdol, can it hold against the might of the Zeus hoplite? Doesn't seem like it, although they're getting some decent damage done as some hoplites dive onto the laborers. More and more hoplites coming in. How many? 47 hoplites in this location. That is so many. And you can see that this Migdol is being dragged down like it's nothing. And some Murmillo causing some problems in the middle of the map. Zooked a final nuisance before tapping out. And that's going to be all they wrote from that game. Well, an interesting one. Certainly, Hoplite's very effective as building bashers in this patch. 1.6 times. Not crazy, but in large numbers, it can add up pretty quickly. And even with military there to stop them, you know, it's you can't kill them fast enough, is basically what I'm trying to say. Benny WR with the first chat saying GG. GG indeed. Alright, let's get out and onto the other scene while we wait to see how the players are getting along. That was game 2. So I'll have to update the scoreboard there. So it's 1-1 now. So it's going to go to a game 3. We'll have to see who wins. I'll pay out the prediction, but no one bet. No one bet. No one's putting their channel points on the line. So, let me have a quick look at the bracket. Let's give it a wee update. So check this out. So Skirnir and Dark Soul managed to defeat Marty and Sideswipe 2-0 to climb their way up in the loser bracket. So we'll have to see if they can make their way all the way back. I'm for one, I'm eager to see. All right. All right, we're just waiting for the next game to get underway. Once again, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be casting a 2v2 tournament. I got to say, I don't think about 2v2s in a tournament setting very much, but I've been interested to see the different strategies. Certainly, there's a lot of untapped potential in terms of meta for 2v2s. You guys in chat probably know a lot more about the meta for 2v2s than I. Greek Norse certainly seeming really strong, but I'm enjoying the experimentation from Zoot and from Edge Crusher. Next game is anyone's game. It is a crisp 5:50 a.m. here in Australia. But we're going strong. I'm taking a sip of some caffeine. Maybe now's a good time to have a little coffee break. Get yourselves caffeinated, perhaps hydrated. The usual reminder to check your posture. So we've seen Atlanteans, we've seen China, we've seen Egypt, we've seen Norse and Greece. It's been a representation across the Pantheon spectrum so far. Alright, so the players in the next game are about to start. We're nearly underway into game 3. So we'll get the prediction going again. I'm going to extend the betting time a little bit. So here it is. Place your bets for the next game, the final game of this best of 3. Plenty of time to get your channel points in on the prediction. Now, let's check if this game's underway. Yep, we're going. So here we are, getting into it. So, as I've said, last game on the best of 3 here. Let's actually make sure the scoreboard is updated. And we're going to see a bit of a shift, a bit of a change, a bit of a mix-up. At least from Team Zoot. It's none other than Shenong being played by Edge Crusher in the red. And their teammate in the blue. It's Zoot also on Shenong. A double Shenong matchup versus the Odin Zeus of Craghack in the green and Mowgli in the yellow. Now again, this map, Silk Road, known for its trading posts in the center of the map, which give a trickle of resources, so controlling these will be key. And out the gate, it seems that Team Zoot is going to be taking control of the of, well, it seems like all 3 of the initial trading posts. Craghax, Katoskopos trying to get a look in to switch control over some. And the trickle rate, it's kind of half a villager, right? So it really does add up over time. Of course, it's not a crazy amount, but you got to be careful. I think it's an interesting map. There's a little bit of, it's kind of it's a good team game map, I would say. So, as usual, we're going to be having a look at some relics. Trojan Gate Hinge to increase the base hit points of walls. Hermes Winged Saddles for hero movement, not a bad one. Svaldfari Sledge, or Svaldilfari, for fortress-like buildings getting their favor cost set to 0. Kind of interesting. Bridle of the Pegasus grants Pegasus that respawns for free. Yes, this one's quite good. We love a flying scout. Arrows of Heracles, giving ranged soldiers and heroes increased ranged damage. Harmonious Necklace for the gather rate for gold on villages increased by 10% of base, not bad. And Dwarven Horseshoes. You'll predict against. Why not? You got heaps of time on the prediction. I set it forward. I set a 10-minute timer on the prediction because I thought it was going to take a little while for us to get into game, but here we are. So you guys have plenty of time to make up your minds. So the lull, the early game lull here, as we wait for things to kick off in earnest. Oh, I like this. A little rotation on the house to create the perfect wall. You love to see it. And I want to give a couple of shout outs here to certain people. I want to give a shout out to Uros for the overlay. Big thank you to them for the DoD flavoring of it too. Love the scoreboard. And also a big thank you to Zooked for stepping in to fill in for Jollyman. Without that, we wouldn't be watching these games, and we've been loving their play so far, so big thank you to them. And finally, a big shout out to Godschalk for organising the whole event. Skirnir says in chat he put all his points on Crag and Mowgli because if they lose, you have to play them again. I like that. Well, technically speaking, if they win, you have to play them again too, eventually, you know? So some Yatza coming out for Zooked. Yatza, of course, kind of looking good this patch. And Craghack is having none of it as he bolts it down. But on the other flank, the double Yatza for Edge Crusher. No bolts left in the arsenal, but not bad walling from Mowgli. Of course, Yatza can dash past such walling, but when they do that, they're left exposed as they can't get out that easily without running their way through tower fire. I went to say arrow and Taro came out, which is a very different thing. But Watchtowers coming through from Mowgli quite early, as Team Zooked coordinating their Yatza for a strike on the wood line of Mowgli. One villager going down quite quickly, but the Hersa are here, and they drag down a Yatza in trade. So many Hersa, in fact, for Mowgli. And the Yatza having to run their way out with their tail between their legs. No watchtowers for anyone else just yet. We do see one of the ravens falling to the town center fire. You hate to see it. Pretty quick town center there, but look at this. Yatza with the ×3 against myth units, causing the Valkyrie to retreat. Valkyrie normally the ones putting the hurt on myth units, but meeting their match to the double Yatza. So, we got the town center up as Edge Crusher, and I will note that he hasn't yet connected the favored land. But not a lot of work needs to be put in to make it happen. Yatza in the back line for Crag Hack. One villager going down for Zeus. Jason running back a little bit too late. And it's interesting pressure we're seeing coming forward. The Yatza heavy play. I think that's the upgrade now for Edge Crusher. What's it called? Rage of Slaughter, giving more hit points and lifesteal. But the center trade post still controlled by Craghack as he attempts to put the pressure. Or he looks like he might be thinking about containing Zooked in their base. And I love this Shenong farm usage to keep the villagers there safe. But a bit of a clash in the center. Wait a minute. Is this Qilin... Was that the free Qilin? Must be. Labyrinth of Minos coming forward for Craghack. It's a classic. I'm curious to check. I can see up here. Yeah, they got the lightning weapons, so they definitely went up with the Yatza, which is the god Chiyo. More pressure from Yatza. And I like this early raiding strategy, you know, the idea of keeping your opponent busy, keeping their economy slow. Now, both Shenong players have gotten town setters reasonably early. Some raiding cavalry from Mowgli coming through here. So the shoe is on Team Craghack to make some, to put the pressure on them as opposed to the other way around. But Yatza doing a good job of keeping them distracted. Going to see some Aurochs slaughter for myth, for favor, I mean to say. Edge Crusher advancing to the heroic age through Rusho. Getting those white tigers on the field. Or Baihu, I should say. So a reasonably quick heroic age from Edge Crusher. I think the prediction just ended, so we'll have to see where it goes. Could be anyone's game now. I think both teams are looking reasonably confident as the Babbljin comes forward to secure this town center location. Walls coming up. Quite an entrenched position. Zook's second town center, a little bit less secure. Doesn't have the same kind of terrain to help wall off. So likely Zooked, yet again, going to be targeted by both players this game on Team Craghack. The villager goes down as the Yatza dive past the wall looking for blood, but Heracles coming in. But a great little dash there to keep just ahead of the game. Meanwhile, the second Yatza going to go on to the second town center of Zeus, excuse me, which is freshly constructed, I think. And the armies of Shenong, the Tao Wu in place, the Baihu here, not to mention a little amount of halberds, which can potentially Oh, I'd love to see the bowling skill used, but I think it was probably on cooldown. A shame. A little bit of a trade in the south of the map. Some hoplites and Yatsa doing battle. The second Yatsa coming to support. With a good dash, you could get a double kill here. It'd be some League of Legends stuff, but no. Looks like the dash stops on the person they click on. So no double kill today. And looks like Team Craghack collapsing on Edge. Is this Edge Crusher? Yeah, red is Edge Crusher. Diving under towers, looking for that value around the gold mine. Cutting off their path of retreat. They can get to the tower, but it's not going to be enough. There's a single Quaofu down, not to mention all the peasants dying. And absolute death. I think that was 2 Quaofu, a whole bunch of peasants. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a push forward from Edge Crusher as he tries to respond in kind. The watchtower now being taken as the the surviving villagers under pressure. That is so much death on Edge Crusher's behalf. This mass from Mowgli just doing huge work. The Fey Beasts come down, but it's far too late. And the raiding cavalry potentially looking for more value. Gonna go ahead and get onto these peasants here. More villager death. So much value on this raiding cavalry. It's incredible the amount of damage they've dealt. The Fey Beasts doing their best to chase. Still more raiding cavalry in the back. The poison doing its wicked work. Edge Crusher certainly feeling the pain. More Yatsa harass from Zookt in the back of Craghack's base. Mowgli healing up with the Valkyrie in the dark recesses of Edge Crusher's territory. And you look at the villager count, and surprisingly, given the fact that they built their town centers so early, it's still pretty healthily in favor of Team Zookt. But here come the raiding cavalry, and they know exactly where they want to target, and the peasants that got away last time aren't getting away today, at least some of them, as another huge number of peasants go down. Over to the woodline, the walking woods coming through. The pressure is on. Mowgli in fine form this game, as he's able to micro the front line and the back line well, getting the walking woods forward onto the town center perhaps to bash it down. Lightning weapons having to be used by Edge Crusher just to try to salvage some of the situation, but it's pretty dire. There's a lot of units here for Mowgli, and not a lot of support. I mean, he does have the ballet. Oh, but look at that. I tell you why. Wait, is that just of course the random unit generation from Shenong gets the Qinglong into the sky? That's going to be very difficult for Mowgli to deal with, but it may not matter. There's just so much peasant and Quaofu death, not to mention his military completely destroyed. The town center now dead. The ballet still stands, but for how long? There's still 2 walking woods here, not to mention a great deal of units. But the Qinglong able to just destroy all those throwing axemen, and now it moves on to the raiding cavalry. But there is a mountain giant here, and between them and the walking woods, this ballet's days are numbered. But in the north, Zookt, with his military mass pushing into Craghack space, trying to hold the line with Hydras and Toxotes, going to be able to stop an all-in. But the Fire Archer numbers are climbing, and you can see how they do a reasonable, decent amount of damage onto buildings here, and the production of Craghack under threat. But it may not matter, because the damage done to Edge Crusher is so extreme. You look at the numbers now, and it's villager count advantage to Team Craghack. We get a Tao Tai looking for trouble, looking to eat some units. forest fire. Where would that have been? In the back, no doubt. Over here. More villager death. Mowgli doing a great job of staying in all parts of the back line for Edge Crusher, just putting extreme pressure onto his economy. There's not a lot of it left. Edge Crusher basically out of the game, economically speaking, at this point. Mowgli has won this side of the map handily. So the pressure is on Zook to get some damage done onto Kraghack, and certainly the damage is being done. You can see the villager count still not crazy bad, but mostly it's these 3 Quaofu and a single peasant for Edge Crusher. So it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt for sure. We can see the drought. I think it's called the drought. Yeah, being used here to help get this town center down. And of course, the restoration is nice, but does it work on buildings? I don't think so, as the town center is dragged down. Dao swordsmen doing their work, holding the front line, while the fire archers tear apart the Hippaspis in the back for Kraghack. And there's not a lot here in terms of production, although there is the economy in the back, but these Yats are diving into the back to deal with that. And it looks like it's a bit of a trade, as Zook taking out most of Kraghack's potential, while of course Mowgli doing his best to put a seal on the deal for Edge Crusher where possible. Building town centers forwards. This will be his second town center, so the first expansion built from Mowgli. The Quaofu still live. The Battle of the Giants is this Quaofu trying his best to hold his own against the mountain giant, but with his tree friend, it's just not going to be it. The Yats are over here with some Dao swordsmen, holding on as the peasants turn to deal their damage, bashing with knives. But here come the fire archers, not to mention the rest of the army of Zook, clearing up what's left of this spot over here. Oh, and here is Zhuquei. Zhuquei. Okay, far out. These Chinese pronunciations, man. I gotta get my head around it. Zhuquei is here. Great role from Shenong. I really don't like this about Shenong, as he just, every now and then, just gets a high-value myth unit that you have to deal with. It's very difficult in the Age 3 battle. But Mowgli coming to the north now, trying to help his teammate rebuild, as more or less the damage is done to Edge Crusher. But Edge Crusher, with 2 Quaofu and a Dream, trying to rebuild. So many Godi here for Mowgli. Going to be able to deal with that Zhu Chui. And I think Zook knows that he's going to have to make the damage here count. There's a lot of military here for him, but a lot of military lurking for Mowgli in the corners. But he kind of wants to keep Mowgli up here. He wants to keep Yellow occupied with his forces in the north. The longer he does that, the more time Edge Crusher has to rebuild a semblance of an economy. If you look at the village account, you know, the combined might of Team Kraghack is about equal to Zook's economy. So Zook more than capable of fighting 2 players at once, currently speaking. But we'll see how long that lasts. I think Kraghack is definitely in a better spot to rebuild, and not to mention the bronze coming in, going to be huge, getting onto those raiding cavalry as well. But the Dao swordsman, not to mention the halberdiers, just doing huge work. The numbers weren't quite here. A Hundun coming in now as well, a powerful mythic age myth unit. But there are so many Godi, and it does its best to tank them all, but goes down quite quickly. Siege crossbows getting caught now. A little bit of a micro panic as Zook tries to deal with all this raiding cavalry coming forward. The fire archers well positioned to clean up the rest of this, but there's quite a lot here streaming in as well. The Valkyrie is a bit of a problem. There's a single Pioneer in the mix. I'd love to see some more of those Chinese unique heroes. I think Shenong gets access to one, but maybe not until Mythic Age. Let me check that really quickly. Shenong heroes. Where's the Imperial building? I apologize. I'll try to be quick. Imperial thingy. Yes. He does get access to the Sage and Jiangjia. But it's this guy, Wenzhong, that I was thinking of. So he does have access to some heroes potentially in Age 3. I'd love to see some of them come out. But right now he's going to have to retreat. And looking at the economy of Edgecrusher, he is recovering. Not to mention he's got all these Shenong farms, which are going to be very difficult to raid. So he does have that going for him. Looks like he got his own Zhu Cui. But also an entrenched position at the front here for Mowgli. But he does have a bit of a miss micro here as some idle villages going down. But you can understand why. There's constant battling going up in the north as the armies of Zookt and Mowgli trade again. Taking a quick look at the backline for Kraghack, he's rebuilding steadily, but he doesn't quite have much military production online quite yet. But he is getting that second town center built right back up. Ballet creep forward towards Kraghack's base. We can see, I think it's 3 town centers for Zookt right now. How many... Yeah, that's a good question. How many resources do the trade centers get in Age 3? Over here. 2.5 a second. That's actually crazy. I didn't realize it increased per age. That makes a lot of sense. 2.5, so, 2.5 villages, more or less. Zhu Cui are going to be giving its boost to all these archers, these heavy Chugonu, which are absolutely shooting like machine guns at the at anything really. You can see the rate of fire is crazy, but throwing axemen, Peltast, as well as some Godi, trying to trade, doing all right, and the forces of Edgecrusher start to move north across the map. And we see him here. Jiangjia has joined the fight, but there are no myth units left to be dealt with. But he's going to be able to tank a whole bunch of damage here, but perhaps not not tanky enough as he goes down to the oppressive ranged fire of Mowgli's army. But the middle trade post being taken by Edgecrusher, which is going to be giving him that sweet, sweet trickle right back into his bank account and going to help him rebuild. Yeah, Moksha says 0.5 base plus 1 more per age, so it's 1.5 in the classical age and 2.5 in the heroic age. And mythic age trading post, you get that sweet 3.5. And this Zhu Cui going to be doing immense damage to the army of Mowgli as he tries to build up this hill fort. It does manage to go up, but he lost a chunk of units there. But there's so many Godi, it's difficult to get the myth units online. Look at them all, just sniping away at this Hundun. A few units diving into the small contingency of Edgecrusher's army, but at least he's back in the fight. It's going to help Zook a whole bunch. Looking at the value, it's about 1k advantage to Team Kraghack. Militarily, it's almost caught up, but still about 15 villages in the favor of Team Kraghack as well. And so, definitely, red and blue on the back foot this game. And again, this is a contentious game. The winner of this going forward in the winner's bracket, the loser dropping down. Game 3 could be anyone's still, as both players, or all 4 players I should say, I keep saying both players because I'm so used to casting 1v1s. All 4 players fighting for their life here, playing out of their skin to try to climb back some advantage in the game. Mechanical Ox Caravans beginning their journey across the map for Zookt. But the middle of the map and the precious gold in the center starting to be claimed by Team Craghack as the portable rams move forward onto the ballet to cause problems, but there's quite a lot of Chuganu here to hold the line, not to mention Age 4 and the Blazing Prairie gets used right on all of this fighting in the center, dragging away the armies of green and yellow as the portable rams give their lives to tear down the ballet. Perhaps a victory to Mowgli. But there come the lightning weapons because of raiding in the back? No. I think perhaps a misclick on the lightning weapons. Unfortunate. Unless I missed something. But a dive forward. These Chuganu certainly scary with the rate of fire. This Zhu Cui now able to just put its whirlwinds down, start tearing people apart. Some Jarls into the mix now for Mowgli as he tries to build yet another hill fort, but perhaps going to have to abandon that particular one. Would love to see some more siege units from Zoot. Siege crossbows are fine, but I think axe carts are kind of interesting as well. But they're going to be able to shoot down the hill fort over there. There's a little bit of a raid in the back from White Horse Cavalry, but plenty of hoplites from Craghack to hold the line. Looks like he's rebuilding steadily, getting his houses online again. He still holds the town center where he first started the game. And the Tiger Cav, oh sorry, not White Horse Cav, Tiger Cav coming through, getting their upgrades, but hoplites still going to trade very cost effectively with them. And look at how many forts are across the center of the map. It is 2 trading posts to 1, currently speaking. And Mowgli having a look in at the base of Edgecrusher, but not able to find any purchase, trying instead to build up these hill forts over the middle gold mines. Trade is going to have to be a real consideration for Edgecrusher going forward. But the harassment from Zoot continues on. And Edgecrusher really pressured to hold the line here. As Mowgli, kind of torn between 2 mines, wants to help Craghack rebuild and hold, but also wants to put pressure on Edgecrusher, who's steadily getting back into this game. We can see that Craghack himself is almost actually at age 4. Which is quite interesting. And there has been an age 4 click up from Mowgli as well. Who's it going to be? Please say Balder. No, it's going to be Tyr for Mowgli, which makes sense. Tyr's really good. And look at that! Ask and ye shall receive. Some axe carts coming in with some siege crossbow, the double whammy, and suddenly all this gold in the center, which by the way, barely tapped, starts to fall. Ballets for Zoot coming up nicely. But the raiding cavalry are here, and there's nothing to help protect the siege. So, gonna get ugly there. And look at this tension between these 2 locations. As the Qinglong and the army of Edgecrusher waits for their day of revenge. But it's gonna be drama in the north of the map as Mowgli and Zoot continue to clash. As the Tiger Cav, not to mention a forward ballet, a whole bunch of Tiger Cav and more hoplites than you can poke a stick at, clashing as the town center the town center of Craghack goes down, but in response, there's the lightning storm, and it's going to cause all of the villagers that were building that ballet to dive into the old ballet behind them. Just for safety. But look at the lightning bolts striking the ballet in the back. A whole bunch. Nearly destroying it. That was crazy damage. Not enough to kill it though. And of course, up with Hera, we do see Medusa in the mix now. Will that change the tide? Restoration coming in as well. And it's looking bad for Zoot in this location as he's forced backwards. Tyr coming through as well. So, all kinds of wolves across the map looking to kill the vulnerable villagers and trade carts of Edgecrusher and Zoot, as Zoot tries his best to retreat behind the safety of his Babbljin. Absolute chaos across the map. Edge Crusher pushing forward. But while the damage was intense and the chaos was high, that's the power spike for both players hitting Mythic Age. And so now, with the God powers used, it's back to a clash of military. And looking at the board, it's still a heavy villager favor for Team Kraghack. It's looking like the Team China is on the back foot. Shenong boys needing to claw their way back into the game. And here comes Edge Crusher with an army and a dream. He's more or less rebuilt enough to participate in the game in earnest. Needs to have his pressure expressed across the map as Zookt continues to play this 2v1. Doing admirably to sort of both be a terror by applying pressure in the back, but also, look at this, building the town center here is crazy ambitious as the Zhu Cui and an axe cart come for the town center in the back, putting all players' micros to the test, including my own, as I try to keep track of everything. Edge Crusher still not yet applying the right kind of pressure onto Mowgli to force him back. But now the economy of Zookt under fire as these Huskars dive behind enemy lines, soaking up all that tower fire. Portable rams as well, getting onto the watchtowers at the home base of Zookt, as Zookt himself trying to apply the same pressure to all the villagers, and not to mention the armies of Kraghack in the back. And here we go. It's showtime from Edge Crusher as he starts to reclaim his territory, getting that trading post back. But the center of the map very much is in Mowgli control. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I need to take a breath. There's been non-stop action for the past, 10 minutes. Oh, and as I say that, as I call for a break, the merciful players give it to me. Wow, what an intense game there from Mowgli, Kraghack, Zookt, and Edge Crusher. Well played to Team Shenong, Team Zookt, getting the W over Mowgli and Kraghack. And I felt like that game could have gone on a bit longer. You know, I feel like it wasn't quite done, but they tapped out, feeling that the writing was on the wall. Well played to both players. That was a great game. So let's pay it out to those who said Kraghack and Mowgli. Well, I'm sorry to say, Zookt and Edge Crusher take the victory 2-1. And we'll be getting into the next game series here in a moment. So, the bracket. The next game series we'll be watching will be Zookt and Edge Crusher versus Moksha and Isomato. Which promises to be a great series. But that's not all we've seen from Team Kraghack, as Kraghack and Mowgli will be facing off again against their mortal enemies from the very first series we casted, Skirnir and Dark Soul. And they'll be playing in the losers bracket for a chance to crawl their way back to the finals. That's going to be an interesting series as well. The Revenge series. Two teams with similar styles. But in the meantime, we're going to just wait. We're going to wait for now as the players get ready. Zookt breaking people's ankles. Yeah, what a performance from Zookt that game. Gotta say, Edge Crusher held on for dear life, and Zookt just rolled up their sleeves and got busy. Absolute stellar performance. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, once again, thank you for being here. This is your posture check reminder hydration, caffeine, do what you gotta. I will also say we are currently at 399 followers. Our goal is 400. If one of you out there hasn't hit the follow button yet, why not? Just give it a little slap. Get us to our goal. It will make me a happy man.
Hello, and welcome to this casting of Series 4, Game 1 of the DoD and DAG Mixed Teams Tournament. I am Matilda Moksha 333, and I will be casting this game. I will be casting Series 4 and 5. So, a bit of a reminder of what's going on. So we are playing a tournament with mixed teams between the DoD and DAG clans. I am playing with Isomato in this tournament, and I am facing off against Sideswipe and Mari in this Series 4. And then Series 5 will be about one of the two teams facing off versus another team in the losers bracket. So this is Game 1 of Series 4. As usual on this tournament with the Chinese edition, so to speak, there are 5 maps, only 3 of which we're going to play for the best of 3 sections, which is going to be the case for Series 4 and Series 5. The first one of which is always going to be, well, it would be nice if it displayed, but the first one of which is always going to be Bamboo Grove. So this is what we are in for Game 1. So matchups are me playing as Kronos, with my teammate Isomato playing as Ra, facing off versus Mari as Loki, and Sideswipe as Freya. So just taking a look at what's going on. So, it's the usual IKKH, nothing too surprising right now, just scouting around. It's been a bit of time since I played this game, so I'm not too sure what I was about to do in this game. I think I'm gonna try to do the usual Kronos Rush idea, but since I don't have much practice with it, it's gonna be a bit tough to execute. And on the other side, okay, I'm figuring out how to use my keybinds for the spectator mode again. So, on the other side, not too much going on, as expected. So, back gold bind for Freya, which is very nice to defend against early Kronos Rush. Likewise for Mari. So, those are a nice spawn to fend off early pressure, especially since the hunt is on the side rather than very forward, although Mari wasn't quite so lucky. But he builds his temple accordingly in the front to... Well, he's still playing against a Kronos on the other team, so it's a bit of a gamble to build this forward or not, especially when you see an Oracle on the edge like this. Did anyone start aging up yet? Okay, so he just PQ'd it and it started before I deconstructed the temple. Whereas Sideswipe was careful to build his temple behind. Okay, I age up at this very moment. My temple is about to appear right here. Where to probably... Oh, I went for automatons. That's right. So this is the early action in this game. Mari is very quickly pulling back to his base. I'm just looking around and trying to find his berserk to bully, but then he's able to run away fast enough. Since he's quite a bit faster than my automatons. Sideswipe is taking his time raging up in the meantime, so this is a fair amount of early pressure and damage in terms of idle time, if not villager kills. I'm noticing that this automaton is very low health and I'm pulling him back and barely saving him. I will get this troll kill But I'm gonna lose one or if not two automatons for it. If memory serves me right. So one automaton for one troll is a pretty good trade, all things considered. We see Sideswipe going for one of the relics here, Tusk of Dankai, which is going to be very nice to turtle and defend against a lot of pressure. And Made is going for this relic, which is Gambantine, Odin's Wand, so it's going to make upgrades for the temple cost quite a bit less resources, as well as in this patch give a slow trickle of favor, as all relics do. So as we can see here, I'm straight up made a forward base at this point, in a sense, with game shifting and barracks. And I'm here to stay as much as I can. On this side, Isomato is going for this town center, in the center. The idea that we were going for, I think, is that we wanted to sort of secure the middle and do all that we could to keep it that way. We didn't do too good of a job scouting in the back of our bases, now that I'm looking at it. And on their side, Sideswipe and Mare are pretty content just defending and getting some buildings down at this point to get themselves going. We see Sideswipe going for another relic here, which is a very nice one, Girong, which gives plus 10 HP per second of regeneration to buildings. Not to buildings, to walls specifically. So here we are, Isomato and I, pushing together onto Made. I'm putting down a second deconstruct for whatever reason. I'm not even sure why he built the second temple, that's interesting. And so all things considered, we're not getting too much damage down here, especially now that the watchtowers are out and we are the ones in trouble. Well, not so much in trouble, but like it's time to retreat and think about doing something else at this point. Especially since Sideswipe is coming around to help. So essentially, the damage we did here is summed up by maybe getting a few unit kills, as well as forcing quite a bit of attention and APM on here, but there's not too much going on, so there's not too much room for forcing the opponents to make mistakes by paying attention to the fight. There's this hunt in the back, which is fairly secure, all things considered. He's exposed to raid on this side, but quite obviously I'm not going there at the moment. I like this Asgardian hill fort. I especially like how it's surrounded by two buildings, which makes it that to be denied you would have to go all the way around to attack those units, or attack the front of the hill fort, which is a pretty small area. So quite a defendable Asgardian hill fort. And that's where I'm going to put pressure on Sideswipe now. But there's not too much to do there, especially with the Asgardian hill fort. So going back to Isomato and to my point of view, I shifted my temple back. The idea was, okay, we're not going to get too much done here. I should pull back my buildings before they get destroyed. I'm going for these town centers now. Once again, the idea is let's just capture the center and control the center. I have started to scout behind our bases, but there's nothing too crazy going on. Made is starting to get his own second town center, and Sideswipe is about to do the same as well. So if we were to look at the villager count, Isomato and I are quite a ways ahead at this point, but it's nothing too crazy, especially before we get all the upgrades, economic upgrades later in the game, and especially because I'm not even sure we traded equally in terms of the pressure that we put on. We might have lost more units than the damage we did, so at this point in the game, Isomato and I think that we are probably a bit ahead, which is arguably the case, but it's not at all a lead that's going to be making the difference between winning or losing. So at this point, is anyone going Hurricane? Not yet. Okay. So Sideswipe has started to wall on this side, which is very clever. So has Mare. Sideswipe is about to get his town center now. And Sideswipe is trying to get a bit of raid going, which is a nice catch for us. We're catching quite a few units, and that's a very good trade for our team. Although he manages to escape with a few of his raiding cavalry still alive. And then he gets some idle time on me. He's even gonna get a citizen kill, if not even 2. Yes, he gets 1. Which is still a bad trade for him, but especially with those red eggs. But it's still a consolation prize in a sense. So just starting to scout here. Now there's walls there. This raid from Azomarto is not gonna be doing anything really. So the villager lead has stopped increasing at this point, and with that citizen kill, it's a bit closer between Sideswipe, Made, and Azomarto and I. So we see Made building a second wall here, which is probably a very good idea, given that he's got the gold income to spare. I started to build a wall of my own there, and I went for a third DC in the back, which in hindsight, because I've started to remember the game, in hindsight probably wasn't the right idea. And you're gonna see why a bit later, and I'll explain. So Made is first to Hurricane now. He's finally getting his pickaxe, which is arguably a bit late in the game. But by no means catastrophic, given the way the game has went so far. So Made is the one going raiding now, and that is a very nice catch for him, especially with the bears lending him a hand in killing those villagers. And this further evens out the... Oh, okay, you know, because I've got a third town center, I'm still building that lead between our two opposite sides, but that's a little raid that gets us closer and limits my booming. So this is very, very fortified now, very hard to push into without siege, which I don't have at the moment. Azomarto has also reached Heroic Cage. I believe, yes, I just started going to Heroic Cage myself, and Sideswipe is most of the way there. Note that both Made and Sideswipe are still only on one extra town center, so 2 town centers total. And he's gonna shut down this raid of mine very quickly. It's just not such a good idea to raid with automatons versus say Norse with potentially a lot of Hersa. And that's just a lot of value lost for me, and a lot of value gained for him. So Sideswipe just made it to Hurricane, and I will be getting there pretty soon now. Azomarto is starting to wall, just sent a few villagers to do so, same on this side. Which is a bit curious in hindsight, because I've got a wall on this side, so I'm not too sure what this wall is gonna accomplish. So, if we take a look at the military population count, it is much higher for, slightly higher for Made and Sideswipe, but by no means impossible to breach, especially now that I'm turning more units. And so we managed to deny this TC and push Sideswipe back to its base, and Made isn't gonna be dominating too much. But then, when both of them come around, there's a Tempest possibility, with the flaming weapons as well, so it becomes a bit dicey. And I wouldn't, like, even that the military pops and counts are equal, and that resources is barely on my side. It's still not the best of fights to take. Well, it wouldn't be the best of fights to take if it wasn't for Mare being very careless here, whereas Sideswipe is on the other side, and so that essentially means that the 150 military pop that Isomato and I have is facing off versus a 60 military pop or so, if not even less than that from Mare. And so that's turning out great for us. Although as you can see, there's a bunch of low health units for Mare and I, and that's when, for Isomato and I, and that is when Mare gets to Mythic Age, and that Nidhogg is really, really problematic for us. Even more so now that Sideswipe is coming on the back, and as you can see on the top there, this is a catastrophic fight for Isomato and I to take. And we just get essentially killed. And now Mare is starting to get those fire giants, and you're gonna see more of them very soon. And so what I was saying about the mistake of taking a 30 in the back is probably that it would have been a better investment of resources to go Heroic Age faster and then to go Mythic Age, instead of insisting on getting even more of an eco lead, which we already had anyway, and which, as you can see here, is very high in our favor. And at this point it's just trying to do damage control to limit the damage we take. I believe Sideswipe is... okay, he just started going to Mythic Age with Vidar, so it's not going to be immediately. But as you can see, this is still a very good fight for Mare and Sideswipe here. Especially with that Nidhogg, which has a giant amount of value in terms of resources. Well, not so much in terms of resources, but in terms of the damage it does. So this citadel is lost now, and we are pushed in our bases. Well, Isomato is pushed into his base, and I am about to be denied of this position. There's a cheeky procession of villagers from Isomato going for this gold mine. This gold mine is completely taken. Is there anything in the back there? It would have been nice to scout that. Voilà. That would have been so much less idle time for and working time for Isomato to go right there, rather than all the way to there. And this is just sad to see. Villagers that just go over to this mining camp instead of going to this one, just because this one wasn't finished building them. God, in hindsight, that is very sad to see. And so there's a bit of a respite now. The action has calmed down, but Sideswipe has taken this forward TC. So that means there's a good imposter on the table, potentially being used offensively. Mare has secured this position with a hill fort, now that he's mining on this gold mine and gathering from this hunt. Sideswipe is going into a bunch of farms, and yes, this is what I was saying about the fire giants. There's 8 of them now, and this is going to be extremely bad for us, especially now that Sideswipe has aged to the Mythic Age with Vidar, and as you can see, that is going to hurt, deny us this position. Well, it didn't quite destroy the mental, but the fire giants, that is amazing. 7 fire giants essentially one-shot another fire giant. And so Isomato is about to be pretty much out of the game entirely. It's quite amazing to see how long those guys take to destroy the town center. That said, there's 11 villagers repairing it, with the pharaoh empowering the monument and therefore the TC. But now that the fire giants have come around, that time, so it's just going down, and I am getting pushed back this position here. And by this point it's very clear that Azomato and I have lost the game, so we resign. Taking a look at the highlights. I did cover most resources with my 3 town centers and everything, but I just didn't invest them properly. I should have gone Heritage and then Mythic Age instead of getting that 3rd town center, I think. Or potentially what Azomato and I could have done after getting that early aggro off against Made is instead of hanging out in Classical and Heritage, we should just have invested more into going Mythic rather than making Army, because as we've seen that push, we did deny this town center, but then we lost that fight extremely badly. And so it's quite reasonable to think that if we'd both gone fast Mythic, relatively speaking, would have been in a much better position to push back and get stuff done. Looking at the timeline, I believe this is the fight where we lost a lot of stuff. Yes, because that was slightly after I got to Heritage. I had the 2 behemoths to destroy that town center that was getting taken. And so that's when it was pretty catastrophic. Made and Sideswipe lost very little. Made lost a bit at this point when he used flaming weapons, which was a pretty bad use of flaming weapons, all things considered. And then Made and Sideswipe just went up in military counts, while we went up quite a bit slower. And by the time they did that final push, that was extremely bad for us. In terms of civilian units, yeah, so Azomato and I were quite a bit ahead for most of the game, until the other 2 caught up with their own down centers. And then my 3rd down center allowed me to get even more ahead, but not enough to win the game, sadly. And even in terms of resources collected, I was very close ahead of Sideswipe. And Made was actually straight up ahead of Azomato, so if we go by teams, yes, we are just ahead of us, so that's kind of gives a good sense of how little damage Azomato and I managed to do early on in that game. And that also explains how, with their choice to go Heroic and Mythic rather than make a Classical and Heroic army, they managed to get the upper hand there. So, on to game number 2 of this 4th series of the DoD DAG Mixed Teams Tournament. Hello, and welcome to this game 2 of the 4th series of the DoD DAG Mixed Teams Tournament. So, as in game 1, I am playing with Azomato, who is from the DAG clan. We are playing off versus Sideswipe and Made, who are, well, Sideswipe is from the DAG clan and Made from the DoD clan, like me. And so this is game 2, so this is the map Step. So, for the choice of gods, I decided to hop on to Poseidon instead of the Kronos that I was playing in game 1. Azomato went for Shenong instead of Ra. And Made went for Shenong as well, whereas Sideswipe stayed with Freya. So a little reminder of how the choice of gods works in this tournament. So there's no draft, there's no bans, you just play the god you want, you can play the god you want as many times as you want, and you can also, like I prefer to do, change gods every time. So this means that the one-trick players can shine in this sort of a tournament, and that they're not just eliminated de facto because they're not good at playing all the gods, so that's nice for a more casual tournament. So from what I remember of this game, my idea was, as you're going to be able to see, doing quite a few Poseidon shenanigans, knowing this is a team game and that some stuff can be done. I was about to spill the beans, but I'm like, it's a better idea to let some suspense going on, but I think just having said Poseidon shenanigans in team games might be enough for some people to understand and guess what I'm going for. By the way, I don't know if you ever noticed, but depending on the god you are playing, the outline of the minimap is changing. So as Poseidon, this is how it is. As Shenong, it's like this. This is also Shenong, and Freya is like this one. So quite a nifty little thing that it took me like 8 months to notice since launch, I believe. Let's take a look at the relics on the map. So we've got the Jade Hair here, which is going to improve the movement speed of Myth units by 5%, as well as all relics. It gives 0.01 favor per second of trickle. Here is the Bow of Artemis, which makes ranged soldier, ballista, and ranged Myth units cost 10% less wood and gold, and that favor trickle. The Kifara of Apollo here increases the movement speed of villagers by 10%. The Nose of a Sphinx increases building hit points by 15%. The Titan's Treasure is a very nice one, which makes aging up cost 10% less food and gold. And Secrets of the Titans costs minus 10% food and wood, apparently. Which I never taken a look at that. Okay, so this means that, yeah, pretty much anything that's aging up, including the Titan Gate, costs 10% less resources, including fiber and wood, where it's relevant, which is with the Titan Gate exclusively. There's a relic somewhere here, but I just don't see it. They are very hard to see. I'm not crazy, right? Oh, I think it's just been taken by one of the players. That might be what's going on. Okay, so that was another of the Sphinx, which I might have seen already. I'm still confused. I'm still searching for it. In any case, there is also this one, the Eye of Horus, which increases the population cap by 4 for every town center that you have. And there's this relic in the back. The Trojan Gate Hinge, which increases the hit points of wolves by 40%. So, back to what action we've got going on. So, on Shenong and Freya's side, for now we don't see much going on. There's no second town center being grabbed. Maddie went for a very early watchtowers to defend against my attempt at a centaur raid, which is defending pretty well. And then Maddie is just fortifying his position around the gold mine. Ayasomato is waiting with his Yatsu as well. And on my side, my idea is I'm gonna do a naked quick age up. And so this is why I'm just sort of fortifying this gold mine, but not making any units. And at some point later, I'm gonna realize, wait a second, if I'm gonna age up quickly in this sort of a setting, I should have gone for a second TC, and then went for my age up. But you're gonna see it still somehow works out for me. Isomator here is going for a town center, which is, come to think of it, pretty dangerous to go there without any units to defend, not even those 2 pioneers, because at this point in the game he could totally be pushed off of this if it was spotted, but I'm not sure that, they don't even know about it. So villager count is slightly in my favor, which is a bit surprising, like in my favor, in the favor of my team, which is a bit surprising since we have all been on 1 town center so far. I think there might have been some TC idle time because of low food or something for Isomar, for Maddie or Sideswipe. So this has been fixed in the most recent public updates, but if you're just trying to get a Changchi to land anywhere. If it's on a tile, like a gold mine or a forest where it cannot land, it's just gonna give you an error and refuse to do it. Whereas now it's gonna move around and find a spot where it can land. So that helped me there to sort of defend. And thankfully he managed, well, for him, thankfully he manages to escape before I kill the Changchi. So, as you can see, that is as little of a military investment as I've done so far. I've just chosen to go for the second hero as well as the first one, because I'm moving on to this hunt now and I'm gonna need to defend. There I make it to Heritage, which means that I've got one more unit. I think I've lost my centaur by this point. Oh no, it's actually still there. Yep, that was a cheeky rally point going over this side. I don't think anybody else is aging up at this point. Nope. Although I am starting to be raided on this side, and I know that I've got to go back home, and I'm still gonna lose one villager, if not two. I'm not sure, I might have lost one here before I saw anything going on. And I'm putting down these fortresses, and as I said before, my idea is to age up quickly. I'm going Mythic Age, and this is going to be very nice to secure my food and this gold mine. So a very nice fortress here. If you take a look at my resources by now, this is where I'm realizing that I should have went for a second TC if my idea was to go for Mythic. And I think this is around the time where I adjust my macro, and I'm gonna go for this TC. On their side, there's not too much going on for Sideswipe and Maddie. It's kind of like, when I was playing the game, what I remember is that I was thinking they're probably booming very hard because there's no army attacking us. I could have been pushed off of a ton of stuff already. Maddie gets a nice villager kill here, but that's all he's gonna get. And then my heroes are coming around. I think I'm gonna kill at least, nope, not even one of them. So I was thinking that they must be booming or something. I was very afraid that I might get hit by a timing attack in like 1 minute or 2 minutes from now all throughout the game. But somehow it just didn't happen. And so that's what allowed me to make my idea work. And I think that at this point, yes, I'm going to take this town center. So Isomato is pushing a little here. Although that's not a fight he's going to be coming out winning, so he nicely pulls back. Mary has found the Bow of Artemis. I don't think any of them knows about this one up there. Which it wouldn't be a big deal in this situation, given they're both on 1 TC and it's early in the game that nobody's even top capped. So now Mary finds my fortress when he comes around here, and I managed to pull back early enough to not take any damage. Besides just a little idle time. I just finished this town center. I think I'm sending those guys to food. And now what I'm doing is, okay, I need to go to Mythic Age pretty quickly. I'm putting down... Did I hear farms? Okay, that was for Isomato. So if we take a look at the military situation, Maddie and Sideswipe are way ahead of us. I think if they did a concerted attack on either Isomato or I, they probably could win the game straight away. Maybe not by actually winning the game straight away, but by causing enough damage to Saddlespag, and then just keeping the pressure up after that. And I think that'd be in a fantastic spot, but for whatever reason they chose not to do so. Like, I suspect they might have been concerned that we had enough army to defend, since after all, 95 military pop between two players is not very high, so it was a reasonable assumption to make that we would have at least as much. Although just scouting to make sure would have been nice for them. I'm noticing that Sideswipes likes these sprawling bases. It looks very pleasing to the eye for me. Like there's this crossroads almost going into the base. There's this wall there. It's a nice take on SimCity, but in a way. Maddie is going for this town center now. Isomato just made it to Header Gauge. And now the villager lead is very big in Isomato's favor and in my favor. 30 villagers ahead of the opposite team. I started to build a wall there because I knew they're gonna come around at some point, and I want to make sure that this is as safe as it can be. There's this little scaffold in the center that just doesn't go really anywhere, although that army of Isomato would just shred this army of sideswipe. Maybe not so much now that there's some more infantry there, but if the scaffold had happened there, that would have been the case. Looking at this fall from Mare, it's okay, I guess, although it would have been a much better wall to do here, here, and here, or maybe even here, 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 because that would secure this gold mine, these hunts. Maybe if the even better one would have been here and here, so that just 2 walls instead of 3. Although there's many options. It's not like this is a bad decision either. Although if he wants to put down a market, he might as well secure walls here and put the market in this corner already. Am I going Mythic yet? Yes, I am. And so since I'm going Mythic now, any resources I have can go into other stuff, but the unit I want to train, which is a Hetairoi, can only be trained in Mythic, so that's why I'm sitting on all of these resources at the moment and not spending them. And on their side, Maddie and Sideswipe, especially Maddie from memory, are going to be about to put on some pressure onto me, but sadly for them it's coming a few minutes too late. They are still way ahead in military pop. We have caught up to the military pop they had 5 minutes ago, and they are now way ahead themselves. And so I've got this Pegasus, and I'm gonna do a cheeky thing with it. I'm building the second fortress because I want to secure this main base a bit further, and I need many fortresses to start spamming those Hetairoi. I'm gonna notice shortly that I cannot upgrade my cavalry in the fortress, and so I'm gonna put down a stable somewhere. So that's my Pegasus going here. I'm just gonna have a look around, I think, and determine that this is not the best place to do any sorts of earthquake. And that is when Maddie comes around to put pressure on me, and I just go, okay, I'm gonna go with ceasefire, because I cannot take this army, it would just destroy me too much, and so that was the right call to make, I think. And on this side, Isomato is very far away, dealing with some raids on his side, so there's no help coming quickly enough to defend me, by any means. We can now see that Sideswipe is going for this TC in the back, and that Maddie is taking this forward TC. And now they're about to do a joint attack on me, and Isomato's army is still so far back. And that is when I'm in big, big, big trouble, even more so with this combo of Drought and Tempest and lightning weapons, although there are Isomato's babies to help a little bit. And if you look at the military pop, I am actually losing pretty much all I have, and the count doesn't go down so much, only because Isomato's army hasn't been touched yet. I think I will lose this town center from memory. And at this point, I'm pretty sure we've lost the game. but I'm not entirely sure. And so, like, I've still got quite a bit of infrastructure. I've got all my buildings. I just lost one town center. I don't even think I lost many villagers, and we are still quite a ways ahead. So I'm just like, let's keep going and let's see how this goes. And Isomato thankfully manages to clean up this army of Sideswipe and Maddie. I think in big part because all his units were full health, whereas Isomato's Maddie and Sideswipe's units had taken some damage prior. And so we managed to hold there, although we've taken a lot of damage. I'm not even sure I go back for this town center quite yet. Yes, I chose to go for this one in the back first, because this would be a lot more difficult to deny than this one. And especially because when I had the resources to build another town center, the fight was still going on there. And now I'm getting my bunch of Retiro going again. And I'm gonna be starting to upgrade them now. And this is when the tide is about to turn. Okay, so I forgot to... like, there was so much going on this side, I didn't even take a look there, but what happened is I flew my Pegasus here, I dropped the Earthquake onto here. This town center is full health because it's a new one that he rebuilt after I destroyed the other one. And so I think that set them back quite a bit because it was essentially the same amount of damage they did to me, but done to them with the Earthquake, and we lost less army than they did in the last 5 minutes of the game. So I think he destroyed a few houses. Yes, and he still rebuilt them, so we're rebuilding them on this side. So that was a big dip, like a big amount of damage done in terms of their tempo and timing, and that allowed me to get quite some breathing room to get going again. So as you can see, I still haven't taken this town center back. I'm building a market because I'm gonna need it to sell some of that, well, to buy some of the resources with that gold. And I still haven't taken it because I've been in a situation where I've taken a TC that I had just lost quite a few times, or an opponent did, and that never really ended so well, because you have to, there's the investment of building the town center, and there's the investment of getting villagers again, and that kind of very much puts you back in terms of tempo and timing. So that's why I was careful to only take one and not two. And so at this point, Isomato has got a big army, and we decide to push on Maddie here. We're taking a good fight here. Looking at it, we are behind in terms of military posts, but it still works out for us. I got a few Hetero to go in the back, I think that just went around, but doing some raiding. Isomato has got his Yinglong now, and that is when this military difference sort of doesn't matter as much anymore, because there's not many ranged heroes for anyone, and so that Yinglong is just free to get thousands of resources of value in terms of kills. And so a fight that was probably gonna go even, or maybe even in the advantage of Sideswipe and Maddie without that Yinglong, becomes an overwhelming victory for us. And then I've got more and more of my head hero with the area of effect damage and the regen and the lifesteal. So even if they're not heavy yet, although they just got heavy, they're still performing okay versus a Hurricane army from Shenong and Freya. And now I've got this Petrobolos to push very hard in this forward position. That is a lot of dead villagers. So Isomato Yinglong finds this gold mine and its villagers. So they pull off just fast enough to not get killed, but it's still a lot of idle time and an unusable gold mine for a bit there. I love how my Polyphemus is just walking into town and about to start bashing on the town center. I think somehow Made managed to kill my petrol bolus that were there, maybe with a few villagers or something. So that slowed us down a bit in taking down the sound center, but it still ends up falling pretty convincingly. In that same time, Sideswipe is trying to push an Isomato, but he doesn't really have the numbers and army count and siege capability to get much done. So Isomato and I are free to do whatever we want on this side. Looks like my Holy Famous got killed there. And I am getting Champion Cavalry, I'm getting my armor upgrades at this point, and you might have realized already that there's no stopping us at this point, and to be perfectly honest, I don't think there's any way to come back from this, unless Isomato and I were to do a giant blunder. But this is a... I personally do think the Hatayroy need a rework of some kind, in terms of the damage they do and their durability. So Sideswipe managed to take down that town center and build one of his own, but he might as well not have. I am now taking this town center. We just destroyed this one, and Money resigns, and so does Sideswipe. And this is the end of game 2. So taking a look at the post-game. So, as you can see, all of us were pretty slow to get their military pop and armies going, me slowest of all. I lost quite hard in that first push, but so did Maddie, and actually Sideswipe did a fairly okay thing. I think what happened is he was making units at the same time as he was losing them, and so he took more losses than you would see on this, because of all the units that died there, quite a few were being remade here at the same time, so the military resource value doesn't exactly reflect that. In terms of civilian units, Isomato was just so far ahead of everyone for so long, and I was late to take my second town center, so it was pretty even, but just with Isomato we were way ahead in terms of resources. Maddie was quite behind actually, which is a bit surprising to me. And yeah, we're just so far ahead in resources by the end. It's interesting that Isomato killed so many units. I just didn't, because I was so busy dealing with my own side and the stuff that was going on my side, I didn't realize he had done so much damage throughout the game. And not even that he'd gotten so many villager kills. I did destroy the most buildings though. Okay, I'm gonna go to game number 3 now, and I'm gonna see you in a little bit. Hello, and welcome to this game 3 of the 4th series of the DoD and DAG tournament. Well, 4th series, 4th bracket. We are playing, so I am playing with Isomato in this series versus Sideswipe and Maddie. So this is game 3 after one win on each side in this best of 3. So whoever wins this game wins this series. So the third map is always going to be Silk Road in this tournament. So the idea is there's 5 maps in the map pool, only 3 of which are going to be played in the best of 3 games, which is all the games except the losers finals and grand finals. So map 1, Bamboo Grove, map 2, Steppe, map 3, Silk Road, map 4 would be Great Wall, and map 5 would be Pitch Blossom Land, I think. So, as you might know, Silk Road is a pretty aggressive map because there's so much to be gained by capturing the training posts there and getting stuff done. So Isomato has chosen to play Zeus, which is a very nice aggro god for this map. I have went with Nuwa, because I like my Chinese. Mari has went with Loki, like in game 1, and Sideswap is playing Freya for the third time in this series. So already right out of the gate, Isomato and I have captured all 3 trading posts. This one is just completely unguarded and unprotected, but the thing with Norse is they need their berserks to build as well as to scout, although there's no reasons they couldn't be around the center. Like, I think like in this map there's an argument to be made that scouting is maybe not quite as important as like keeping as much of a trade post as you can. And maybe it's just enough to find one gold mine, one hunt in the back, and then to make sure to keep the trading post as much as possible. I am just sending some Skylanders all the way from here. And my idea right away is I want to build buildings here. And I'm going to go for a bit of an idea that you can do with Nuwa. And I want to have some favored land around here, ASAP. Sideswipe just went to the center and captured this one. And I think Isomato is... Okay, he doesn't even have his Catescopus contesting this one. But now that he saw that, he's going back to this one. As we can see, his ready point there. Made is building his temple there. And so is Sideswipe. And on my side, I've just started to age up. My temple is way in the back there. Isomato has already built his temple and is also aging up. Made just started. And Sideswipe has not even yet started yet. So Made has captured this trading post again. And he's just scouting a bit around it. So the thing with a trading post is you get a bit of resources, a bit of a trickle of resource when you've got it captured. But unlike a Plenty Vault, it's only one resource at a time. And unlike a Plenty Vault, it gets better with its age. So in Archaic Age, as you can see here, it is 0.5 resources per second. When you get to Classical Age, it goes up to 1.5. In Heroic Age, it goes up by 1 again, so that's 2.5 resources per second. And likewise in Mythic Age, it becomes 3.5 resources per second. So the biggest increase is when you go from Archaic to Classical, and suddenly it becomes 1.5, because relative to the eco that you have at that moment, it's a much bigger increase than going from 1.5 to 2.5, or from 2.5 to 3.5 later in the game, when you've got more villagers, more eco upgrades, etc. So it's actually quite a big deal to have the trading post at this point in the game, around 3 to 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. That is when they give you the biggest advantage. So I'm building forward buildings, and as you can see, I'm already starting to go for a tower. I've procured my tower upgrade there. Isomato has a pretty convincing position here. Like, I don't see Made pushing in with just a few houses right now, so for now there's no contesting this, although there's no reason why they couldn't just take a look here and grab this this guy. This is my Chang-Chi, and as soon as I see that, I'm like, I need to bail, but I can't fly off quite yet, so I have to run around before I can take flight. He might have been able to get 1 or 2 hammer whacks onto my Chang-Chi if he kept chasing, like during the animation where it takes flight. I don't think anybody's going for a second town center at this point, which is, in my opinion, the correct way to go. Given that you have a trading post for extra resources anyway. So I'm starting to train some units. That sentry tower is just finishing to go up, just in time to... That is a very close timing. I would have lost that peasant if it was even 5 seconds later. Maddie has captured this center. I know about it because I've got my Changchi there. Isomato has built a military academy here. And I've pretty much denied anything going on here. And I think he's gonna get not even one villager kill. I don't have crenulations yet, but I'm just about to have it, so I won't be afraid of any waiting at this point. Okay, so Isomato did get this relic, the Tusk of the Iron Ball, so plus 10% hit points for cavalry. He's not going into any cavalry himself, but it's always good to have it for the little favor trickle rate, and that way neither of the Norths can have it, and so their raiding cavalry just do not benefit from it. At this point I'm settling some units on this side because I know I've got this tower there. I'm training still a few more units. I can hold this position pretty safely for now. And what if I go for wooden walls instead of just towers? And I think I'm researching advanced defenses now. Yes. So if you go back to take a look here, Sideswipe is just doing his usual sprawling base of buildings. And Mare has been reinforcing his position quite a lot. I think this is, all things considered, I think this is a pretty dicey investment of resources, especially this wall. This one is pretty good, I think. But this is just a lot of gold going into a wall. That's not too important, given that it's more important for the opposite team to keep control of the center and then get themselves ready than it is for the opposite team to push into your base so early into that game. Like, Isomato is just taking a look with a hero. It's not going to do anything. It wouldn't have done anything if it came around here, realistically speaking. So Sideswipe is trying to get any sort of damage done, which is not going to happen with watchtowers, with crenulations, and with advanced defenses. That's a lot of damage, plus 25%, plus 2 range as well. And there's also plus 2 range from crenulation, so that's a 22 range tower. I'm getting a second tower, and this is just going to become very, very hard to take down very quickly. I wanted to take a look at the relics that our Norse players might have, but it looks okay. Sideswipe has Gambantine Odin's Wand, which I think Made got in game 1, so that is reducing the cost of decks that you can research in the temple by 25% on food, wood, gold, and favor. But, so if you see what I meant about the little raids not doing too much into this game early on, like honestly I think getting watchtowers maybe would have been a better investment than this wooden wall. Probably not even necessary if you've got just a few units hanging back. So that didn't work out well for Isomato, although he managed to escape only taking 1 loss. And I decide to push the grid quite a lot, and I take his town center, which is just out of line of sight of Sideswipe, and Sideswipe army is going here. I think he's gonna take this town center. Like, you would think that's what he might do with his position there, but if we take a look at his macro, he's just not got the resources for it, so that's just a change in mobility. It looks like if I want to go for a 2-pronged attack onto Isomato, and that just allows me to get, okay. I didn't know he had, well, I didn't know. I didn't remember that he had spotted this so quickly, but thankfully I just had enough units to completely deny it. Isomato just got to Heritage and is going to be pushed off of this pretty convincingly. I think that's a very bad restoration. I mean, it still allows him to get away with a few units alive. Maybe. So the restoration might have saved him, but just waiting out in the first place might have saved his army anyway. And now Isomato is in big trouble. He's about to be rushed by a giant army. He's making units, but he doesn't have too many production buildings. and so he's in a very bad spot. On this side, I've fortified my position, my town center is up. I'm getting quite a few kills here. Isomato just bolted a troll there, and he's taking enormous losses at this point. Whereas Loki's getting a few free units, and that is when Isomato drops his underworld passage, and I come to his rescue. He gets his tower upgrade, which is gonna turn the tide even more now. And we managed to push back this attack, thankfully. Although I did take quite a few losses, and of course Isomato did, so in terms of military pop we're still equal, because everyone's been on one town center. The villager lead is very small. I'm not even sure what it's made by, but because Isomato and I have had all 3 trading posts for about 12 minutes now, we are way ahead in resources regardless. As you can see, after losing his army and going fast like that, Isomato's score, which is a summation of his units, his buildings, his technologies, is about the same as Maddie and Sideswipe. But on my hand, because I've been slower to the hurricane, because I've invested more into my infrastructure and units, I'm actually way ahead of everyone. And so we managed to recapture this trading post after pushing back on here. There's still a scary bunch of houses there, but it's not quite enough to get much done. Where is he putting on this hill fort? Okay, safely in the base here, there's no denying this. I don't even know what's going on. I have just reached Heroic Age now. If memory serves me right, I'm gonna... if memory doesn't serve me right, because I don't remember what I'm going to do with the forest protection. Interesting to see that Shang-Chi teleport below ground and then race up to the ground to lands. And this is, I think, a fight that... okay, yes, this is what I remember. So, after Isomato's pretty bad use of restoration, this is my very bad use of forest protection. And this didn't change the fight, and it's just gonna get taken down anyway. This trading post is still uncontested. There's nothing going on around it. Like, just sending one guy into it would allow Maddie and Sideswipe to capture it. Another thing to note is that now that Isomato and I are in the Heroic Age, we get 2.5 resources per second from this, so this furthers our lead. Oh, yes, this is obviously why I was a bit ahead in villagers, because I had taken that forward TC. I've now built even more towers, so this underworld passage is pretty safe. I'm building this in the corner to secure this gold mine. And I'm lending a bit of help to Isomato where I can with the underworld passage, and so this allows him to stay in the game, despite being in a clearly disadvantageous position. And here you can see Maddie has only 1.5 resources per second, because he's still in the classical age. Both of them are still in the classical age, as it is. Sideswipe went for his Yidalea upgrade, which allows him to train everything a bit faster in the Asgardian Hill Fort, as well as train portable rams in classical. And now he's about to make a big push onto me, and I don't have anything to defend here besides my towers and buildings, meaning no units. He's got portable rams. I put down this airfall, which is gonna go up only because he's focusing on the town center. And now Isomato's army and the little troops I had on this side have come to the underworld passage, and we can now take this fight. And because of all the towers and everything, it's a pretty convincing win. Although I do lose this town center, which is quite unfortunate. But at this point I'm quite ahead in resources, and I'm just gonna build it right back up. And this is when Maddie jumps into Isomato's base. A bit of a weird pathing there. And I think he just bails out. That's surprising to me. Maddie just got to Heroic Age. I have enough favor for another Forest Protection, but it's still recharging, so I'm not able to use it right then. That is when Maddie drops his flaming weapons, which isn't gonna work for him, given he's facing off against arguably bigger numbers. And now I've got just enough time to drop my Forest Protection again, and we essentially deny him 35 seconds of his flaming weapons, and he doesn't get much damage done from it. That is a bit unfortunate to have these two guys go there and die. Sideswipe is doing what he can to mitigate the damage I'm doing on this side, but it isn't quite enough. And as you can see, this wall just has been useless this game, since no raid or anything has gone this way. Now Maddie is pushing again. And we are just gonna be ready to take him on, I think. By this point, my army has come back to Sideswipe side. Maddie has built a hill fort there. And it's a bit of a standstill. Isomato is under pressure, but not yet in a ton of trouble. And I'm ready to jump in any case. So that works out great for us. The villager lead is now heavily in favor of my team. And we still have 2 out of 3 trading posts. And as you can see, Sideswipe is quite helpless to resist the pressure I'm putting on. And Maddie is taking arguably a bit too much time to get anything done. I think I'm just gonna take the fight versus that good imposting. And so I think there was a bit of a window of opportunity for Maddie to push here with his battle balls. He could take down buildings pretty decently, and Isomato's army wasn't quite so big, like just 2 minutes ago. And with that many houses, he would have had a hefty amount of bonus smith in it. So I think that would have went very differently if he'd taken that fight 2 minutes ago. And then I started to come around. That was a very beautiful special to see on that troll. I have now secured this gold mine and this position. I'm gonna go for this town center pretty soon. And this is just cleared. I'm just building even one more baule, a few more buildings. And now I'm gonna start pushing here with my siege crossbows. Although that is a pretty bad positioning and that's just gonna go down. Maybe not, he just pulls back as he should. Quickly enough. Yep. Clay presents a second time to get this town center, building a baule there to get control of this gold mine, which is happening just at the perfect time. He's not going to be able to shank this down before it gets finished. I have boiling oil at this point, and so this is just a lost cause for Sideswipe. And I keep putting pressure onto Maddie. I think I am doing a bit of mismanagement of my units there, sadly. Getting those 2 crafter kills is nice, but at this point in the game with a 60 or so villager lead, it's not going to be doing much. And this Tempest plus push here is just not going to be enough. Although it's a pretty cool fight to see and have a look at. Okay, back up here. Not much going on. Now the action is more toward the center of the map and sideswipe space. I think insisting to go on that full Hussar comp did not work well for Maddie throughout this game. He needed more RC, probably a few Huskar than in Hurricane. Well, more than a few Huskar, I think, considering all the archers of Isomato. Those crossbows are gonna go down, but they've already done quite a hefty amount of damage. That's an interesting way to siege buildings with Belfast. 1 hit point at a time. And there we go. This is the end of game 3, where my team gets the W. And so Isomato and I win this series. So we were in the winner's bracket and we stayed in the winner's bracket. And Maddie and Sideswipe are going down to the loser's bracket, which is, I believe, the next series I'm going to cast, where they play against another one of the losers from a previous series. So I'm going to see you in, well, let's do the post-game first. So not so much fighting going on early on until about this point when Sideswipe loses a big fight. I think it's around this, or it might be somewhere, I'm not even sure anymore. But as you can see, Isomato and I stay behind in military pop for quite a lot. That is the point where I think, well, he drops restoration, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yes, forest protection, restoration was all the way there. So that's when he managed to escape with his units alive, although he did lose a few. And then a bit later, this is when I use my very bad forest protection, which ends up being taken out immediately. This very bad fight that Sideswipe takes is, I think, a fight when he went here, maybe. But in any case, this was a pretty convincing game with my, not early, but with my second town center before the others, with my control of 2 of the 3 trading posts for most of the game. I was just so far ahead in resources. And Isomato with 1 trading post for maybe 80% of the game or so, maybe 60%, was also quite a bit ahead despite only being on 1 town center like the other 2. Isomato actually did get the most kills, because he was the one most constantly fighting, and I think also because with all my towers and defenses, there just was no point for Sideswipe and Maddie to come at me and attack, so I didn't get many kills because I would have gotten many if I had dared to attack, which wisely they didn't do. Nobody got to Mythic Age in this game, which is noteworthy, I suppose. That was indeed a lot of Hussar from Maddie, 88 Hussar throughout the game. I think if it had been 20 Hussar and 60 Huskar, that would have been a very different game on Maddie's side for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna see you in Series 5. Hello, I am Matilda Moksha333, and this is Bracket 5, Series 5 of the DoD and DAG tournament. We are in the losers bracket, seeing the 2 teams, the Dark Souls Skirnir versus Krakak and Mowgli, fight off for this win, this series in the losers bracket. So this is the DoD and DAG Mixed Teams tournament with 1 DoD member and 1 DAG member per each team. As always, the structure of this is that Game 1 is going to be played on Bamboo Grove, Game 2 is going to be played on Steppe, and Game 3 is going to be played on Silk Road. For God Choice, there is no draft, there is no bans. Any player can play any god they want. mirror matchups are allowed. You can play a god you won with, you can play a god you lost with. So the idea is everyone can have a fair chance, even the one-trick ponies can have a good shot at winning or helping their team win. And the idea is this is a tournament where we want to have fun rather than be super competitive. And so allowing you to play whatever god you want is a good way to allow players to have fun, especially one tricks. This is a best of 3, so we're gonna see 2 potentially 3 games, and whoever wins 2 of them wins the series. Let us take a look at the relics on the map. So we've got Ulla's bow here, which increases the range of soldiers, like of archers and ballista by 1, as well as every relic in this new fortifications patch gives 0.01 favor trickle rate per second. Here we have the favor of Jingwei, which increases the wood trickle rate by 0.5 per second, as well as the favor trickle rate. Here is the Kifara of Apollo, which increases villager movement speed by 10%. Here we've got the Scales of Echidna, which reduces the wood, food and gold cost of myth units by 15%. Here is the Black Lotus, which increases the gather rate for farms and Shenong's farms by 10%. Pandora's Box reduces the favor cost of myth units by 15%. And the Jade Hair increases the movement speed of myth units by 5%. I believe that is all the relics on the map so far. Oh no, I missed this one. Turfing and Gante's Sword increases gives 10% lifesteal to heroes. So out of any amount of damage they do, 10% of that is given back to them as health, which is going to be potentially very strong for any Norse who might use a lot of Hursa. Not so good for a Greek who only has 4 heroes, but if it's a hero that's splashing a myth unit, that could be a pretty substantial amount of lifesteal, so still worth picking, even more so given that there is this favor trickle rate that comes into play, and that's going to be good no matter what civilization you are playing. So we see that Skirnir has just started to age up with Ulla, Mowgli hasn't yet started to age up, Quaghack has went up with Freya, and the Dark Soul is going with Ares. The Dark Soul is getting his Ajax out, and he's going to be getting Ulla's bow, I guess, which is going to be very nice for Hades, who is so focused on archers in the first place, so another 1 range and line of sight on archers is going to be extremely strong. Skirnir seems to be going out for a relic of his own. And as always, I prefer to see the map in the way the players see it, so I'm going to go back to this. Looks like to me like Skirnir is going for this relic, maybe? And now we see that Mowgli has also went up for Ulla. Oh, there's a cheeky Valkyrie going on there. But I'm not sure that Skirnir saw that. But yes, that Skirnir saw that. So the Dark Soul is taking his second TC in the back there. He's bringing his Cyclops to defend a little. He went to get this second relic, the thing on his sword. Skirnir looks like he's about to take a TC of his own. Let's take a look at his macro. Yes, that's what we can see here. He has to go back though to defend this, although he's clever to only send his Hell server, which can deal with a Valkyrie much better than any other units, and then he's got his Berserks in the back to build the down center with. And while that first fire is going on, he chooses to go all of his villagers onto gold, and I suspect that he's gonna Go back to wood, okay, on this struggle actually, which is nice. That might be a dead villager. That hurts. The Dark Soul has spotted Mowgli going for a town center here in the back, although this is just a Katascopus, he's not going to be able to contest any of it. That is an absolutely giant wall. There's probably better walls to do here. But I guess it's gonna work enough. Mowgli is actually putting a hill fort pretty far away, far forward in the sense, but far forward in the back in the side of the map. So that would be interesting to see what he's gonna do from this. He doesn't know about the Dark Souls town center there, so is he gonna go for any ram pushes from the back or something? That's a potential idea. We don't know yet. Hack has went for this second TC as well, so it looks like it's going to be a very boomy game for all the players so far. The villager count is very equal at the moment. It was slightly in the favor of Dark Soul and Skirnir, but we've had one villager kill here and maybe another one or two that I might not have seen. It's pretty much equalized now. It might have been a bit of TC idle time as well, which made it so the difference wasn't so high despite the Dark Soul getting his TC quite a bit faster than the others. So we see Mowgli making his own wall, which is a bit less of a preposterously huge wall as the Dark Souls. Skirnir is going for a wall of his own, but one Herser building a wall is not gonna stand the test versus 3 Herser and a Berserk come to raid, although he's got more than enough troops to take care of it here. Let's zoom in on this fight. Well, turns out it's not a fight since Krakak is pushed back and goes back home, and that wall is going to go up regardless. Is anyone going Heroic Age? Not yet, although we've seen that the Dark Soul has procured not only Apollo for the Underworld Passage and the Manticore, but also his 3 Heroic Age economic upgrades. On this side, Mowgli is very, very nicely protected on this gold mine and on this hunt, because there's that wall there. So all is well in his world. He's starting to build a wall segment here, which is interesting, but could definitely come in handy depending on what happens next. Krakak is starting to wall over here as well. His wall is, I think what he tried to do was put it all the way there, but because of the gold mine it got cancelled or something. And instead of doing this wall here, he just added another segment there, which is quite, that's a lot of gold that he didn't need to spend. So both teams are doing quite a lot of walling, quite a lot of preparing. But with Apollo on the way, I don't think that walling is going to be that useful. It definitely has the potential to be just straight up dodged or countered by the Underworld Passage. That's going to be a dead Berserk, I think. That is actually a throwing axeman. And the Dark Soul has just made it to Heroic Age. And Skirnir is being very, very clever and tricky. And putting a sentry tower there. He hasn't got his tower upgrade yet, but he's in the process of getting it now. And so that means this gold mine isn't a serious threat by Skirnir, so Krakak might have to deal with it quite intensely, although I could see that Battle Bow getting the work done if it's got a little bit of support to deal with those Berserks. No Underworld Passage has been dropped yet. the Dark Souls economic upgrades still haven't made it in. He just started both, so I think we're gonna see another world pretty soon after they got some army. We already see the Pegasus playing around, going somewhere. It's interesting to see that fight because the battle bow would probably lose this, but because it has so much HP and armor, it would probably kill minimum half of those berserks and raiding cav before dying himself. We see a bit of a chase here. I wonder if Skirnir has clonations yet. No, he doesn't. But that would have been nice potentially. Especially with such a forward tower that he might want to defend at some point and take fights on there. Okay, so Godschalk is going for the center now, building a hill fort, but he doesn't have many units to defend. It's barely gonna go up. Oh, he could have finished this. He could have finished this and that would have been a much better thing for him. He might still have lost a couple units, but he lost them anyway. And he would have had that fire there to help him. So that is a very big setback for our man Godschalk. And now he gets surrounded by... oh no, Mowgli is his friend, never mind. Okay, so they're both fighting for this now. And he's now gonna finish his hill fort, but it's at 200 HP instead of 2700 HP as it might have been, which is quite sad to see. I like to see these villager kills from Godschalk and Mowgli, although it's not gonna be a gigantic win at this point in the game, and we are now getting pushed back by the combined forces of Dark Soul and Skirnir. Tempest is dropped, and so is... oops. Okay, so... Dark Soul and Skirnir getting pushed back. Quite convincingly, as well. Although the Underworld has been dropped now. And the Golden Crown of Godschalk is in serious jeopardy. We see the Sentinels being cut down here, but Skirnir is still going to take heavy losses from this. Or not, because both of Mowgli and Godschalk pull back now. Godschalk was quick enough to save his dwarves, but won this second gold mine there, which I think the Dark Soul barely had line of sight over. So that's a very good save for Godschalk. He might want to go on this gold mine. There's enough space for both his dwarves and Mowgli's dwarves, and it's much closer to safety than one of these mines there. Although now the action is in Godschalk's town center, in his main base, where those hoplites and cyclops are crashing down on that town center. And the Sluxarties are killing a few villagers. And so that is a dead town center, that is a surviving Cyclops. And that is pretty bad for Godschalk, who, yes, certainly is on two town centers like everyone else. Well, was until he lost this one. I think the Dark Soul is gonna lose all his troops there. I don't see him surviving this. I don't see the Underworld Passage staying alive after that. Nonetheless, that is a pretty convincing counterattack from Skirnir and the Dark Soul after being pushed so hard near the center. And the scaffold is still going on here. And those hill forts are putting in work to defend the area from Dark Soul and Skirnir. We straight up see upgraded stone walls from our fair player Mowgli. That Manticore still can do a lot of damage and get a lot of value. I would like to see that special right here. It's just out of line of sight. Is Crackhack gonna be sending any units back there? Or did he even notice at all? That's a pretty big military population difference and military value as well in the favor of Crackhack and Mowgli, so I would expect them to make use of it pretty soon. Skirnir is quite a ways behind, as we can see, still in the classical age, just about to go to heroic age in 60 seconds or so. And so it looks like despite the damage that Dark Soul and Skirnir did to Crackhack, they are still behind. Crackhack is now getting another town center. Mowgli has gotten his Fist of Renown tech, which heals his units when they are under town centers or hill forts. Looking at this, I don't think this siege from the Dark Soul is going to achieve much. It's probably going to take down that hill fort, maybe not even. And he's using a lot of units to that town center fire, hill fort fire. And now that Mowgli's units have come around, this is looking to be a pretty bad fight for the Dark Soul. Mythic Age is in for Mowgli, and I expect we're gonna see an Inferno very soon. There we go. And this is gonna check out that tower, all those military buildings. And now the road is wide open into the Dark Soul space. And the Dark Soul is in a very vulnerable position. Are we gonna see this fortress destroy the hill fort? I don't quite think so. But now, as expected, the Dark Soul is being pushed very hard by Mowgli. Whereas on this side, it is Skirnir pushing onto Crackhack. But it looks like Crackhack is quite happy to sack the town center and come to help his teammate Mowgli. And the military differential, military pop and military value is still way in advantage of Crackhack and Mowgli. And Crackhack is preparing some, maybe not so much some defenses, but definitely some infrastructure, and he's getting ready to take that fight with Skirnir. What are the players' upgrades looking like? Crackhack is in a much better spot than Skirnir in terms of upgrades, so I would expect him to win that fight pretty convincingly. With 54 units to Skirnir's 16 or so. I think that might be the first time I see that, despite knowing that it's a legitimate way to counter the rock giants. Portable drums and 2 rock giants. And up top here, Mowgli is still ravaging the Dark Soul space. And this is now GG for Team 2 and Mowgli and Crackhack, who win this first game in the series versus Skirnir and Dark Soul. I'm gonna see you in game number 2. Hello and welcome to this second game in the Dark Soul and Skirnir vs Godschalk and Mowgli series of this DoD DAG Mixed Teams tournament. So, as usual, game 2 is going to be played on Step, which is a an extremely open map with pretty much no natural barriers in the center and barely a few sorts of barriers in the outside. So this is a very potential, like a map with a very high potential for aggression, as well as quite a lot of room to maneuver and take fights you want to take and avoid fights that you don't want to take. So we see here Godschalk going for his armor build and hurting a few deer below his town center. Mowgli was playing as Freya, has now switched to Odin. So from game number 1 to game number 2. Godschalk was already playing 4, so no change there. Skirnir was playing Freya and also switched to Odin. And Dark Soul was playing Hades and is now playing Poseidon. Let us take a look at the relics on this map. There is the Bridle of Pegasus, which grants a free Pegasus that respawns 60 seconds after being killed. This is going to be very nice for whoever gets it. I don't see anyone not wanting this relic. Here is the Girdle of Hippolyta, which increases the hit points of ranged soldiers by 10%, which is probably going to be, like, I think it wouldn't be too good for Norse in most matchups, but in Norse wars, where you might have throwing axemen that would benefit from this relic, the throwing axeman with 10% more HP would do quite a bit better against other throwing axemen or other infantry. Here is Turfing Ongante's sword, which we also had in the previous game, where heroes gain 10% lifesteal. Here is Pandora's Box, which decreases the favor cost of myth units by 15%. Here is the Pelt of Argus, which is a relic that I've personally liked quite a lot because of the line of sight it gives. Like, the more line of sight I can have, the better I feel about my game. But it's arguably not the better relic, and there's definitely ones you would want to prioritize over this one, and there's quite a few players who don't swear by line of sight in the same way that I do. The 5 Colored Stones of Nuwa, which is a very underwhelming relic, and it does reduce the repair cost of buildings by 50%, which is not very good for most saves and completely irrelevant for Freya, which already gets free repairs anyway. Here is Hermes' Winged Sandals, which increases the movement speed of heroes by 5%. Our boy Godschalk just got to Classical Age with Freya, and is going to be looking for some raids and some kills with that Valkyrie. Skirnir hasn't even started to age up. He's just about to finish building his temple. I suspect he went for his early eco upgrades, which is a very valid way to play Odin, especially in a team game where the maps are bigger and it's harder to get raided early on. Like early on being in the first 4 or 5 minutes. Mowgli is going up with Freya as well, and the Dark Soul has already aged up with Ares once again, so I suspect we might see the same sorts of Otherworld play that we saw in the first game, although in game 1 that didn't work too well for Dark Soul and Skirnir, who ended up losing that game. So it looks like Mowgli also went for his eco upgrades. Well, only one of them for some reason. That might be why he's aging up a bit faster than Skirnir. Godschalk is fortifying this top side of his base very, very convincingly with all these buildings, although this is very open there. I would be happy to see a wall segment to protect this gold mine and this wood line. There's a little bit of, I was about to say action, but it's not actually a raid, it's just a raven from Skirnir getting shot at by a town center. Here we see 2 Valkyries from Mowgli and Godschalk, both going into Dark Soul space. And I think we might see a... No villager kill there. That is a nice push onto that woodline in gold mine with a dwarf kill, which is quite nice to open up the game. Although now that these hunters are coming, there's not much to be done there. Oh, that's an unfortunate bit of mismicro and mismanagement of that Valkyrie. That took damage for free. Dark Soul with his Elder Cyclops. Is this his first one or does he have a second one? I think that is his first one. So it's interesting to get the upgrade before we get the second one. So going back to take a look at Mowgli, he is also fortifying his base, very similar to Crackhack. Although now Crackhack has got a lot of work to do to fortify that gold mine again. And so what we've been seeing so far is quite a bit of raiding, but not such an enormous amount of kills on any side that it would change the course of the game for now. Mowgli is getting a bit of fun there to get some favor and to deny some food from his opponents. A second Cyclops is out for Dark Soul. And now the pressure is mounting from Skirnir onto Crackhack with quite a lot more units. 5-6 to Skirnir's 12. Crackhack has procured his Watchtower upgrade, so he's getting ready to defend straight up. Skirnir just caught a Valkyrie and Raiding Cav party from Mowgli. Although there's gonna be no kills here. And that might be a fight they can take, the two of them versus that army. Although they choose not to. And that our upgrade is about to kick in. And immediately causes Skirnir to go back home. Well, maybe not completely home, but just enough to get out of range. And this is interesting. So, unlike what we saw in the previous game, where it was an Underworld plane Heroic Age, what we are seeing now is the Dark Soul and his Cyclops just get ready for a Classical Age push onto Crackhack alongside Skirnir's army. There's still this giant army of Raiding Cav and Valkyries of Mowgli looking for some damage. Thankfully Skirnir is quick enough to pull back his dwarves and gatherers. And at this point in the game it looks to me like we are one fight away from knowing who's gonna have the advantage. No one yet has got the game figured out, no one yet has got an advantage they can capitalize on and keep building on. And everyone has to be careful to pay close attention to what's going on, what's happening, what they can and can't do, what they can and can't get away with. This is a very threatening bunch of units from Mowgli, and I think all of those villagers are going to go down. That was a very, very beautiful surround, although there's one gatherer who made it alive with low HP. Pestilence is indeed a very strong power now that these towers cannot shoot anymore. The town center still can, but it's not really much compared to one town center plus 4 towers. There's 3 Cyclops, I believe, there. So 5 Cyclops even. Although there's one coming here and the other one is at base. So there's 3 Cyclops over here taking down the town center. He seems to be macroing them a bit, trying to avoid those Cursor and Valkyries. He does manage to keep at least one of the Cyclops alive. And now Crackhack is in a world of trouble with no town center. No additional villagers, no army. Whereas the Dark Soul and Skirnir keep their entire forces alive, pretty much. Or close enough to it that they have an overwhelming advantage at this point. This tower is about to go down, these villagers are about to go down, as well as this tower. And this looks to me like Godschalk is straight up out of this game now, although the villager differential isn't as big as I expected, but it's growing by the second. And now Skirnir has went around Mowgli's base and is about to intercept all of his villagers. That is gonna hurt. And with these villagers being pushed out of gold, it looks to me like we are gonna see a 1-1 in this series now. I think game 2 is about to end pretty quickly. Was that a recast? I think that was Mowgli's first fire. The Dark Soul knows about this. I think we're gonna see, yes, he told his teammate to go take care of his dwarves and gatherers. I don't think that first fire is gonna save the dwarves. I straight up think it might be worth using your waiting curve in there just to get the skills, insofar as you've got such an overwhelming advantage in the first place, and there were already low HP units to start with, so you might as well replace them with newer, better, more shiny units. And there we go. So Skirnir and Dark Souls team takes this game number 2, evening the series 1-1, and we are now on to game number 3 and match point. I'm gonna take a look at the post game real quick. So here we see the first bad fight that Mowgli took, and Godschalk, I think that must have been around the time where they were pushed off of his town center. Yes, that's about right, when Pestilence was used. So in terms of resources, Mowgli and Skirnir were ahead, but at this point in the game, with that little of a resource differential, this isn't what made the difference. This is just entirely down to choices, tactics, and strategy, and execution as well. I will see you in game number 3. Hello and welcome to this game 3 of the Dark Soul and Skirnir vs Mowgli and Godschalk series. I am your caster, Matilda Moksha, and we are about to see this first game on Silk Road, which is, as always, the third map for the third games of this tournament. And so we find again Skirnir, who is playing Odin again, as he did in game 2. Dark Soul went to play Zeus, after playing Hades in game 1 and Poseidon in game 2. And Mowgli is playing Freyr, Well, Crack just did a complete change of benefield and went for ISIS this time. So, as usual, this is Silk Road, so there are 3 trading posts across the map, and once you capture them, you get a slow trickle rate of any one of the 3 resources, and every time you get up an age, the trickle rate is going to increase by 1 per second, so 0.5 seconds in Archaic Age, 1 second, 1.5 per second in Classical Age, 2.5 per second in Heroic Age, and 3.5 in Mythic Age. So this is precisely the trading posts that make the Silk Road map such an aggressive one, because having control of them is very, very good for your economy. And like, if you go for a second town center, you're not going to be able to contend for those trading posts. You're going to lose map control. So there's very few reasons to go for a second town center, insofar as ensuring that you capture these trading posts by being aggressive is going to certainly not be as good as in terms of economy as getting a second town center, but it's going to be enough to put you quite a ways ahead of your opponents. So that's what makes those trading posts such a huge part of the game on this map, as well as such a huge aggression sort of justification. So the Dark Soul did try to, well, I guess Zeus just doesn't have access to Ares, so we're not going to see Cyclops in this game. So he's going with Athena, whereas Skirnir is going up not yet. It looks like he's going for his early upgrades in the Archaic Age, which is a very legitimate way to play. Crack is going not up yet. He doesn't even have his temple house yet, so it's interesting to see how much Dark Soul is intending to put on early pressure, I suppose. And likewise, Mowgli hasn't even started to age up or to build his temple yet. Oh, never mind. He has built his temple on top of a trading post. And he's got 1 of 2 eco upgrades. Crack is now building his temple. Just as the Dark Soul finishes to age up, a very early 3:20 something seconds age up, and he's already right there bashing into Mowgli's temple, although it's going to take a long time to get it down with just this one Jason. So it's going to be interesting to see what he follows this up with. I'm not surprised to see a military academy. I suppose we're going to see a lot of hoplites. So what's interesting to me is how Skirnir and Mo and Dark Soul just chose to go for 1 of the trading posts to start with and chose to completely ignore the center one, which is giving 3 resources to Crack at the moment. And on the other hand, Crack just doesn't even know where this trading post is, so Skirnir has all the time in the world to secure it. Now there's a second hero in for Dark Soul, and Mowgli is suffering quite a lot from his late advance because that forward temple is going to be denied, possibly even before he... No, okay. He just finished aging up, but it's just a lost fight, anyway. That Minotaur is going to go down sadly, but there's no helping it survive, I don't think. And I don't think the snakes are going to make such a big difference. Although they might allow Mowgli to secure this position, perhaps, but then as more reinforcements are coming in, that doesn't seem so likely to me. Not much action going on this side. Skirnir is just continuing to secure this spot with buildings. Dark Souls restoration is a big deal here and pretty much ensures that he's going to keep this center. And Mowgli decided to set up his forward base a bit lower down next to that settlement. So he has lost the trading post for now, but he's getting ready to do something about it in retaliation. But I just don't think that Godschalk is in such a good spot to defend from those units if at any point Skirnir chooses to push. Although he might hopefully get there quickly. We see a couple barracks down, and she's now started to train some spearmen. So this Guardian Hill Fort being put down here is an interesting use, because he's still got plenty of gold in that gold mine. I'm not sure he's gonna get... I'm not sure he's gonna need that too quickly. And if he was to do that, I think a better idea might have been to put the hill fort there, so that he can potentially provide some assistance in terms of arrow fire there to contest that trading post. And if it was there, it would be a bit closer to his main base as well. And now it looks to me like Mowgli is in a world of trouble with 2 armies into his base, about to lose a bunch of villagers. And sadly, that watchtower upgrade was a bit too late to come in. And now it looks like all reinforcements are being sent toward Mowgli's base. And this forward base is pretty useless. That's a lot of working time for his reinforcements to come in. But his Guardian Hill Fort might as well not exist. I think it's a bit early for Dark Soul and Skirnir to siege this town center. I would actually be surprised if they can take it down here. Although it's good to remember that the Zeus Hub plates have a hefty damage bonus versus buildings. And I would say that that town center is probably gonna survive. Or not. I think Mowgli could have used his Golem Bossy a good 20, if not even 30 seconds sooner, and that might have saved his town center. And Mowgli is now in a world of trouble. He's got no resources to build another town center, although he might just build a market and sell some gold for wood and build it back up. Although maybe a better use would be to get an ox cart right away here. And Dark Soul is pursuing the spearmen from Godschalk. And with Mowgli's troops here, I don't think that's a fight that Dark Soul is going to want to take. And he's wise to pull back now. Like, once being pushed from there, I think Mowgli could have just went back home and put that Asgardian Hill Fort down there, maybe next to the chicken or next to the berries here. And he would have been in a fantastic position to defend against that early raid, and I think that would have been very hard for Dark Soul and Skirnir to push through. And that might actually have been advantageous for Mowgli rather than advantageous for Dark Soul and Skirnir. And so the game might be looking very, very different at this moment. I'm having quite a lot of fun looking at these fights up close. I feel like I'm halfway there to watching a campaign cinematic. Oh, so Dark Soul has been losing some villagers here to this Anubite. That said, the villager differential is still way into his team's favor, and those low HP spearmen are not gonna survive long against that Toxothi hoplite army. Although with that Asgardian hill fort, that is a much better fight for Kraghack to take, although it's not gonna be enough. Even less now that all of Dark Souls units are under there and so cannot be attacked by the hill fort, which is just gonna get taken down in front of. Just gonna take a look around here to see if anything is going on. But Anubite is not gonna be doing much. And those reinforcements are a bit desperate. That's funny to see Dark Soul went all the way down here to get some food. So this game was very much a slaughter. So if you want to slaughter your opponents in the same way, take notes. What I am quite fascinated by is how Dark Soul is so far behind, because from what I've seen, he has taken so many losses in terms of military, even if not quite in terms of villagers, and so he's quite as far behind as Mowgli, maybe not quite as much, but quite a ways behind, whereas Kraghack took minimal losses, all things considered, and has quite a bit of infrastructure, has a town center. Although, as soon as Skirnir spots that, he might get denied of his town center. He won't be able to build it quick enough to save those villagers. Although I was thinking if he puts all those villagers on the town center, he might be able to build it. And now that he's got all these troops there to make sure that he can defend against those Valkyries, he can definitely finish it. But Dark Soul is still putting some pressure here, so there's not much to deal with. It's funny to see this main base of Mowgli having been completely abandoned now. Mowgli making a market there, probably to sell some resources. He has a hefty amount of gold, although 14 villagers at 14.5 minutes in the game is very desperate. Whereas the Dark Soul, who has a lot of military but not so many villagers, is at 25 villagers. I would love to see Kraghack send, for instance, this party of units up there, all the way around there, and he could do a lot of damage onto Skirnir. Does Skirnir even see this obelisk? He does. He knows about... He knows that Kraghack knows about him being there. Oh, and Mowgli is trying to take another town center here. Well, to retake a town center. But he's gonna be pushed out of this before he can get that done. And sadly, the help from Godschalk came in way too late. And now we see Dark Soul kind of getting some momentum again, and his score increasing is showing us that he's getting more units and more infrastructure down, whereas Mowgli is just hopelessly staying down there to 7,000 score. He's even resorted to building a village center in the back here, of all things. Whereas Skirnir and Dark Soul are still on 1 TC each, although with all the time that Mowgli has been on 0 TC, that extra TC from Godschalk is not bridging the gap between them. Losing those priests is a lot of gold lost here. And even more with those villagers getting into the fight in this restoration. This is just not good for Godschalk. I think a tower there could have helped a lot. He definitely has enough gold to put even 3 or 4 towers. And that might have helped him defend this position extremely well, to the point the fight might never even have happened. And so Godschalk resigns, and so does Mowgli. And Skirnir and Dark Soul take this game 3 of the series, and therefore win the series, and move on to the next series in the losers bracket. Let's take a quick look at the post-game. So this is what we saw throughout the game. Godschalk kind of managed to get his military value up, but never quite enough. The Dark Soul was pretty challenged and had a tough time keeping into the game, but nowhere near as tough of a time as Mowgli did. And then Skirnir was just cruising along and doing his thing. As we can see by the resources gathered graph, where their team by the end was ahead by about 11,500 resources, which is an enormous difference at this point in the game, at not even 19 minutes. That is a lot of villager skill by Skirnir. No wonder they were so far ahead. Well, thank you for watching, and I'm gonna now let you watch the rest of the series. Thank you very much for watching, and have a great day.
Alright. After great delay, getting right into the action. Once again, it's Bamboo Grove. Once again, it's your players, Moshka333, in the pink, on Shenong. Isamato on Loki, in the blue. Zooked, not giving up on the Atlantean dream, playing their third major god, Atlantean major god. It's none other than Oranos. And feeling that China served them well in the previous matchup, trying it again on Nuwa, it's Edge Crusher in the yellow. As I said, the map is Bamboo Grove. You should know it by now. We're all about controlling both the center, predominantly, but also you got to watch the flanks. You got to watch the flanks. It was Edge Crusher's pressure on the on the right flank into Godschalk that forced them into the losers bracket. So we'll see how that goes. No, you didn't miss the prediction, Cody. Maybe I can throw up a prediction now. Let's do that. We can get one going. So it's going to be Moksha and Isamato. And we'll do a 2-minute. We'll do a 2-minute prediction just because the game's already started. The reason why we didn't do a prediction sooner was because we were just having a few technical issues as the players started the game without posting the code, so just was a little bit of a delay. They're already well into the game as it is live. Of course, we are playing on the delay. But the prediction is up for those in chat who want to get themselves involved, put their channel points on the line. You'll be interested to see who comes out ahead. Game 1, often very telling for which direction a series might go. Looks like a single villager and a pioneer looking to do their foul work and slay an oracle, which is not bad to kill an oracle early. You deny them scouting, of course, but you also deny them the favor rate that they would otherwise have. Sorry about that. Just had to Alt-Tab to check something. Looks like already a relic gathered for Moksha, the blue crystal shard. Quick look at the relics across the map. Girdle of Hippolyta for ranged soldier hit points to be increased. Not terrible. The Fetters of Fenrir, villager damage and melee attack and ranged attack, 30% of base. Not terrible either. Down here, Wu Hao, Bo Huangdi. Move speed of targets hit with ranged attacks. Oh, okay, so you get to sort of speed punch at range. Ring of the Nibelung for the gold trickle rate. Not bad. Eye of Horus for a little bit of extra population. Also quite good. And the Kui Drum for hero damage increased per 1% of hit points lost. An interesting relic. Zooked and Edgecrusher, having played a couple of series now, Moksha and Isamato, have they played one or two? Actually, let me check the bracket real quick. I think they've only played one, right? Yeah. Only one series played by Moksha and Isamato. So, in terms of warmed up, there was a bit of waiting there for these two players. And it's always curious to see if that will give them an edge or not. The Chongqi coming in here to try to stop that town center from going up, and the hero Kwafu getting away from the town center to try to take that Chongqi out, but perhaps it would have gone down if he didn't stop building, but I have a feeling he could have tanked it out. No matter. The damage is done. The Earth Wall up for Edgecrusher. And the Promethean here. And the Pioneer as well. To keep things difficult. Oh, but look at that! Heimdall with the, what's it called? The Undermine, or whatever it is. Undermine, indeed. Which is going to do potentially a lot of damage to the town center, but the town center remains. So that's an interesting little bit of god power usage there. Doesn't quite pay off. Moksha with the Chi Lin. As Edgecrusters, Chongqi, and Pioneers step forward to harass Moksha off the gold mine. Meanwhile, wall building by Blue in the south. Otherwise, a pretty tame game from Uranus so far. Just some Prometheans running around, but Moksha with their town center towards the center of the map, causing a lot of tension between Edgecrusher and Moksha. I think a lot of the early battling will be in this part of the map. A Kwafu going down for Moksha. But the steady boom of Uranus, building a sky passage into the back to get access to this gold, and quite a lot of boar there. Gonna do them some serious favors in terms of keeping their economy growing steadily. No second town center, though, for Atlantis just yet. And we do see a central town center for Isamato into the center of the map as well. Pressure on the temple. Fire archers coming in. And Moksha, having to find solutions to a little pressure problem, does have the military camp built, can get towers there if they so wish. Do have watchtowers that have come through as well. This temple almost certainly will fall, though. And the aggressive earth wall proving to be quite problematic. And now the pressure onto the gold mine. And Moksha got a problem to solve. Aranos with their own army needing to get into the mix, but of course Isamato with a heavy presence militarily on the map as well to be factored in. Currently sitting ready to respond to any such exodus from Aranos on the map. And the temple is rebuilt. The army is pulled back, out of range of the watchtowers, which guard this gold mine. And the relics are saved as well. Relic monkeys coming out now, going to do a great job at contributing to the defense here for Moksha. The Chongqi getting low here. It's the archer mass, fire archers and pioneers build. Look at them tear through this house really, really quickly. Raiding cav now for Isamato. Coming north. But Edge Crusher, being careful not to overextend. And the military mass of Moksha starting to climb in numbers, but it's Dao swordsmen versus fire archers mainly. And perhaps an overextension. Here come the raiding cavalry. Edge Crusher catches it, tries to get behind the earth wall. Some damage going in, and interestingly, a counter earth wall to keep Edge Crusher contained in this small gap. And that's well picked by Isamato, catching these villagers, overextending onto these crane down here, killing them. And meanwhile, Edge Crusher able to push Moksha back into his base. But the raiding cavalry having a field day. It's all pioneer and fire archers. Just absolute raiding cavalry's delight. Eating that up. A single halberdier. But here comes Moksha with the Dao swordsman to take over, bashing away that halberdier. The raiding cavalry trying their best to get onto these units, but they're behind this wall. It's hard to see. So not able to make contact, but Wuzu Javelin is very much in the mix now, able to take out those pioneers and fire archers pretty handily. As the raiding cavalry go all the way around, looking to perhaps do some raiding in the back. And the Terma stepping forward as Aranos begins to make his pressure on the map felt. And look at this. I missed that. That must have happened relatively recently. Yet another town center being claimed by Edge Crusher. So Edge Crusher doing very well to take map control and establish economic dominance through town centers. Currently, it's being reflected to the tune of 10, let's say, villages in the lead. For Team Zucht, as I've been calling them. And Moksha are doing a good job of trying to chip away at those earth walls. The sooner you get them down, the better. Meanwhile, Loki pushing Uranus back behind his base. I did hear a bunch of units just die. Was that a delete key somewhere? Did I miss that? I didn't see it on the map. And a tense game already. This is a lot of... I just love this, like... what would you call this? This helix? This oval? And again, Edgecrusher sticking to his Fire Archer spam, but doing very poorly into the Wuzu Javelineers. Not to mention all the players climbing to age 3, but Nuwa having gone for that extra town center, just a little bit behind in terms of technology. And here comes Isomato. He's going to be using his Einherjar Horn to help bash through this earth wall. And again, once 7 segments get taken out, the whole area becomes open. So this whole section starting to look a little grim for Edgecrusher. But there is a sky passage being built by Zookt in the back, meaning that Zookt is able to reinforce to the back line. But getting caught marching north, the raiding cavalry absolutely enveloping the Mamilo Caraballister mass. Satyr in the back having a field day. But Valkyrie coming forward for Loki. And look at how fast the raiding cavalry go with the Einherjar Horn. Not to mention the Hursa chasing down the Terma. As there's a mass retreat from the gold mine here for Edgecrusher, as Moksha dives under the town center to clear out all economy from this area of the map. Hillfort coming up in the center now. And Loki going up with Braggy, so able to click that flaming weapons at any time. A very deadly combo. A Baihu now. Or 2. Not to mention this Tao Wu, the free Shenong myth unit. Coming in to cause havoc. Destroys that... What was it? Was that a military camp? And another undermine. And the town center is getting dangerously low. The units are here to fight, but the undermine has done its work. Even the sky passage getting a little clipped. And it's looking bad for Edgecrusher as Loki's armies dive onto the other town center to take it down. So there's two town centers taken in one fell swoop by Team Moksha. And Uranus just isn't able to push back Isomato. And you can see it in the military count. Triple in terms of numbers, and near triple in terms of resources as well. It's not looking good for Team Zookt currently, as Edgecrusher retreats behind to his original town center. But here comes the flaming weapons as Isomato gets chaosed as his forces take each other out with increased damage. But is it enough as the Fey Beasts come in for Moksha to help secure the advantage of this push? As Uranus, under pressure, the portable rams of Loki coming forward onto the town center after taking the watchtowers out. And there's no army here to defend, just a couple of Arcus in the back. And this town center absolutely getting shredded by the massive military from Isomato. And with all the pressure felt, they tap out. And it's a quick game 1. Let's have a quick look at the timeline. And it's interesting to see that the pressure on Moksha was really felt. You can see it on the graph. But despite that, it doesn't even, like by the end of the game, still a couple of, like 2 or 3k resources behind. But you definitely didn't feel it in terms of military resource value, I suppose. Unfortunate. Aranos not having much of an impact on this particular map. Alright. Let's get into the next game when we can. We're going to go to the waiting screen for now. Looks like they're already in game, I think. So we're going to go ahead and jump straight in. You got ad blocked and didn't see the ending? I'm sorry, Cody. Basically, all the town centers fell. There was a great flaming weapons push from Isamoto. Alright, we're getting into the next game. I'm going to go ahead and switch my scene into game. I'm going to go ahead and pay out the prediction from the last game. Moksha and Isamoto taking game 1. Where's my scoreboard? Updated. Damn it. And while we introduce the game, we're going to run the same prediction again. We'll put a 5-minute timer on this one. Go ahead and get your bets in. While you're doing that, allow me to introduce the map is Steppe. The player is Moksha in the pink. They've switched from their Chinese ways. And now they're joining the Norse on Freyr. Their teammate, who has traditionally been the Norse player, at least by last game standards, has now taken up the Chinese mantle and is playing Shenong in the green. In the north, whoop, bit of an overclick. Zooked, switching strategy away from Atlanteans and going with Set. Egyptians, real strong right now. And following suit, in the yellow, Edge Crusher on Ra. The Egyptian brothers hoping to take game 2 and hold on to their winner's bracket life. Going to be an interesting one, I think. Alright, let's have a quick look at some relics. Raise Crown. Let's see. Citadel centers, town centers, village centers, wood and gold cost 10% less. Kind of interesting. Not to mention that it gives village centers and town centers a favor trickle rate. But when you consider that the relics also have a favor trickle rate, it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of favor on the table for a relic like that. Over here, the Feather of Jingwei for a wood trickle rate instead. Tearfang, Agantia's sword, the hero lifesteal. Probably that's alright on Pioneers. I don't know. Wu Hao, Bow of Hongdi, for ranged soldiers to do a little movement speed slow on hit for 2 seconds. Scales of a Catobellus. Catobble Pass. I don't know. You tell me. Myth units. Decreased vulnerability to pierce. That's interesting. Myth units already quite resistant to pierce. The Chariot of Sibel for the double lions. A little bit better than double 6 monkeys. Or so they say. Svaldulfari's Sledge for fortress-like buildings having their favor cost removed. Not bad. And finally, the Ring of Nibelung to give you that gold trickle rate that all players so desperately crave. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be an interesting game 2 here in this best of 3 series. Zooked and Edge Crusher taking an L last round, but bringing the double Egyptian power to potentially take it to a game 3. Will it work for them? We'll just have to find out. What I'm interested in most is, given that Shenong and Freyr seems to be a fairly defensive composition. Do the Egyptians plan on Age 2 barracks shenanigans? Or are they going to boom, as Egyptian players so love to do? We're going to have to find out. Oh, can I remember the name? It's Chi Yao? Is that the name of the minor god that Shenong just aged up with? It is Chi Yao, yes. I'm learning. Wait, is it? Yes. Okay. Just double checking. I still haven't locked it in my brain. I've spent so many hours looking at the tech tree without China being a factor. And it's just in my old age. I say older age. Just takes a while for the grey cells to lock it in. Here we are. We got double tar for Ra and Set. Interesting. We got the double shifting sands potential. And with Freyr, of course, you almost never see it be different. It's Uller. And Uller, of course, pretty good in this kind of format. Asgardian Hellforts, better than ever on this patch. Why wouldn't you want a free Hillfort in Age 2? Draugr are also pretty good. You see it sometimes, but not often. The Draugr spam. And Draugr in large numbers do a lot of damage to infantry really quickly. So far, so quiet. We do see a town centre for Shenong by Isamato. Gonna get his economy online pretty quick. But it seems so far, even with the potential of the Shifting Sands town centre, both Egyptian players quite content now instead just to spread their economy across the map, build some spears, apply some pressure across the map, and trading not super duper well. Of course, Hursa doing okay versus Spearman. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the stats. 88 HP, 40 hack, 15 pierce, versus the 143 HP and only 20 hack armor of the Hursa. Not quite sure how that maths out. I think if I do this, we'll see it's an effective 162 HP against hack damage for the Hursa, and if we click on the spears, it's an effective 133. 7.7 damage hack versus the Hursa's, where do they go? Where are them Hursa's at? Versus the 8.8. Okay. So it's pretty even, I would say, between the two. Probably a little favoured to the Hursa's, if anything. Didn't see how that... Didn't see how... I think it must have been that priest that killed that Yatsa. Yatsa, of course, excellent raiding units currently. Nasty spearmen raiding in the back. Raiding cavalry also looking for an edge. Yatsa in the center of the map getting on the set boar. But the spearmen are here. It's a quick age 3 for Edge Crusher. Goes up with Sekhmet. Is it Sekhmet? I think so. I'm going to just do a quick check. A quick checkmate. Yes, it is Sekhmet. Migdal Stronghold, of course. Why not? Builds it pretty conservatively, though. Would have liked to have seen it a bit more positioned around this gold mine, a bit further forward. These dual sheep over here at this town center in the back, sitting lonely, waiting for someone to herd them towards a town center. The pressure from the spearmen from Zucht is impressive. Having a good awareness to both produce and send the spearmen all across while building up their eco. And well they should, because they've got a lot of villages exposed and forward. So they got to keep the pressure up to keep those villages safe. 2 monuments for now. Only 2 barracks producing, but it's more than enough. Some slingers getting added to the mix. And there's the Citadel. Ra committed probably to a fast mythic, I would say, given that he has yet to consider a town centre. And some walling coming up from Moksha. Asgardian Hill Fort securing this location, potentially expanding to a town centre at some point, but not being able to find the space as the spearmen keep roaming around looking for any overextended villages. Could have found some of Isomato's peasants over here as he begins to hunt bear. And you know what they say, sometimes you eat the bear and sometimes the bear eats you. Catching these gatherers out. Oh, and a little body blocked from the tower by this house, just a little bit, is enough to get a couple of gatherers dead as the spearmen duck in and duck out. Spearmen, not terrible raiders. I mean, Egyptian barracks units are pretty quick for infantry, but also, I think spears in particular have pretty good... well, actually, no, they don't have that terribly good. I thought they had better pierce armor than that. I stand corrected. Some relic gathering from Moksha, sending just the odd Hersa here and there. But what's this? Shifting sands in from Ra as the Tempest comes in. The Ghoul and Bursty. There's so many elephants, so many siege towers. It's going to be an absolute town center slaughter. Needs to bring gatherers in to start bashing away at these. Oh, but look at that. Everything gets frozen. The Tempest is perfect, but here comes yet another Shifting Sands to take that army out. That was close. Wow. And I love the use of the double Shifting Sands as the units here that were taken out unfrozen. The Scarab about to go pop. Camel's now into the mix from Ra, who's been quietly scheming away in the background. I love that plan. It very nearly worked, but Tempest's so good. Not to mention Ghoul and Bursty. If they'd done that on Shenong as opposed to Freyr, who's to say how that would have gone? I think Ghoul and Bursty can be used on a friendly town centre, on an allied base, so perhaps it would have gone about the same. And now, set on the back foot, as the armies of Team Moksha are pushing them back across the map. Got his villagers out of there, I think. They're now over here, on the hunt here. Another Asgardian Hill Fort coming down. But look at this! It's going to be a forward. Oh, but great use of the cavalry here to try to stop it. Should be getting on the villagers, though, I feel. Even the Quaofu are getting involved to help slap it down. Yeah, it's what we call a Doubt Migdol for Age of Empires 2 fans. Yeah, but here are the peasants, and they managed to break it down as soon as it goes up. Well played. The clay, or the terracotta riders, I should say, coming in clutch. And here come the armies of Isomato across the map. Going to be able to punish the peasants for their hubris. Able to drag them down as Edgecrusher abandons all hope in this part of the map. But at home, it's looking reasonably secure. A huge exchange of god powers if we look. Just Shenong really holding on to his mass. With the Citadel centers, it's going to be difficult to push the Egyptians at their home. But some space has been bought for Team Moksha, and they use that space to expand, getting that town center in the center. The question will be, can they hold it? Darth Nox says, this game is over. Or Jova. Potentially, yes. If we look up the top, we can see that militarily, it's heavily in advantage for Team Moksha. And indeed, villager count-wise, it's also heavily leaning to Team Moksha, but can they utilize this advantage properly, or will they give the Egyptians space to rebuild? As you can see, a whole bunch of vulnerable villagers, or laborers, I should say, just happily gathering away in the corner of the map. A few raiding cavalry running around would go a long way. Of course, hard to predict where your opponent's going to be gathering, especially in somewhere so risky and so far forward. But it's 3 town centers now to Moksha, which is a lot. And the Egyptians, both are still on 1 base, which is a part of why the villager discrepancy is what it is. But they have been spending all those resources on these cute little all-in plays, able to get away with it for now. And not to mention, with all these Migdols, pushing Egypt just in any stage of the game is going to be slow going without the proper siege. We can see that finally Shennong is reaching age 3 through the grace of, who is it? Rousseau. So here it is, Rousseau with these Baihu and Fey Beasts. But look at this over here. A Migdol built on a forward gold. Very ambitious from Edge Crusher to apply pressure like this. And you can see that, unhappy with the situation, Isamato marching his army across the map. But, once entrenched, Egypt can be hard to displace. So we'll see if Edge Crusher can hold on to this position. It's a bit of a gambit. Sort of a Hail Mary to try to claw their way some advantage back into this game. Siege Workshop going down, but not finishing as the military begins their slaughter, dragging down that Migdol. But over here on this portion of the map, Zooked with their huge Scarab play, putting a lot of pressure onto Moksha, but Fey Beasts chasing away at least the Chariot Archers, but not doing enough damage, not getting enough value. And Moksha's going to be careful, because these Scarabs, they're dangerous to kill in the wrong spot. And that one that's low in the center, look, yeah, there we go, a little pop. But not too much AoE damage, actually. Moksha getting away with it. An atrocious trade for both players, coming out in favor of Set just barely. But the town center is dead, so some damage done. Looking at the military count, about even for both players. Some camels, some priests, some chariot archers getting into some trouble in the center of the map. But Set... Oh, we've got some dog aggro. I do apologize. We're getting to the point of the morning where birds are doing their morning call, and my dog does take some issue with it. Settle down. Settle down. Alright, we've calmed the dog. Somewhat. I do apologize. He's gonna have to bark it out. Let me know if it's too audible. If anything, the filter is cutting it out a little bit. But dog barks tend to be a little piercing. I might go grab the boy here. I know it's a little unfortunate. I do apologize. One moment. All right, we have silenced the dog, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. But a little bit of a clash on this side of the field is Ra and Shennong getting it amongst it. But look at how many Baihu are here for Shennong. This is definitely difficult for Ra to hold forth. But Chariot Archers getting into the back here, putting pressure on the trickle of units from Moksha trying to hold the line. His army focusing on that Asgardian hill fort to take more space forwards. Locality with the Franker-Z emote. Is that Franker-Z? It's been a long time since I've seen such an emote. And Set putting the pressure on, keeping the pressure on. Zooked didn't hear no bell, but Isamato giving Ra the business as Edge Crusher tries to get together a bit of a resistance, but there's just a lot of Dao Swordsmen, a lot of Wuzhu Javelineers, and a lot of Myth units. We're seeing Taowu, we're seeing Baihu, we're seeing Yatsu. And here comes old mate Zhang Jia. Chinese heroes, very powerful. And the Scarab giving this Asgardian hill fort the business, but the hill fort holding its ground. Chariot Archer's not going to be able to do much to it, but we're seeing the Huskarls on the repair job as the Scarab goes down. Now the Chariot Archers are on the retreat, but Isamato taking his Shenong army and turning it onto Set now, as Ra has well and truly been humbled. But that is a lot of Chariot Archers to the tune of 24. It's going to put the hurt on a lot of these units, but there are a lot of Wuzhu Javeliniers, not to mention... not to mention... Age 4 has been reached in Yinglong, coming down, absolutely going to destroy all of these Chariot Archers with its splash damage. Oh, and Zooked immediately taps out. Well, well, well. That is that, let me have a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, that's going to be the set, or the series, I should say, going to Moksha and Isamato. 2-0. Well played to everyone. I do apologize for the dog noises at the very end there. But GG's, let's have a quick look at the postgame. Military resource-wise... yeah, Ra had this timing push, and it looked very scary, but Moksha and Isamato doing a good job of holding the line. Well, I mean, it was mostly Moksha with the double God Power, Tempest, and Ghoul and Bursty. Very strong defensive combo. And Ra basically militarily never recovered. Set, on the other hand, applying a lot of pressure throughout the whole game, but not able to carry it forward. If we look at resources collected, we can see the one base of Ra, really good at that timing, but falling off pretty hard as the longer the game went. Alright, let's take it to the menu. Let's get the music going. Let's have a quick look. Alright, Godschalk is signing out for the night. And it looks like... it looks okay. So just as an update, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the bracket. Make sure that that's refreshed. So as it stands, it hasn't updated yet, sadly. But it's going to be Moksha and Isamato advancing to the winners' finals. And Zoe KT, sorry, I did it again. Zooked and Edge Crusher will drop to the losers bracket. And the winner of this series, which I think is yet to be determined, will fight Zooked and Edge Crusher in the losers finals. Both the losers finals and the winners finals, I think, will be a best of 5. We've had so much tournament already that is going to be all she wrote for today. So we're going to be signing off here at the end of a 4.5-hour stream.
So we know. Oh no, it doesn't come up, but we do know anyway. Good luck, everyone. Okay, here we go. So this is the the DoD and DAG team game situation. So we've got one DoD member on each side. Let's make sure that I'm going to put this leaderboard up and I've got them the right way around. So, it's not for team games, is it? So I can't have the leaderboard. We're going to have it up anyway. I think it still looks nice, even if I've got the ends a little bit far. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have it. We're not going to have it. We're going to start again. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for team games. We're in the DoD DAG team game situation. So we have green and blue. So we have the Thor. We're playing on Bamboo Grove, which is a bit of a wild map in 1v1s, and it spawns the same within a team game, which is kind of wild. So then we have Zoect here, who is the blue set, who I believe is a monster of team games from what I remember. I believe he played in the Captain's Winter Draft and was very strong. And we do have down here Moksha, which I accidentally took off one of the M's, but it's fine. And up here, Isomato, we were saying how much he's improved recently. Very high elo, 18-something 100 player, very, very strong. And the map is Bamboo Grove. So yeah, this spawns kind of similar to how the single player, how the 1v1 spawns. So normally what kind of happens here is these town centers would just be free. So say it was red v blue here, you would then see that this side would just be a free town center to grab. This one would also be a free town center. Then you would probably get this one and this one. But what's kind of happened here with the 2v2 is it's just put a player there, which is wild. I think this one's going to be really interesting. So everybody gets a back town center that is often bait, to be honest. Back town centers on this map are often bait, but maybe not this one. This one gets you some gold, not too bad. Not a bad town center. But then it's probably all going to be about securing the middle of the map. The middle of the map has a decent amount of gold mines on it. It's got the outside has a lot of hunt though, so we will see what these players decide to go for. Whether they played Bamboo Grove in some of the earlier rounds for this tournament. We see the Zeus coming here. I wonder if any of these guys will go for some kind of rush. So we can actually talk about some of the kind of combos. So the kind of classic. If we're going back to the olden times, if we're going back to Age of Titans, then we're saying Loki would go for the hearses. You would go for a big load of hearses to go for some huge raids because hearses were so fast, and then you would get the Zeus player going for hoplites. And if you combine those together on one player, you can start taking out buildings with the Zeus hoplites. You can have the Loki hearses, and you can get some really big early game damage done. Or you could also just go in with a little kind of handful, and you also have that restoration too alongside that. You can also go with a handful of units, just get a couple of hearses, probably 8 to 10, go around raiding with them, and then the same for the hoplite. So that is an option. Then on the other side, we have Set, that's probably most known for kind of timing attacks with your ancestors. We do see that Plague of Serpents is actually going to be the choice here for the Set, but normally a Shifting Sands is kind of the standard, where you can Shifting Sands your units plus your friendly units, and you used to be able to move enemy units as well, but that doesn't happen anymore. And then the Thor. So Thor, I mean, there's two ways to go with the Thor. We do see Forseti is the choice for the Thor here. Oh, we do have the Elos in the chat. Thank you very much. And so we do see Thor going in for Forseti, which is kind of the new standard for Thor, at least for 1v1s. I think Freya is still a decent choice for your team games. We do see a really quick bolt onto the blue priest there, just denying some animal conversions, denying him actually probably getting that relic. It's probably getting the relic. Armory improvements are less expensive. Yeah, you don't want to give that to Thor. That's going to make your Thor dwarves come out even further. So that priest was probably going to go drop that off to the Thor player. So that was a really nice bolt there. Looks like the pink player here, Moksha, he did want to go for that forward town center, but he spied the Anubite coming for him, and he's gone, now I'm going to go for this safer town center that's next to my friend, and it's technically his town center, but I'm going to have it anyway, and it'll be absolutely fine. Also, nice reaction time here, and the Anubite is going to be sent packing by Jason. So we see one town center being grabbed by the Zeus. We see some defensive houses coming up by the set. No crazy kind of monuments coming in, just a couple of monuments, no big plays. Looks like the barracks are coming up for Zoic here, so he is going for a classical play. He's getting a second barracks. Normally if you see one barracks, it could be either or. It could be that you're just getting out a couple of spearmen, but as soon as you see the two, you're kind of committing. It's nicely placed around this monument to the villagers. Nice spy here on Hatsfetsut, the pharaoh. He's gonna come over, get some safe food here. And then Edge Crusher the Thor. He's grabbing his town center. He's grabbing that back town center that we said was bait, but maybe in a team game setting, it's not as bad. I mean, there's this gold mine here that that's easier to secure because you have your teammate this side. So in a 1v1, I think it would be bait, but this time I think it's a perfectly fine one to grab. But it does leave Izumato to grab this map pressure here and potentially grab this forward town center. If he can spy that the Greens have actually gone for this town center, so it looks like they don't know. Izumato is getting this wall up. It's pretty standard for the Norse players to go for town centers a little bit later, just because they need to get units out to, first of all, to potentially, if they're getting attacked, they need those units out to build more things and actually defend them. But you want to get a decent amount of buildings out, so you can just get the units out while getting the town center up. You're not also losing resources while getting this town center up, whereas you do with every other civ, because you need to actually build that one. So not too bad. And so it's just blue. It's just Zoek here that's opting in for the one town center, which means he's going to get some good pressure on. We do see the Guardian Nubites out. Spearman also. Nice play. Spearman to take down the Jason, and that frees the Anubites up. They can jump over this wall if they would like, but then they leave themselves open to Heracles to come in and bash them. There's a lot of units sitting here. That's very juicy for an Anubite jump. We do see an Anubite jump, and none of them go down. That's so unfortunate. They're so low HP. Looks like they have popped out a little bit too quickly. I think that's a bit of a greedy boys play if you're against the Anubites. Very, very nice jumps there to not get caught on the gold mine. You've got to be really careful when you're using that jump. And it looks like Zoek is, and he's taken down these villagers nicely. So we see the villager numbers. The blue side is actually up on the villagers, even though they are one town center down. But it's all thanks to these Anubites coming through. And obviously the later town center on this side only just getting value. Nice little manual jump there as well. Yeah, Anubites getting super value. The watchtowers are up. You do have to be a bit worried now. Looks like the Anubites are getting out of there safely. You need to get a priest in somewhere to heal these bad lads back up. You definitely want the priest. Looks like the priest was bolted earlier and none have actually come up now. But the priest did get some good value with all his boars. They're coming into a fight by the look of it. Probably wanted to go for some kind of timing on Moksha here. Heracles is in though. Ooh. Yeah, a couple of bashes and it's going to be very, very scary. He needs to manually jump away to actually get away from that guy. Unfortunately tried the animation cancel there, but did just miss out on it. Anubite trying. Yeah, I didn't think that worked anymore. And we see that it doesn't. So Undermine got a bit of a nerf because there was a duo in 2v2s that would double undermine a town center. So I believe it doesn't do much damage to town centers or town centers that are being built anymore. So that's why that didn't really go down when you thought it might have. Maybe showing that Izumato isn't that much of a Norse main, or just not using Heimdall anyway. But the Guardian Anubis just get so annoying. Gonna sneak through there. There wasn't enough space. Nice garrison though, but there are these ones this side. I think Moksha here is just getting a little bit discombobulated with all these Anubites running around. Izumato is coming in though. It's a lot bigger. Manual cast of that giant killer Einhjar to take down all of the units there. Absolutely love that play to speed up those bad boys. Now Moksha has been hit. His eco is in a shambles. He's got 33 villagers against what? 36 this side, 48 this side, and 35. So Edge Crusher's just he's just been able to sit back while Zoect is getting all this pressure in. The Green Thor is sitting back with his 2 town centers. He's got his 5 armory upgrades in so far, so that's 5 extra dwarfs there. So he is absolutely loving life. He's got a handful of units going up through Skadi, and that's going to be very, very scary. The division comes in. We do want to move over to this perspective, so we can see a bit of everybody, but the vision does come in just to see what Isomato is up to. There's nothing that we can really use as the blue or green player to do anything about that. There's no shifting sands or anything like that. Not deciding to use that Plague of Serpents early either. Saving that one for a potential rainy day isn't so bad. I mean, the Heracles Minotaur does take it out reasonably quickly. I think these Zoic Spearmen are going to get caught out of position. The Throwing Axemen, if there's a body block from those hearses, they're going to go down very, very quickly. Looks like there was an attempt. The Einhjar special was in, but I think not microed perfectly though. If you could have just got those raiding cavalry in front of the spearmen while using that special would have been absolutely fine, but they were just A moved onto him, so didn't quite do it. Priests in to deal with that Einery though. Skadi in. And the massive thing about some of these god powers for team games is the Skadi Frost is going to be brutal. Absolutely brutal against 2 lots of enemy units there. Potentially use it on this this restoration. Opting not to. Restoration's often good after the frost as well. Does decide to frost after the restoration. And there is a handful of units still on the Guardian Anubites. Need to make sure to manually task that town center to the units that are actually still alive, not the ones that are frozen, so that these things are just not getting the value. You need to manually task everything, otherwise Frost just does not get its full value. See this guy, Bjorn Ironside, just whacking away for free. He's getting a bit lost, but he was whacking away for free for a bit. Pharaoh was spied and is going to go down. Yeah, just not getting the manual targeting going on here. I think Zoic now needs to transition into Axeman, whether that's what he is just decided to do. He absolutely is. He is still in the classical age though, so only medium Axeman. But against Loki Zeus, I think Axeman is a perfectly fine choice. And the Isomato units are chasing this guy around. Sentry towers aren't upgraded yet. I haven't spent that 100 gold. But they will go down. Whether or not the Anubite goes down with it, yeah, manually jumps away. Shift Q for anyone playing at home. That's how you get all those out at the same time. And even without Big Frost, Isomato is carrying his side very, very well. Bringing Moksha back from that very early aggression that he was so susceptible to. But the blue-green side just needs Edge Crusher to do the same. That's all. He's been in a good enough position to also do the same thing. Get some hill forts down. Get some just get more military buildings down. So he's going to be up to 12 long houses. So he's at 10 now as soon as this one finishes. So decent amount of buildings to get some units out of, which is what we absolutely love to see. There is 3 back here, which does not feel nice, but they will be able to eventually get back into the fight. I just don't want to pick off these single units there. Isomato just needs to know that these single units are here, and he just needs to go in and take them down. And he absolutely is. The army of Moksha, even though his eco is shot, he's still got a decent army, but not upgraded thanks to all those big juicy raids. But the Einharies, the big Einhari spam coming in from Isomato. Does the Einhari special work on allied units? If it does, that's insane. I want to see one of them use it now the pink's here. I think it does. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's insane. Heimdall is definitely a viable choice in these team games. See Isomato coming in with a huge raid. Edge Crusher being a bit greedy with his gold mine. He had this one back here that we mentioned right at the start. He's got this one. He's got this one. He did not need to be out there. There was no reason to. Fair enough when you have map pressure. When you have map pressure, you can be here with no problem. But when they lost this town center, he should have just bailed on that gold mine. Lose the amount of gold that it takes to walk to this one and just be safe. It's always the play. Okay. I mean, this does gather quicker, so that's a reason to do it, right? How do I change to see his gold? He might be... So if he's got to mark it up, which he does, maybe he's going to give units, give gold over to Zoect. Maybe that's the plan. He just wants to gather as much gold as quickly as he possibly can, and that's the reason to put the Dwarven mine down. Feeling that they're kind of backs against the wall during this game. So we will see if that's the case. So they are sharing hunt over this side. Izumato has lost some of his units here, and his giant killer Eineries, they're not manually casting these. Looks like they're kind of using them all at the same time, which isn't getting as much value, but they do tank those throwing axemen for ages. Big fight over here as well. Slingers. A nice bit of micro back with the Einherjes special, just being able to get so far back with these archers back here. Slingers are out to counter basically all the units except the hoplites. The throwing axemen and the tox here. Yeah, some nice manual casts. And I think the momentum is purely with the blue-pink side. I sat underneath though. All the forward buildings going down. Edgecrusher just trying to snipe some units. Good play. Needs to dodge that troll special. So Izumato does pull it back nicely. Nubite's still looking for raids. I think Zoek definitely did the damage early. And I think, yeah. I just think Izumato pulled them back into this game. Edgecrusher, he's trying to get this hill fort up. It's 6 seconds away. How fast does it make these units? It puts them up to 8.5 speed. If you use all of them. I didn't realize they stack. I assume there's diminishing returns, but I didn't know they stacked. So actually using them all at the same time isn't so bad. We'll have to see it. Score-wise, it's so even. You have a player that boomed. You have a... That's so loud. You also have a player that went or was either aggressed on or did the aggression. For that, I believe that's Izumato up through flaming weapons. No chance of a second frost. The blue side here, Heroic Age isn't in, but we can see that it's going to cost 200 to use. So we know what he's going to get. That's like headache central, isn't it? Giant killer Einherjes. I love it though, because you really don't get to see them. And as we thought, it is all about the middle of the map. Izumato even taking the enemy town center there. There's a settlement here that Pink could grab very, very easily. Just whack a wall through here. I'm sure he's got the resources to do it. And he almost does. Getting back into this game nicely. Hasn't suffered too many losses since the early game. The labourers farming up nicely. Then in come the boys. It's just so hard to defend as the blue-green side because you've got, I mean, your army just so split. Nice to get your slingers forward, just do a bit of damage, then run away. That was the idea there. But if the blue and pink can just fight each other, that's the best case scenario for the set here. But there's the team of Izumato Moksha are sticking together so nicely. It's like Zoek is sneaking this up. Do they not see it? He's now spotted it. Nice attempted cheeky play, but a couple of hoplites coming over. Need to take out, yeah. Nice play. Needs to take out the Pharaoh. That's the game changer there. It didn't work earlier. It still does nothing. But oh well. Looks cool. Flaming weapons in. Lots of throwing axemen. There's also a restoration number 2. Looks like Moksha's getting all the favor in. He's got 19 sound favor to just reuse those gold powers whenever he wants. Potentially swap into some other units. But the throwing axemen are kind of overkilling the other throwing axemen though, so it isn't too bad. But the hill fort, the town center, all of these Toxotes as well. Now it's pushing back the blue-green side very nicely. But they need to do a little bit more though. I think they're winning these trades. But if we look at the score-wise, it's still so even. They definitely have the map pressure though. I think the red tech could be better. Whereas the green side, oh, you know, even he only has copper weapons. You'd expect the Thor to get a bit more. The Scarabs are in to try and take town centers down, and Scarabs now are very valuable. Now you need those siege units. The issue is, yeah, I mean, there's still so much gold. They're fine. Hill fort back at home. I think Green's lost a lot of his units though. Yeah, Green's down to 130 population. We've got 200 pop for red. We've got 190 pop for pink. And we've got 190 pop for blue. So yeah, so it's just Green there that's kind of struggling, just losing a few units, trying to get his buildings back up. He put so many of his barracks forward, didn't he? He still has 8 longhouses though, so absolutely fine. Siege tower's trying to come in now that there's only archers. And no, actually the hoplites were sat inside the town center and they take them out so quickly. The other issue is the not going through Ptar means that your slingers don't have electron bullets, which would be so much stronger against... I mean, they'd basically counter everything. They do have... or soft counter everything. They do have that Sekhmet upgrade already, the Slings of the Sun, which make them okay against the hoplites. But if you combine that with that divine damage... that's what really tips them over the edge. See restoration again, and the bronze. I kind of do love the play. 15 on favor. It just ticks up every second. Is it 1 a second? I can't see. Just UI things there. But if you thought bronze was good in your single player, oh, I keep calling it single player, in your 1v1 games, it's nothing compared to your team games. You can bronze everything. So there are some raids coming up here. So the Migdal Stronghold is trying to go on to these gatherers that have made their way all the way this way, but looks like the gatherers did get changed to berserks. Pink is up the top, kind of overstayed his welcome. Thought he was a bit too strong with the bronze, and all of these guys are going to get caught out. They can easily turn around and fight this though. They should be fine. Just do a bit of micro, pull back, shoot, should be fine. But does know that he can turn around. The town center did go down to that Scarab double siege tower combo, but the siege tower Scarabs are no longer anywhere to be seen, so it's quite expensive to take that one down. And now we do see that the red-pink team has overtaken, stopping a watchtower getting put up as well. Only slingers to Zoek's name. I guess that's just eco-wise. No, he does have 23 on food. Should be able to pump something else. But just kind of in that defensive mode instead. Is trying to get all these Migdals up. And Chariot's coming up this side. Sniping some of the gold miners. Absolutely love it. Also trying to get some good damage done on this side. So still trying to raid, even though he's on the back foot here. And we do see the pink Toxotes getting some value, but they're all going to go down. Nice defense, but it has taken basically all of these units over. The raiding cavalry can get over here pretty quickly though. Citadel center as well, tanks for absolute days. You just need to whack some villagers in there, manually target down whatever you need to. Probably hydras. I think they do so much damage that you can just manually target down a myth unit and be fine. As long as it's not a siege unit with their like 90% pierce, you can target down a hydra and it's great. We can't actually see where it's shooting, can we? Yeah, there's arrows everywhere. Can't really tell, but it does just ridiculous damage. So the raids have stopped. Citadel Center is down though. And the red-pink combo is looking like it's swarming through Zoek's base. And even though he did manage to get down here, it's looking a bit scary for him. Green can send some units over, so he's deciding to attack red where it hurts instead. I do like that play. If so, it can hold on though. That is kind of it. It's always better to put some damage on rather than trying to defend your ally if they can hold it. But it's if they can hold it is the main key. He does have mercenary. He has 500 gold sat in the bank. He can spam those out. The Thor is hurting for gold, probably from those raids from earlier. There is another dwarven mine though. And Isamato does the classic Norse team game thing of, I'll take your town center, I will destroy your town center, and I'll build your town center. And that one goes the wayside of the red pinks. And it's going to be very difficult, I believe, for green and blue to come back into this, especially when Isamato, Moksha can actually take their back town centers that they haven't grabbed yet and be even more at an advantage. They're already striding to win this game. They just need to kind of focus on an area. Think back, getting the rock giants in, getting the hydras in. I don't know. Maybe is that a BM healing spring? Do we think a BM heal restoration? Because you want to use it when your units are damaged, not and also when you're fighting, not before when they're full HP. You might win a misclick. He just pressed it so many times already, just accidentally presses it again. It's quite funny. The boys. The mountain giants are in. The rock giants are in. Oh, tear for Isamato. In comes the Fimbulwinter to do even more damage to that eco. Does manage to get spawn on this one, and yeah, that's when they say GG. Nice play from Isamato and Moksha. I think that was, yeah, the early raids on Moksha really, really hurt him. But Isamato managed to hold, and then yeah, when Moksha managed to stabilize, I mean, he did really well there with his many restorations and nice play. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at some of the timelines. Can you put it by team? Teams? Yes, we can see it by teams. Oh, nice. They're already in the next one. Yeah, they were just ahead for so long. So nice game one. Let's get this one going. Ooh, let's get this one going. Ooh. Oh, not ranked, not ranked. That's some muscle memory there. Oh, nice, just about to start. So I'm thinking maybe I can do something with this, where I like drop that maybe. Maybe we'll see what that looks like. Let's see if it kind of does something for the team games. So that was Isamato, wasn't it? Boom. Yes, I will use my trusty source to see if they're playing. And they're not yet. I have a team game scoreboard. Urosh, do I? How do I do that? I will He is the GOAT. Absolutely. I will undo that one. Is it just a different link? Refresh the browser source. Refresh. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Oh, thank you. Hey. How do I do that in the future? Because I'll normally want it on 1v1s. That's cool. Look at this. What a guy. Rating. Open lobbies, customs. Ah, sweet, they're just starting. I'll give it a few seconds and then hope it refreshes itself. If not, I'll do it. Refresh your custom doc. Oh, see, this is the guy. The guy. The guy. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, I don't see it. It's fine. I only need it to stay like this for now. Oh, there it is. 1v1 team game update. What a guy. Thank you very much, Hirosh. Appreciate it. Yeah, now it looks nice. Look at this. Oh, it looks great. No worries, no worries. Technology. That's it. Technology. You gotta love it. Now, who is on which side? So I need to swap it. Luckily, I have a flipperoonie button. Look at this. I love how it's called flipperoonie as well. That's amazing. So we've got Izumato Moksha as the Chinese. So Edge Crusher. Sweet. Okay, we are in game number 2. We're on Steppe, another Chinese map, and we have the Chinese players also. So we have Izumato, the winner of the first one. He is in the pink with his teammate, the other winner of the first one, which is Moksha. So they are Fuji and Shenong. And if they've been watching any high-level team games, I'm expecting them to go in with a pretty disgusting comp. But we won't spoil that yet. We'll see if they do decide to go for that one. And then on the other side, these guys played a good early game and then just kind of got overrun. It's Edge Crusher, who was the Thor, who's now going in with the Poseidon. And Zoekt going in with the Poseidon with a different portrait. So also double Poseidon. I sense a lot of early aggression coming in on this one. And we do have a leaderboard for this one because Urosh, the GOAT, has set up a nice team game one, which I didn't realize I could do before. So thank you very much to him. And yeah, so the map's Steppe. Steppe it's just open. It's basically, I don't know, it's like a rebrand of those like dry Arabia. Just all open everywhere. I mean, you get this is actually a town center that you could defend pretty easily. You get a nice cheeky wall here. There's even a little one here to save you a bit of gold. You've got a gold mine behind it. You've got gazelles behind it. In the back, you've got gazelles galore. There's actually a lot of hunt available on this map. Even these town centers, you've got some gazelles on them. They're not great. I mean, they're so close to each other. Easy to defend, I guess. There is a gold mine behind it. Okay, so there are some pretty defensive town centers within this map. Maybe we can have a look at some of the relics. I missed those on the first game, and it ended up that there was one that could have really helped the Thor out. So we got temple improvements are cheaper. It's not the most exciting. Bow of Huang Di, which is the arranged snare. Yeah, that one's disgusting. It's a brutal relic. Villagers train faster. Not bad. Only 5% though, but not bad. Ula's bow, which is the extra range, which is really nice for anybody. Feather of Jingwei. It looks like it's like all the new relics, basically. I say new, all of the Chinese added relics. Adds 0.5 wood trickle. That's not too bad. This one, hero 10% hero lifesteal. I like that. Ship fingernails, that is the food trickle. And then this one that someone's trying to grab is pair of golden lions. A great one. Oh, good. I say, it looks like Izumato accidentally got hit back and didn't decide to get it, unless he didn't have his temple upgrade. He did have his temple upgrade, so I think he shift clicked it by mistake too early, but it looks like his teammate Moksha did manage to get that golden lion, so luckily for them, that would have been a bit painful. But do you manage to get the the relics. This one's Ship of Fingernails. Nice early one. Are we going to be seeing town centers, or are we going to be seeing what I expect to see, which Isomato's got? The ideal spawn for your Shenong when you're going through and getting your Yatsas is more Yatsas. So we do see Son of Loon coming in. And this side, we're seeing Chillin. So we're seeing Chillin, and we're seeing Yatsa. That's Chillin Yatsa combo against double Greek. Ooh. Oh, I feel I feel so sorry for them. Atalanta's out. We do have double Atalanta though. And that's something you've got to be wary of. They're scary against myth units. If they can coordinate, if the Zoic Edge Crusher team can coordinate and send their Atalantas to the right place, then they will be fine. Looks like she's going for a relic at the moment, which is the Wood Trickle. I want to see it from their point of view, because these myth units are going to come and they're going to be very scary. Looks like Centaur's trying to get a bit of damage done. Najar's in. Centaur needs to just run away, just absolutely bail. Looks like Centaur's coming in this side, so they're both going on different ones. So the Yatsas are in. Does manage to take one down. One of them might be getting sniped. The issue is they're going to be able to get healed up by these Chillin as well. Does manage to snipe one. That's absolutely huge early value to get rid of that. There was one villager kill there, but I assume there's also some villagers getting killed by these centaurs, or at least ones that are getting forced out. There's so many low HP ones. Nice bit of micro from Isomato to scare him off there. We'll go back to the full view. Moksha with his full walls in does manage to get villagers train faster. Not bad. Pretty good. Villagers going a bit too out in the open, but we will see. Then the free centaurs, yeah, just being annoying basically. Looks like the Hippias, yeah, they were scared of the one Hippias, which was a bit strange, but you managed to take that one out. And not as much early value from the Isomato Moksha side as I expected. I expected them to go really ham on the myth units, but they're choosing not to do that. Or maybe they're waiting for some kind of critical mass of them. Yeah, we know that Yatsas versus Centaurs is a very one-sided affair, and it does not favor the Centaurs, the poor guys. So the Atalanta's getting some good value, though. Nice body block from those Chillin, though. Could have probably potentially got through, but you need to make sure to micro that properly. If you just leave it to attack, then it will just attack the closest thing. Even if you clicked on something that's past it, you need to constantly be making sure that you're attacking that thing. And yeah, these guys counter these guys. Basically, if you go through Shio anyway, so it's just the Shenong that actually counters them very, very well. Because he gets the Halberdier upgrade, which can snare these Hippias, and it's so strong. So we will see that upgrade come through, and that's exactly when it happens. When these guys' sticks start to glow like this, and they get some glowy sticks, that's when the Hippias need to run. But the Hippias are faster. That is the one big thing, right? They are 5.8 speed. They don't even have their upgrade to make them faster yet, which is the Hermes upgrade. So they will be able to get a little bit faster to run through the enemy base and kind of kite these halberdiers around. You have to be very good at getting those halberdiers sit within the right place. And looks like Zoic is getting a nice raid in, and these villagers of the Chinese are so weak. They'll go down so quickly. Does manage to snipe 2 before running away. No watchtowers in, so even though these are going to get snared, it's just the town center that can actually damage them. And does snipe another one. Zoic playing these early games exceptionally well. And there is the second TC grab for Edge Crusher. So no immediate town center grabs from anybody. Going for an 8-minute town center. So very different to the last game. And I feel like this is what Zoic wants. I mean, I don't know his playstyle, but he seems to play like me, which is put on loads of early pressure and just rifle that pressure throughout the rest of the game. Whereas if you are going against someone that goes 2 town centers and then they put you and you don't get enough damage done, basically, which happens within the team games because there's a second guy to worry about, then you get put on the back foot. And Zoek, I think this one town center style, just from what I've seen so far, is going to favor his play style for sure. Even getting some damage off onto these Quafus. The Quafu does manage to get out. He was kind of bumping around against that gold mine. That's like a bumper kind of pushed him back. That's pretty wild pathing. I thought this was all walled off, but it isn't walled off yet. So Edge Crusher is running in. Doesn't see those guys though. Looks like the blue-green team is just all over the place. Just swarming over the red pinks and getting town centers. You love to see it. If you're rooting for the blue-greens, that is. You do love to see it. Nice little wall. We do see that, yeah, these gold mines are so nice. Yeah, nice little pullback from Isomato there. The Hippias doing well. Golden Lions do spot that there's a second town center going up. I wonder if they also know there's a second town center for green. I don't know. They're about to see that now. So they know that they're up against double town centers now. Maybe you can guess that from the score. I mean, it's easy to guess it from the score when we already know. But, you know, it's just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind. If you're a very top-level player, you kind of know that sort of stuff. But full Hippias from the blue. Looks like green has less things out. Is he going to the heroic age? Looks like he's trying to. We do see, yeah, pretty much there. So going through Dionysus. There's going to be double Dionysus on the side of the blue-green boys, which is pretty scary. Whereas if we're looking over at the pink side, they're not getting second town center. They're not... Okay, looks like red is getting a second town center just afterwards. So that's 3 minutes behind green. So they didn't know that green got this 3 minutes ago. So green's got some really decent value from his town center. And it's even behind blues. Don't know what pink's going to go for here, whether Isomato's going to go for a town center or not. Looks like he's kind of... He could. He has the resources to do everything, basically. He could go for a second town center if that's what he wants to go for. Bit more food, and he's in the heroic age, the Go Mang. Looks like... Oh, that's with the town center. That was already built up. Okay, so he's going to be doing 2 things at once, or he's just going to go town center, full send of these halberdiers. Looks like that's the case. It's like everyone's kind of respecting the decision to just sit back now. Edge Crusher just going to have a look. Going to have a look at this town center. I thought is going to get caught out by the sheer amount of chilling. I think it will make sense for the green blue side to get to the third age also, if that's something that they can get to. And we obviously do see that green did get there earlier. Looks like blue's going there as well. Just from, I mean, there's just so many chilling. You need those extra heroes out. You need those stronger myth units to deal with the chilling. I think chilling's one of those things. Like, one just doesn't feel very good. And then you get 4 or 5 and they just heal up so quick. Never seen this new Civ before. Look at him go. Looks like on spread formation, so you get the ultimate spread of healing. That's some big brain. That's some big brain stuff. Game has slowed down a bit. Everyone's going third age. Everyone just fancies it. That's absolutely fine. That means everyone's going to have access to their castles. They can drop fortresses on the front. They can drop some Babbljins whenever they want. Looks like Moksha's still going for the towers. Hydras are being forced out. A vanish just on the Quafus there, which is nice, but I feel like that vanish should have been saved. There's double bronze coming for you. Do they know that he's up through bronze? They do. Oh, I'm speeding it up. Oops. Wrong button. But yeah, I think vanish is just the counter to bronze. I don't see why you would use it earlier. I mean, yeah, you get your tower up, but I don't think that was really worth it. Rashu up. Do we see the Gomangs? Reduce. We don't see Gomang in yet. It has been pre-queued, but it's still not in for our red boy over here. So he is down in age. Has a gold mine. Has all the myth units in the world. And a fortress. Fortress right in your face. Yeah, this keeps happening to me also. I don't know if I'm just bad at clicking it, but where like your villagers walk onto the fortress. I don't know if that happens to anybody else. But yeah, these villagers are all going to go down. Goodbye, villagers. Oh, no, that's not the ceasefire you want. The damage was done. I don't know. Didn't ceasefire slow down the building? Yeah. Like, ceasefire before the fire breath comes in if you want a ceasefire. Or just leave it. But looks like green is getting targeted here. The ceasefire gave the opportunity to run over, and that is the bronze. Do these do divine damage, though? I think they do divine damage, right? Their green thing, and oh my god, the green units are just getting eviscerated. Poisoned by these Fey beasts. Absolutely brutal. Not only has he lost a fortress, lost all of his units. Fey beasts are down, but I mean, they got their value. Zoic's going to need to do something over here. Look at the score difference now. Just dropped down so much from that turn of play there. And yeah, going to need to have an answer for these chillin', basically. Oh. That's what I mean, though. The mass of them is brutal. We have just that upgrade. Doesn't have the upgrade where if you lose a certain amount of the same unit, you get one for free. I kind of like that. Especially if you're getting like a decent amount of myth units. It's just good. If they go down, you get one at some point. So it's still looking for something. But I mean, there's so many counter units. Does force the forest protection, though. That is nice to see that the forest protection, if you're a blue fan, has been forced, because it means that the Petropolis can sit outside the range of the town center and slowly siege it down. So that is a big win there to put it there, rather than putting it on some kind of fortress here or something like that. It does get a solo bronze, so 2 solo bronzes, not what we like to see within the team games. But Red's units are over here, and I think the Moksha Izumato unit is working so much better together, whereas Zoic Edge Crushers kind of on their own, they're kind of left on their own devices, really. It's like 2 1v2s, basically. But all the red units are here, so that does give Edge Crusher a chance to run over here, get some damage done. Nice bit of garrison micro, but there's only one tower. The Hippaspis will take it down eventually. And now we've got fast army versus slow army. I just moved the Tawu. Either move the Tawu or press Q. Just press Q. He runs really fast. I promise. There he goes. he runs fast. Just, you need to put him not in your army. And that does force Zoic out. I like this guy. This even splitting them up in groups of 3 now. Oh, poor Edge Crusher this game. Come on, Tawu. We do really see the difference between manually using the Tawu and just leaving it on auto. I watched the replay of one of Soup's games that he played over the weekend. I can't remember who it was actually against. But he had 3 of these guys, and he would manually use his Q, his bowling alley kind of strike through, and it's just so much CC. And using that compared to auto is just such a big difference. And we see the chillin' as well against Matrius. Yes, thank you. I see the healing. Look at the healing. If they don't go down, they just survive for so long. And that's everything getting this healing. So Naja doesn't go down. The Pioneers don't go down. Unfortunately, this is the gold mine that Moksha wants to go for. Edge Crusher is gathering this one nicely. I guess the other ones are just... Is there none behind him? Not really. He's been shafted with his gold mines, to be honest. This is one of the only good ones. I do like this house play. Dropping some houses down to get some trees around your gold mine to then defend it. I do definitely like that play. So that's a Go Mang exclusive there. If you drop houses down, it builds some trees around it. Trobolos is being forced back. Ceasefire to stop the town center potentially. I did see the Qinglong in there. I think that's what it was. Red does need to run back though. There is a ceasefire on, but he's a bit out of position. I don't know where Green's army is. Do we know where Green's army is? He just doesn't have one. That's rough. 4 academies, 9 archery ranges. Just beat shift and Q. Whack all those bad lads out. Come on, get them all coming out. Looks like it has kind of transitioned into 2 1v1s. And we have on the left side, it looks like blue is pushing. On the right side, it looks like red is winning these fights. He has been sent packing, but his army is definitely stronger. So if we're looking from that side, then it's an even game, right? The red's beating the green and the blue's beating the pink. It just depends by how much. The blue, if we look at Zoect, he's got four TCs, whereas Edge Crusher, he also has one of Moksha's TCs. So while it looks like the red is doing so well, he is actually... His TC's over here. That's pretty rough. It doesn't matter for right now, but as it gets later on into the game... Ah, look at these myth units, man. Nice play out of the special, though. The Chilean aren't so good at just using their head. You kind of want the special. I mean, they do tank for a while. Yeah, nice bit of micro. You want these in their own group, really. We see Zoect pushing. He's got his Colossus. He's got his Polyphemus. He needs to take this Forest Protection Town Center down. How many of these guys? There's still 5. And it looks like Red's been forced to send a load of White Horse Cavalry over, which is going to give Green the opportunity to push back and take this gold mine. And Red is in a terrible time for gold mines. He needs to secure another one. He needs a palace here like 5 minutes ago so he can be on more than one gold mine. Izumato has managed to defend with help from his teammate. And the town center is going back up. But Zoec's fortress to stop this gold mine. This gold mine's about to run out. I think the blue-red Poseidon side is looking like a potential gold starve is a thing. It's building central here, though. But for the Fuji. And it's just double, yeah. 2v1 against this side. Moksha seems to have so many military units. I don't know how he's in so many places at once. He's got 84 citizens as well. These 2 pop or 3? These are 3 pop. That's impressive. Yeah, Zoec's pushing very nicely. Izumato's trying to do the sneaky with the Qinglong, trying to get some damage on these gold mines, but I don't think 1 does the job. I think you need 2 to really get the damage done. We will see it, though. It does do a disgusting amount. Yeah, you really do need the 2, because your villagers will just run away by themselves, and then the non-special just doesn't really do anything. Hippolyta is in. I think she's got a bit confused. No, she is in. And takes him out in 1 shot. Goodbye, Snake. Green is slowly pushing. I think the Zoect team doing well on this one. Where is the gold mine for red? This one's not the one. Red now bringing his units over to green. It's kind of between a 1v1 and a 1v2 on Zerek's side. I just think green is holding nicely, but I don't think he's micro.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Game 3 of the Grand Finals of the DoD and DAG 2v2 Tag Team Tournament. We're going to be playing on Silk Road today. Oh, well, we don't see it on the map preview screen, but I can tell you it's Silk Road with their famous trading posts. Oh, and I've also got to adjust my mouse sensitivity once again because, my god, we're waiting for that next patch. And it's going to be a 1-1 score going into Game 3, best of 5 here. Or first to 3 wins. In the green, Edge Crusher on Zeus. And Zoot. We've seen for the second time this series, not from Zoot specifically, I don't think, but Thor. A relatively uncommon Norse pick these days. In the pink, as usual, it's Moksha on Hades. And also running a Greek, it's Isomato on Zeus. Now, like I said, it's the grand finals. Everything's on the line, and whoever wins this game takes the upper hand. Once again, it's first to 3, so first to 2, you're only 1 win away. You have that pressure. Every game is important in a series like this. But this map's a bit of an odd one. So we'll have to see who can control the center for that economic advantage. Right now, it's flipping back and forth between all players. The map's quite strange otherwise. Not a lot of resources in the center, just these trading posts. Quick look at the relics. It's the Kithara of Apollo. For villager movement speed, that's quite powerful. Of course, the faster your villagers move, the less time it takes them to hand in resources, walk to new resources, that sort of thing. It's a kind of a boost to your economy in a way that you may not expect. Bow of Artemis, ranged soldiers, ballista, and ranged myth units cost less wood and gold. Not bad, not bad. 10% adds up, especially because siege units tend to cost more resources than most units. Uluz Bow, another ranged unit focused relic to give max range to soldiers and ballistas. Dwarven Calipers to reduce the cost of siege units even further. So I'm sensing a theme here in the relics. Eye of Ornlu over here to give well, it's got a mix of units here. Hippaspist and Axeman. Damage of melee attack, 5% of base. Throwing Axeman, Cairo Ballista, Fire Archers. Damage of ranged attack, 5% of base. Weirdly worded, I would have thought. Kui Drum for the hero, increased damage per hit point lost. We've seen that a bit. And the arrows of the Alpha buildings are going to be doing more melee and ranged damage. Down here, it's Skirnir Odin Spear for that anti-cav boost. Now, we are seeing the temple go up. We've seen a bit of a Dwarven Armory play from Zoot. Don't think they've gotten any upgrades just yet, but they have queued up the Hammer of Thunder. Wait, no, they must have gotten upgrades. Yes, they've gotten 3. Pretty much the whole copper suite. So you can see the advantage in villager count up the top here, slightly in favor of Team Zoot. And interestingly, a bit of a slow advance time from Thor, but otherwise we've seen Athena from all three of the Greek players. So a lot of Minotaurs in the early stages of the game. And it's going to be Freya, Thor. Not too surprising. Freya, very strong and popular Norse minor god. Riding cavalry, just very strong in this stage of the game. Valkyrie, even stronger. And Isomato's Minotaur, gonna try to have a little look in. Gets a headbutt. Is that a dead villager? I think it is. So, one shot, one kill. As the Minotaur wanders right back out of the base. No sentinels deployed from Hades just yet. Moksha doing their due diligence to be patient, try to get max value out of it. Although this Valkyrie gonna potentially get a villager there. Oh, just makes it into the watchtower. Or the sentry post, the sentry tower. Some kind of tower. But the Valkyrie didn't hear no bell. Sees that villager and snipes it quite well. But here comes Achilles and Ajax, and that's going to chase the Valkyrie of Zugt away. Moksha to control two of the trading posts here. We do see red buildings of Isomato to help secure this location, build some forward military, scouted now by the Valkyrie. Also, some military academies up here to do the same on the north trade post, but there's a little bit of an army of edge crushers that thinks, I think, will have something to say about it. Although it pulls the Minotaurs away, they have been upgraded with that Labyrinth of Minos. Really going to need those Minotaurs to bash down those buildings efficiently. But between Jason and Hercules, or Heracles, I should say, a lot of hoplites here as well. And these are Zeus hoplites. Gonna tear through this unfortunate Heracles. Edge crushers, hero falls, completely surrounded. These Toxotes. Not enough of them quite yet, but the Minotaurs will knock back the hoplites at the very least. So it's all about, can he take down the heroes? And Isomato pulls back, not wanting any part of that madness. And Pegasus from Moksha are going to have a peek over the woods to see what they can see. And nothing that's too telling just as of yet. It's all walled up. It's all very secure here from Zugt. In terms of military, Zugt just a little bit behind the 8-ball for right now, but a part of that is because they've been sort of building up their technology, their, what would you call it? Because there's economy, and then there's your tech level, I guess, for lack of a better way to refer to it. Having that advantage early now needs to build the numbers up. But all's pretty quiet. A lot of players just setting up now for the big bash to come in the mid-game. But these Minotaurs diving under town center fire looking for kills. One got bolted. Two more just absolutely causing havoc. And a bit of engagement down in the south. As Zugt's army finally comes out of hiding. Gonna start clashing with Moksha, but the restoration gonna buy them a little time, but not enough. As Moksha's army is decimated. Probably gonna get most of this army out, but that one hoplite, not so lucky. Meanwhile, the two Minotaur marauders managed to make it out. Heracles gonna chase them away. Meanwhile, bit of a clash over this trade post up here in the north. Those Minotaurs trying to find a way home, but getting well body blocked by Isomato's hoplites. Quite the mass hit of military here from Zooked now. Quite dangerous. So many hoplites. Did the Minotaur die? Looks like they might have. Oh no. Here's one of them. Heracles still chasing them down. Jason with a little overextension nearly goes down himself. Zook's going to take the trade post in the center now, bashing those buildings right down. But perhaps a bit of a collapse, a pincer movement from both players. Here comes Isomato from the north, and in the south it's Moksha's pink force. And Zook's going to have to pull out quick smart. Looks like he's going to be able to make it out. Just barely, although the Hippias are on top of some of the throwing axemen. Hoplite's quite quick. Able to catch up, start stabbing away at those throwing axemen. Another goes down. The turnaround now from Zooked. And it's a clash. Forest fire as well from Zooked to push back both of these armies. Reinforcements from green coming in as well. It's a bit of a seesaw here from both players. From all four players, I should say. Neither wanting to commit to an unfavorable position. But this could be the fight that they've been looking for as Moksha engages. Green just hesitant to commit. There is heaps of restorations going out for both players, started cancelling each other out. It's hard to get a grasp on who's winning. There's just so many Toxotes in the back. The Hippie is moving around trying to find their targets. And there's just a lot of green and blue on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, as pink retreats and red moves north back to base. It's a victory in this location for Team Zooked. This Pegasus just quietly watching the unit production stream out. And a forward town center now from Zooked, right in the face of Moksha. Edge Crusher gonna destroy the last of the military buildings here in the center to well and truly capture this trade post. Some raiding cavalry taking the one in the south, and it's 2 trade posts to 1 in favor of Team Zooked. A lot of players hitting the heroic age now. We see Aphrodite for Moksha to Edge Crusher's Apollo. Other players on the way. Well, Isomato is. Curious to see who he's advancing with, but we're going to just see what happens here first as the Sentinels come down. The curse goes out, and it's a big choke point clash. The Hippaspis, the Hoplites holding the line as the raiding cav, the throwing axemen, the Toxotes break it and make it through into the base of Moksha as the Sentinels do their best to shoot down who they can. The watchtowers are in as well. And despite the fact that all these buildings have been buffed and doing a lot of pierce damage per second, there is simply too much military here. Red in the back, trying to take down this town center in the meantime. Advances through Dionysus. But if we look at the numbers, 65 to 109, about 2k resources militarily ahead for Team Zooked. And it is rough. But Zooked, having spent so much on upgrades, having spent so much on this town center, on his army, not yet able to afford Age 3, could be an opportunity for Team Moksha. Infrastructure being replaced at home for Isomato. Raiding Cav and Valkyrie on the edges looking for victims. Gonna find a whole bunch of villages here. 11 on the Aurochs over there. And 12 over here on this mine. Not enough micro. There's just too much going on. And these villages are under siege. We're down to 9, down to 8, down to 7. Quite a few kills. They're not done yet. They find the wood line. A good garrison into the watchtower, but some were lost. You can see just the absolute bombardment of arrows on the raiders, but the damage was done. A lot of villagers coming around here to take this hunt rather aggressively. It's going to end up being a bad thing, as it's right near some military academies. Going to be very obvious, and potentially a lot of villagers here, 10 of them, are going to be caught out for Isamato. Edge Crusher trying to push into Isamato's base now. It's tense. All players just on the threshold. A little hoplite maneuver around the back is going to potentially snipe some of these praying villagers. Oh, but that Apollo healing, not quite good enough as one goes down, but 1 villager for 3 hoplites. I'm not sure if that's a good trade. It's certainly something. He's throwing axemen, tearing off chunks of this archery range at the front. But Moksha are very patiently trying to build up their forces. Looks like they're going to get caught out here. There are so many villagers here. That's 12, down to 8, down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No villagers left. Absolutely devastating raid from Zucht. And he's not done yet. More villagers trying to make their way to safety. But it is tough trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. But here comes the Underworld Passage, just in case you thought there was hope. And the army of Edgecrusher popping out to absolutely devastate what remains of Moksha's army. Bolt on the Hydra there. And the hoplites are here. And it's mostly just Toxotes, but diving into the Underworld Passage, gonna keep those Toxotes safe. Coming back out. It's a bit of a garrison micro situation. Odysseus over here getting caught out by some raiding cavalry. There's a lot of Peltas in the mix now. Hoplites battling this Minotaur to the death in the south here. But the damage is supreme. It's a 40 villager lead or thereabouts now for Team Zucht. And Thor is one of those gods that's just going to snowball. Looks like we went up with Skadi. Getting some Frost Giants now into the mix. The Toxote mass from Edgecrusher going to be able to ward these hoplites back as they chase those raiding cav. Underworld Passage is spent. The remaining army is going to tear down the rest of this Underworld Passage. And the back line is somewhat secure. You know, it's not an easy map to wall, but just a little protection from this space would have gone a long way to prevent those raids. But now it's hill forts in the front, further restricting the space of Moksha. And Moksha are doing their best to hold on. Militarily, they're about equal. But there's only so much economy. So the fights that they have to take now for Team Moksha have to be good. They have to be able to take good engagements or they're just going to fall behind. And now it's a bit of a 1v1 situation as Isomato fights in the north while Moksha desperately holds on in the south. And there's just a lot of Frost Giants here going to be freezing up some of Moksha's army. Valkyrie diving onto villagers in the back. Villagers getting in to stab this Frost Giant down. We got portable rams as well, smacking on that town center. And here comes the Frost. It's going to be cast in the north to prevent Isomato from overrunning Edgecrusher. And Moksha is devastated. The town center is down. Their army is defeated, and there is so many units here for Thor. In terms of the 1v1 Moksha handily losing to Zook's advantage, and they tap out. Oh, I'm so glad that worked, because when I was spectating the first two games here to catch up on who's where, there was a, what do you call it, a replay out of sync. But we didn't get it this one. That's good. So it's going to be Zooked and Edge Crusher up 2-1 going into Game 4. We'll see you there. All right. After their impressive victory, Zooked and Edge Crusher are going to be playing Game 4, and I don't believe we've seen a Game 4 this tournament yet, because the first matches are best of 3. So we're going to introduce the players on this side of the map very quickly. First, it's Zooked playing Freyr in the blue, and in the green, his teammate, Edge Crusher, also playing Freyr. And what's the map? Well, it's the Great Wall. There is indeed a Great Wall. Oh god, the mouse speed is crazy. I do apologize. I have to change this every goddamn game, but it's going away next patch, so I'm excited. Let's try that again, shall we? A Great Wall, indeed. 4,000 hit points apiece, separating the two teams from each other. And in the north, playing ISIS. In the pink, it's Moksha, switching it up. And also on an Egyptian major god, in the red, on Ra, it's Isamoto. Both players were playing Greek gods on the last map, and here it's interesting. You see that Team Zooked have gone for a Freyr strategy. Of course, Freyr, a very defensive, late game focused Norse god. And who gets any more late game focused than Egyptians? And so we see two very late game focused Egyptian gods. I mean, you could argue that Set is also a late game focused Egyptian god, but probably not as much as Ra or Isis. Mainly because of Thoth. I don't think oh no, okay, I stand corrected. Set does have access to Thoth. And I guess Ra doesn't? Yeah, okay. Never mind. I was going to say Thoth being a great late game major god. But of course, I got it back the front. Ra has no access to this. So we're going to have a quick look at some of these relics. It's going to be the Arrow of Heracles for range soldier and hero range damage increase. We're going to see the Blanket of Empress Zoe for building damage vulnerability to crush, damage reduced. Svaldulfari's Sledge for fortress-like buildings having their favor cost set to 0. Could be interesting. Tyrfang, or Tyrfing, Antige's Sword for hero lifesteal. The Fetters of Fenrir, village damage of melee attack and range attack increased to 30% of base. Kind of an interesting one. Girdle of Hippolyta. For what's that? For range soldiers, hit points increased. And the Arrows of Alfar, again, for buildings to have their melee and range damage increased. And finally, it's the 2 golden lions. It's the Chariot of Sibel. This relic is very good for early aggression, but on a map like this, perhaps not so much. Now, I don't know that there's a lot of people who've played this map, to my knowledge. So it's kind of like playing Treaty in Age of Empires 3, if any of you are Age of Empires 3 enjoyers. There's basically, due to this wall and its health, its resistances, there's an implied period of just booming, basically. Kind of like Black Forest in a sense, if you're for an Age of Empires 2 analogy. So it's going to be pretty quiet here for the first little while. We'll go ahead and fast forward. I'm a little nervous to do so just because there is the chance of getting the replay out of sync. But it's going to be Tar for Ra. And it's going to be a bit of a slower age up here for Moksha. Going to be Bust. Ooh. The Asgardian hill forts being sent up. Town centers, of course, being grabbed close to the wall. Makes sense. Trying to hold this choke. I say choke. It's not really a choke point. It's more just the only point. You know, an area this wide, I mean, if the wall wasn't here, an area this wide, can that really be considered a choke point? I ask of you. So, what else are we seeing? Yes, well, of course, it's Ulir for the Freyrs. That's just how it goes. No sense going anything else on a map like this. I don't think these shrines do anything mechanically. They're just set dressing, as far as I'm aware. And we're beginning the bashing of the beasts, Norse tradition. And interesting that we have the Draugr set to just slowly DPS this wall. Wanting to get access, doesn't want to wait. Fair enough. Of course, the Egyptian players can see this. Moksha taking their second TC. Oh no, I tell a lie. Grabbing their third TC. And I think that's a very interesting and probably a wise strategy. If the wall's up, you can't be raided. This is maximum greed. And you can get away with it, of course, especially with all those villages, not to mention the Pharaoh's empowerment, speeding up that building time. I wouldn't mind seeing players trying to grab this gold early. I mean, why not? Get rid of it, get it into your coffers, and stop it from having to be gathered when the enemy has access to you. That way you can gather the gold in the back a bit more safely. So we'll have to see. Of course, I could see strategies like Greek's Underworld Passage over the wall being an interesting play. What else? What else would be good? I mean, there are other ways to teleport across walls, but pretty late game, most of them. Even Underworld Passage in Age 3 is kind of a bit late. And interesting to see the Wadjet here, just pushing back the Draugr from chipping away at the walls. Egypt interested in making the game last as long as possible. And we're seeing 3 town centers for green now. Edge Crusher going ahead and grabbing that. One in the back. And we will see Zookt doing the same. Makes sense. Why not? The logic is clear. So the question becomes, how quickly can you boom? And the favor would certainly be on ISIS. Just because, well, I mean, Ra's definitely... I don't know. ISIS or Ra, who's the better boomer? Oh, an unfortunate miss micro with the wolves here. Gonna have a villager lost. But you can see that the village lead is well and truly in Team Moksha's favor. Markets being set up to keep that gold trade route infinite early. Markets also over here from Isamoto, so they're taking the late game into consideration. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, is that pheasants? I haven't seen these in game yet. I do love pheasants. Colourful critters that they are. It's a shame they taste so good, or so I'm told. Because you don't see a lot of them anymore. Almost went the way of the dodo. I assume they were hunted for their taste. Maybe they were hunted just for their feathers. I don't know. But we do see Age 3 coming through for ISIS. Gonna be Sobek. Kind of interesting. Makes a lot of sense. The long range of the Petsukos gonna do wonders over the wall. But that is if their goal is to just stay with the wall, like, to protect the wall? Is the Egyptian strategy to protect the wall long term? It certainly seems that way for right now. And we do see this priest empowering the what do you call it? The obelisk here to get extra vision. A cute little play. And the damage dealing on this wall is ramping up. Here comes the Hursa. The Wadjet going to do its best to sort of try to hold the line, but now the Draugr returning fire on the Wadjet. I think the Wadjet might win this engagement as the Draugr taking a lot of damage. And in the 1v1, even though the Draugr got a few early shots, the Wadjet coming out on top. That poison damage just too strong. And now the Wadjet can shoot at the Hursa with impunity. And this wall is so tanky, I don't think the Hursa can stay there. Indeed, they take the hint and back off. Interesting to note that even in H2, Freyr players could get some portable rams going if they really wanted to crack the egg. But I don't think that's necessary. I think their best interest is to boom. And we do see Sobek for both Ra and Isis, which is kind of interesting. Let's have just a quick wee look. So we get the Petsukos for the range. Building hit points increased. You do get the caravan. Okay, it's just hit points. I thought it was speed there for a sec. And the rock, of course, which is an interesting way to get over the wall in key spots, like, you know, dropping units over here, perhaps with a rock drop. An interesting option. Rock, of course, not really used much as a unit carrier these days, just really a sort of overgrown flying scout, mostly. But on a map like this, the potential is there. And there goes the prosperity. Now, I don't think prosperity is shared across the whole team. I think it's just for the casting player. And they're going to be gathering as much gold as they can here to spam out those Migdol strongholds. And here's the first one from Isomato. Way over here. But it is at the front lines. Both players dropping those Migdol strongholds at the front now. As more hill forts from the Norse players as well. Rock Giants, of course, excellent for tearing down these walls. We'll have to see how it goes. The build-up is slow, but the clash will be immense. There's even a potential for fast Titan strategies on a map like this. I say that with a small degree of irony, because no Titan gate is ever fast. But the trade route, well and truly on already started. What's the tune? 40 gold, just about. That's not bad. I wonder if they sent it to this town center as opposed to that one over here. If that would be more gold. Might be worth considering. Trade caravans coming out now for Mokshar as well. And did we see any signs of trade from the Norse players? Not yet. Not something they have yet considered. Five Migdol strongholds going up at the front lines now. An immense number. This Wadjet. I would love to see its stats. That will be next patch, but I bet you it's done a whole lot of damage just keeping vigil over the Great Wall. The Rock Giant now slapping away. And still not doing a ton of damage because there is an immense amount of crush damage resistance here. You can see it's 5% for a hill fort, but 95% for the Great Wall. No quick siege strategies in play, but here comes the Petsukos here to help defend any potential detractors at the wall, trying to bash it down. Doing that divine damage, going to be quite threatening, even to the Mighty Myth units. Towers trying to go up from the Norse players here as they try to also secure a built-up sort of front line. And you can see this Petsukos steadily taking damage from all the hill forts, the watchtowers. Not going to be able to do its shenanigans for much longer. And there it goes. Alright, we have our first Mythic Age from Isis with the authority of Osiris, which I believe gives them, yes, the son of Osiris getting that double pharaoh action. This is the trade route. Going to be 142 gold carried for Moksha's camel caravans, which is a lot as rain comes down. The food boom here for Isomato. They've also almost advanced to the Mythic Age. And who are they going up through? It's also going to be Osiris. And here come the Ballista. They're going to start bashing their way through the wall. But it's slow going. I don't even think the mighty Inferno Wolf would have much of an impact on the wall. I don't know. I don't think it does no, it does hack and crush damage, I see. So there's no divine damage in that god power. But double Son of Osiris is certainly intimidating. Here come the catapults. Siege workshops now producing some siege units, but there are so many Migdols behind the Egyptian lines, and of course there's quite a few hill forts as well. Fafnir, ballistas. You can see the wall starting to be torn down. There's a bit of a focus on the other wall as well. I feel like it's going to be difficult to get more than one piece of wall down. Catapults just taking the towers out. Looking to just reduce the ranged overwatch where possible. A lot of portable rams in the mix now too, but again, the crush damage resistance means that the portable ram's not really as effective as you'd like. The ballista are going to be doing far much more work given that they have multiple projectiles, so there's a lot more damage getting done on the walls from a ballista than a portable ram. Catapult's going to take out the last of the blue towers on the left side, but the first wall chunk is down. And the camels come in to hold the hole, to seal the breach. Edge Crusher now advanced through Vidar. There's a whole bunch of towers that have been queued up by Isomato as well. Man, a plague of locust swarm along the front line here would do so much damage. It's going to be... There it is. There's going to be plague of locusts along the front line. Looks like it's going to hit the ballistas. Not doing a ton of damage, but, you know, chunking them for a reasonable amount. But here comes the Inferno. The Sons of Osiris on the front line are going to take a lot of damage there. Whoa! There goes this red Son of Osiris forward as the next wall segment is taken out. But where's the army of blue and green? It's been wiped out. Ballistas in the back. The front hill fort falls. Portable ram just rammed that camel to death. Son of Osiris with the the Eclipse going to be doing a reasonable amount of damage. But the Eclipse is over. And Fafnir is down, and now the Migdol army tearing right through the holes. And just so many units were lost to open the way that the advantage currently is well and truly in Egyptian hands. But these ballista are just tearing through that camel mass. But is it going to be enough? The ballista is so weak to the camel's attack. Only a couple make it through, but it's enough to get 1 or 2 ballista kills. Red's camels on the right flank. None of them pulling through into the economy yet. And probably it's not wise to do too much economic harass. Just in the sense that you really want to be shutting down infrastructure before economy in this kind of frontline clash type situation. With the middle segment down, it's now well and truly an open space to clash through. Jarls, Huskars, Herdmen, all with all the upgrades. The ballista mass pushing forward. And those camel archers just absolutely decimated. And here comes the Tempest. This is going to give the edge to the Norse players. The camels are slowed. The herdmen are running forward to hold the line. And there is a lot of ballistas here from blue. And these ballistas are no joke against anything, really. Building, cavalry, military unit. In this mass, these many projectiles, it hurts no matter who you are. The Value Lions rushing forward now, pulling a camel or 2 down as they go. Catapults trying to trade with the ballista, getting a reasonable amount of damage done. But here comes the second Tempest. Oh, and I love the sound of that bell, because it can only mean one thing. It's Titan time, and Isomato seeks the power of the Egyptian gods. But, you know, the front line swings into Norse's favor. Despite all these Migdols and the unreasonably fast training time of camel riders, you know, these ballistas, this ballista mass, it's a problem. It's difficult for the Egyptians to pull it through, but on the other side of the equation, Tempest has been doing a lot of work to preventing the camels from diving through with any kind of reasonable amount. Now, I just heard another bell. Was that a... did I see a Titan gate being put down there? Yes, indeed. We'll try to find it in a moment. I don't want to take my eyes off this frontline clash just now. Elephants, camels, herdmen, throwing axemen, and more ballista. This time Green's adding his ballistas to the pile. Siege is kind of the name of the game. At least the Norse ballista really showing its strength in this kind of situation. The spread, the area damage that they're able to put out, far superior to most siege options, certainly Egyptian siege options. Needs to be some barracks units in the mix in order to deal with this herdman mass. But then the ballista are going to just do so much work into barracks units. But here come the camels. It only takes a couple for things to get ugly here in the ballista side of the equation. That's 1 ballista down, 2 down, and the camels are taken out. But it buys Egypt some space. And again, behind all this, it's an 90% Titan gate for Isomato. Where is Moksha's Titan gate? Just trying to find it really quick. I can't see. Here it is. Also a reasonable way there. But here it is. The Titan for Isomato is finished. And the thing is, it's not just the fact that you get a Titan out of the equation. Of course, that's a huge part of it. You also now have the ability to build wonders. And on a map like this, wonders are very possible if you could hold this gap. It seems like the elephants are starting to do their foul work and push through the front lines. More herdmen coming through to try to tear down all the cavalry. Ballistas are just, you know, keeping the pressure at bay for now. But it is fraught. It is fraught. It takes the front line to crumble for all these ballistas to perish. Egypt's struggling to pull that off right now, but I'll tell you who might have a way to get it done. And we should be seeing them... Oh, what's this? I missed this. There was a bit of a rock drop of villagers over the side to build a Migdal stronghold to disrupt the trade caravan line here. Quite a clever thing. I missed that completely. As you can see, the Titan having to take the long way round because there's just so many buildings. So they'll get here in a moment. And certainly when they arrive, it's going to be Struggle Street for the Freyr players, one imagines. Zooked with their own Titan starting to be built. Oh, look at this. These buildings in the way for right now. These guard towers have to be cancelled. Oh, okay, never mind. Looks like they can walk over it, or at least Issa Martin's Titan pushed the other Titan through, and it's two Titans pushing simultaneously. It's going to be difficult to stop no matter who you are. And there it is, the beginning of the end of these ballistas. As the camels are now starting to push through the front lines even. And it's just a bad look if you're a Norse player. You don't want to be in this position. There's just not enough heroes here to tear down the Titans. And meanwhile, these Titans going for the throat, walking past the front lines. There are so many Hursa bashing at this Titan, but looks like they're going for the town centers, perhaps? I'm not quite sure what the goal is. A whole lot of red camels running through as well. I think they're looking for the enemy. Oh, and of course over here there's yet more rock dropping from villagers. There's Migdal spamming. Quite clever. This is going to disrupt the trade route once again. But the question is, where are the camels going? I think they're looking for the Titan gates. And here's one. They managed to find one. And yeah, this Titan found the other. Quite clever to focus it. But you can see that they're paying the price as the heroes are just going to be doing serious work on this Titan. But the Titan gate is down, and that was like a good 50% of the way there. These camels finally find what they're looking for. And the other thing about this is a serious military commitment from the Norse player to get this built quickly, having to dedicate a lot of berserks to this. How many berserks total? 36. That's 36 berserks that are not holding the front line. You can see there the Locust Swarm going to be doing foul work, but not killing any of them. The Titan of Isomato coming over here to finish the job, but they might not get it in time. It's 90% of the way done, and it's finishing quickly. 93, 94. But look at this. This absolute corner domination from all these Migdals from Moksha really going to hurt the Norse players totally. But here it is. It managed to get finished in time. It's the Titan of Edgecrusher who's going to be able to do battle with the Titan of Isomato. Given how low HP it is, not to mention all the Hursa at its feet. And after a few slaps, that's the Egyptian Titan down. I think that's 2 for 2. And after all that advantage being brought by those Titans, not to mention shutting down one of the Titan gates, which is massive value, but the shoe's on the other foot. One Titan did manage to complete. So now the opportunity is for the Freyr players to try to push the Egyptians out of their side of the map. But holding the line is going to be hard, as Migdal strongholds are now being built as they advance through to try to secure their foothold on the enemy side of the gate. But the Berserk's going to rush forward. Oh, okay. Well, it's hard. It's hard if you're a Berserk in this situation. There's so many priests, and it looks like he's trying to focus the priests as the Titan moves forward to try to slam on these Migdals. I don't know if buildings should be the focus at this point, but he's doing his best. There is just so many priests. And you can see that the health of this Titan just rapidly diminishing. It's tough. He's trying to pull back. Elephants coming out of the Migdols over here. And it's looking like the writing's on the wall for the Freyr players. As this prosperity and rain just keeps getting spammed out. There's just plenty of favor for that sort of thing. And the military mass is here. Definitely going to cut through those priests like butter. But the Titan is starting to feel a little bit like it's about a third HP left. Trying to preserve it, increase its value. As Edge Crusher is absolutely tearing through the Egyptian front lines, managing to just contain, just with Berserks alone. Most of the, well, there's still plenty of priests being rallied forward, but a lot have been killed. And the troll sending the camels flying. I guess it's not a troll, right? This is a frost giant. This is supposed to be Ymir, from what I understand. I would love to have seen Ymir over in this corner, rather than at the front lines where all the priests are. But still, it is what it is, as they say. Oh, and I see another little cheeky thing happening in the top UI. Where's it going to be? Right here. It's a wonder being built by Isamoto, and if the other things didn't finish the game, that will. Saw a camel doing a few spins there in the corner, but looks like he got a little camera shy as we zoomed in. And Edge Crusher pretty much holding the breach by himself currently, while... what is Zookt up to? I guess Zookt is trying to push this containment breach over here back with his ballista mass as well, the rock in the air. I don't think heavy ballista can hit flying units, come to think of it. So well done to Edge Crusher for holding the line for Zookt, buying him time to clean up. This mass Berserk's just doing a lot of work, actually, which is surprising. Of course, the HP of all units for Freyr at this point in the game, huge advantage. And the Titan doing well to get as much value as he has. It didn't, it's been taking a ton of damage, of course, from the priests and such, but not diving behind enemy lines like the Egyptian Titans, so not falling quite as quickly, able to instead chip away at units and buildings and such, taking a lot of heat now as it gets under 200 HP, just barely making it back to safety, but then turns around and a couple of priest bolts later, the Titan falls. This town center at the front going to be retaken, and that's important not so much for the what do you call it, village account, as it is for just max population. Manages to finish it up. But there's catapults that were already bashing away at it, but they fall as well, as now the army of Zookt, having contained the problems in the corner of the map, now turn their attentions to the center. And so Edge Crusher no longer having to hold the gap by himself. This could be the sort of momentum that the Norse players need to turn this game in their favor. But in the background, 50% done. The Wonder. The Great Pyramid, I think. Not sure what this ends up being. I think it's a Great Pyramid. It must be, right? They're Egyptians, for crying out loud. And how many villages are here doing this? It's a lot. Let me have a quick look. I'm so curious to know the count. At least 60 or so. 66 villages. So that's 66 villages who for a long time aren't gathering any resources, and that's a part of why the Norse players are able to hold the breach so successfully. But this absolute trade route line is crazy. And so we'll have to see if the Norse players can keep up with the gold generation. They do have their own trade. What are we talking about? 47? It's something. But I'm not sure I'm seeing any gold. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of a trade route coming. Oh, 170 gold for this ox caravan. Okay, so definitely Norse are competing when it comes to trade. It's in the works. You know, I think an underrated pick on this map might have been just Chinese gods with access to those myth unit trade units. I think they would have extreme value, but perhaps it's a bit overkill because you don't need all the gold in the world, just enough to keep producing units. And of course, despite the fact that Isomato has not had as much gold or income because of his villagers building the Wonder, and therefore he hasn't been able to contribute to this front line, he's nearly done. And once he's done, my god, the power spike is incredible. So we'll have to see what work the Norse players can get done before the tides turn in the favor of the Egyptians. And the slow push beyond the north side of the gate, the temple falls, but 100% of the way done. There it is, the Great Pyramid. The wonder is done. The villagers are freed from their service. There's a bit of a rock drop with some camels disrupting the trade route over here, but finally, at long last, the Inferno being used by Edge Crusher gonna get a large amount of damage done on the Egyptian army. Of course, with all the priests, they could just heal up if they wanted to, but they didn't hear no bell, and feeling the power of the Wonder Age 5 spike, the Egyptians charge across the wall into the Norse base. You can see another Son of Osiris comes out. It was 87 favor to get one, and the next one is going to cost 100. So that's going to do huge work as well. As Guardian hill forts coming down as they try to build more hill forts to hold the line, but might be a bit difficult as the Egyptian army on the attack now, definitely hitting their stride. Locust swarms. We haven't seen much in the way of shifting sands either. That could have been an interesting way to cross the wall early, if that's something they wanted to do. But a containment over here as another rock drop from Moksha tried to re-secure its location on the enemy side of the fence. Managed to stop it. Zooked bringing his army back to the center now. You can see just a whole bunch of buildings queued up, towers and such, but nothing managed to get built. And what a absolutely titanic game, and I no pun intended. It's just an absolute mammoth of a slog. Fafnir's coming out. Towers trying to be built on the front lines, but the ballista wise to the tricks. More Migdal strongholds coming up, and there's almost too many. You know, the flow of units are a little bit inhibited by just the sheer amount of buildings that they have to navigate through now. Moksha on their way to their own Age 4. Locust swarms tearing apart those throwing axemen. But there's a lot of myth units for the Norse now. All this constant fighting, a steady stream of favor income for the Norse. In terms of point count, you can see it's well and truly in favor of Team Egypt. Some catapults being thrown into the mix. Lots of elephants for the high HP damage, so camels there to dive onto ballista. A lot of Draugr being made now. Not a bad choice. Able to tear through human units reasonably well. Bit of spread damage as well, but elephants soaking so much damage. Chariot archers also a problem. Mummies now in the mix, of course. All myth units so cheap for Age 5 players. At least I think they get a damage increase as well. Not 100% all the bonuses that Age 5 brings, because I don't see it very often, so it's one of those things I learned at one point and then forgot over time. Certainly these Draugr are doing champions work. There's just so many of them, and they're chewing through the camels really well, not to mention tanking an okay amount. Tempest coming through, having saved up the favor, and that's going to buy some time for the Norse to to re-establish control of the front lines here. But Isomato with his laborers building migdols at the front, but here come the portable rams, and there is many of them. Camels trying to shut them down, but yeah, and you can see, like, despite the fact that there's so many, they just can't get through the sheer massive units being thrown at them by the Egyptians. And as the Draugr's numbers increase, they're kind of not getting optimal spread because there's just so many units scattered all around. But starting to form a bit of a line. And here comes a rock with 8 laborers in it. But I don't think... Oh, it looks like it manages to make it through. Oh, but the town center... It's dodging arrow fire. It's a serious problem. I think it's trying to land. Yeah, it finds a spot. Manages to get the villagers out. We'll see what they do. Once again, this front line just a constant back and forth. And you can see all this gold just untapped. Of course, it doesn't matter so much with the trade lines going on the way they are. And these laborers trying to get a migdol up, but I don't think it's going to happen as there's just a couple of units here in the right place at the right time to shut it down. Bit ambitious, but, you know, I respect the hustle. Another Asgardian hill fort going down. And you can see Moksha 82% of the way to Wonder Age. And if you thought one Egyptian Wonder Age was strong, wait till you see 2. Edge Crusher 9% of the way to his own Wonder Age. And how many? Yeah, you can see just so many military invested into this, which is hurting them quite a lot. Of course, I do think that the Norse Wonder Age is going to be stronger than the Egyptian, just because the god powers are much stronger on the Norse side of the affair. But these camels are going to go ahead and find what and where all this building is happening. And there's the shifting sands, Eclipse, and there's the catapults looking to just destroy. Not to mention double locust swarm. Oh, and that's going to be it. As the wow, okay. So, just to recap, thanks to the power of the shifting sands, just able to get so many catapult here to destroy their hopes of building a wonder, not to mention the double locust swarm and the eclipse destroying almost all of that military back here that was building. So even if they clear out this mess, you know, they've lost all the resources from the building and everything. It's just, yeah, well played. You know, it turns out Egyptians real strong in the late game. And Freyr definitely has some tools, but there was just a lot of clever play. We saw rock drops in the corners to disrupt trade, which they never really recovered from, even though they tried. Look how many markets are being built here. And, you know, just a lot of other cute ideas and plays, not to mention the prosperity and rain spam just to get the money for all this Wonder Age shenanigans. Titan value was extreme. Zookt never did recover after their Titan Gate was destroyed. So, yeah, well played. It's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be 2-2 now. So we go to the very final game, game 5 of the series. We'll see you there. Thanks for watching. All right. It's game 5. And that means we're playing on, I think it's called Peach Blossom Island or something to that effect. But as you can see, based on the way the map is shaped... Oh, of course, I should do this before I click record, but I always forget. Just resetting my scroll speed. Bit of a... I'm going to miss it, I think, when the next patch comes out and they fix it. So, in the red, on Nuwa, it's Edge Crusher. His teammate, in the blue, on Gaia, it's Zookt. Moshka in the pink, their signature color. It's Fuji. and Isomato in the yellow on Zeus. And once again, it's Peach Blossom Island, Peach Blossom Grove, Peach Blossom something. And a very strange map where all of the bases of each player start very close to one another. And a lot of the resources they want, a lot of the expansion points are going to be on the edges of the map. So the front lines are drawn very early and separated by these beautiful peach blossom groves. And an interesting grouping of gods, double Chinas on each team, and Greek versus Atlantis. I think Zeus is definitely a very powerful god on this kind of setup because Zeus tends to be able to have a lot of building pressure in H2 with their hoplite spam. So if Zeus wants to go on the aggression early, they can definitely accomplish that. But of course, Zookt, Team Zookt, red and blue, they're both playing gods that economically do really well pretty early. So potentially there's going to be advantage in that too. Now, the other thing I would say is that in these little corridors, I'm not sure you can see it super well, but you see how the water is darker in some places and lighter in others? These are areas that can be crossed on foot. So the back of the base is exposed to these water channels. Now you can also see there's fish on the map as well, which is going to be juicy, and you can see Edge Crusher is taking advantage of that straight away. In fact, all players are taking advantage of the fishing opportunities for right now. There's some cows on the map as well, and everything is going along swimmingly. So let's have a quick look at these relics in the meantime. It's Wu Hao Bo Huangdi for movement speed of... Alright, this is like this. When you hit an enemy with a range attack, it slows them for a little bit, much like a melee attack does. I do like that. Lir's Bow for ranged range, so to speak. Ship of Fingernails for a fruit trickle rate. Kind of interesting. Jirang for wall regeneration, I should say. And the Tower of Cestus to give sentry towers and watchtowers and like a little bit of a damage bonus against myth units. Anvil of Hephaestus, again for that armory gold research reduction cost, which is very good. Skulls of Sarcopus for the 6 monkeys. Black Lotus to make farms gather faster, 10% of base. And I think that's all the relics. So I'm going to try to take a deep breath here, because I've been casting games for a little while here in a series, and just want to make sure I'm not tripping over my words too much. Look how many chickens this is. 32 chickens. That's a lot of food. Little husbandry action could get a lot of value out of something like this, but there is so much opportunity for food on a map like this between the fishing, there's a lot of hunt on the edges, a lot of chickens in the center, a lot of reasons to eat well on a map like this. Of course, I do think Gaia has a slight edge on a map like this by generating its own woodline, because of course chopping into this woodline does over time create opportunities for your opponent to potentially attack you. You can see that this coastline is an open avenue of attack, potentially. Of course, Moksha doing a good job of building up houses and such to keep awareness of such a thing, but no player yet, except for Zeus, with a wall on their choke into the base, which you do like to see. So the Kwafu here gonna do a little battle with the citizen, but the citizen backs off. 2 docks right next to each other is bound to cause some trouble, and we do see that Age 2 is being hit by most, if not all players, as Zookt is the last to come in, and he's going to be coming in with Oceanus, which of course will give him access to the Servant, which will do a little bit of damage to enemy fishing ships. Interested that he sends it right and not left. as Moksha starts building up the watchtower. It's going to be a problem. Building a couple, it's going to start chipping away at this dock. Galadriel having a little scout, just checking things out. And interesting wall here from Edgecrusher, looking to secure some resources on the edge of the map. Fair enough. Also, potentially getting in the way of enemy naval's shenanigans, but I don't know. Fishing ships have a place they can retreat behind. But the Pentaconta are going to be smacking down these walls, and it only takes 7 wall segments to go down for the whole wall to fall. And as you can see, there's plenty on the sea, so these Pentacontas are going to just steadily chip away and take down this whole earth wall situation. No trouble at all. They're going to even bash a few fishing ships while they're at it. We do see more Juggernaut and Pentacontas coming out from Isamato, with little in the way of a retaliation on the sea from Zookt currently. And Edgecrusher also not much of a response for right now. Does have the fire archers in the front. There's a Babbljin that goes down quick smart. Pioneers on the side doing battle with an oracle. And the tower advance of Moksha now with some Lu Tuan backing it up. And that dock finally is going to go down. And the space is claimed, putting it in advantage to Team Moksha. Walling this little patch here from Edgecrusher is going to buy him some time. Decides to build yet another wall. Of course, the boat's going to have something to say about that. Managed to stop it from being built. So it's an awkward position for Zookt. It's an awkward position for Edgecrusher, as the naval advance gonna cause problems. Gonna cause problems to the fishing economy. I don't think there's any shame in abandoning the boats for right now. You got plenty of food here in the base. Gives you an opportunity to potentially cause some trouble, push by land into the enemy base. And you can see they're going to do just that as Red moves to Moksha's pink wall here at the front. There's behemoths in the mix as well. Potentially causing a lot of problems in the main base for Moksha if they coordinate an attack. There's not a lot of land forces here for the Zeus player, even. The Yahtzee is going to be coming round the mountain. As that forward wall crumbles quickly, buildings coming up by Moksha. But it's not a lot. You know, they definitely could be very aggressive here if they want to. This Yahtzee is not enough to hold the line, as you can see, quickly destroyed. I mean, the naval situation is dire for both players, almost having the entire fishing economy destroyed. Where is that bashing I'm hearing? It doesn't matter. Here's the attack into the front base. Moksha doing their best to hold the line. But there's 3 behemoths and a Galadriel, and that's a big deal. And there's the treason. I think it's called treason, or traitor perhaps, onto the Tautei. And it's bad news bears for Moksha. Yeah, there's just a small force here. The restoration's going to help, but there goes the town center. A market going up for Moksha. Spells of a plan. Heracles doing their best to take out some of the behemoths. Manages to get 2 of them down. And what is the plan for Moksha? You can see They're sending their villagers across the water. They're going to go ahead and try to settle the outer lands. But this location probably lost. I don't know that they're going to be able to get much value out of fighting here as Neja falls to the red army. Some fire ships finally showing up for Zookt to push back Moksha's naval might. There's Chi Wen here. I haven't seen this unit before, actually. I haven't seen this unit at all. I'm going to have just a wee zoom. That's kind of cool. Weird. Weird dragon-faced fish. So this location's lost. There's a lot of towers on the edges here. Some Kwafu still live. Town center going to come up as well now to replace the one that was lost. In terms of villager count, it's very much in the lead for Team Zookt. About almost 20 villagers ahead. So it's going to be a difficult spot to come back from as this Kwafu goes down. The remaining behemoth getting work done. And there's a push now into Isamato's base. But there's enough hoplites to hold. And suddenly the game gets very nervous for Team Moksha. Because so much damage has been done. How do you recover? The fishing economy of Red has been destroyed. But there's still plenty of food to be had. And indeed, the various villages are chipping away where they may. Zookt, however, is still fishing up a storm, despite all the pressure from Moksha, thanks to the fire ships and everything else. There's still plenty of fish for Moksha as well, as the land armies now try to make the crossing towards Moksha's resettlement. And this is bad news bears. This army from Isamato has got to come out to help defend, or it's going to be game over for Moksha. And you can see the various ships and buildings here buying just a little bit of time. If they crossed the river in earnest and took out this town center here, it would be very difficult for Moksha to recover. And indeed, it's a shame to see Isamato's army just sitting in its base building up when, you know, all things considered, the armies of Red and Blue quite battered after all the pushing they've done. So I'd love to see a bit of a comeuppance from Isamato's army laying the smackdown. Oh, and indeed, now I understand why he was waiting, because he always intended to come in with a counterattack thanks to the Underworld Passage, and here it is. Caught overextended thanks to the Underworld Passage. Red and Blue are going to be under massive attack. There's a bit of a traitor on the Chimera in the back. Not Chimera, the Manticore. I always get those two confused. I don't know why. My brain is dumb. But yeah, Isamato, as I was criticizing their strategy, they always had a plan. And you can see the wipeout from Red and Blue is significant. And the pendulum swings to Team Moksha. Now, almost 3k resources ahead militarily. That's nothing to sniff at. But the behemoths over here clearing out this location, shutting down the fishing economy of Moksha. Of course, there's still more docks around. And the Red Army of Edge Crusher gonna put the pressure now onto Isamato's base, who can just, I imagine, go through the Underworld Passage all the way back to defend. So they can't get too out of position, but looks like they're gonna march home instead, perhaps. Gotta be careful, because here comes the Tao Wu, not to mention the siege crossbows, and that tower, see you later. Yeah, the Isamato's army is definitely out of position, not able to get back to the underworld passage quick enough. If there was a bit of awareness from Edgecrusher, perhaps he could shut down that underworld passage, really catching him out. But looks like he's going to try to just get that town center down quick, smart. But Heracles is here, and he's bashing on that Tau Wu, and that's going to buy him some time. Not to mention, there's a bit of an army from Moksha coming through the underworld passage as well to help hold the line valiantly. But it's not going to be enough as the town center goes down. So that's 2 town centers down for Team Moksha, which is going to hurt. But here comes the army of Isamato, finally through the underworld passage to clear this all up. And despite losing the town center, the damage isn't going to be too high, although it's a 40 villager lead currently for Team Zookt, and that's definitely something to worry about. The behemoths walking forward, looking for Moksha, looking to finish them off. The army of yellow pushing the red army back all the way into its base. A lone blue cow. I wonder if this gives any vision. Okay, nothing crazy. So yellow diving forward now onto some citizens. Gonna get some value here. Looks like blue sending its army north to deal with the yellow might, pushing its way south into the red space. And all of this is gonna buy Moksha time to rebuild. Town center back up now for Isamato. So the damage has been done. Nothing too crazy. But I'd love to see a couple of town centers go up for Team Moksha. Of course, it's easy to say that. Difficult to pull off and build a military as well to hold the line. The Atlantean Navy still harassing Moksha's lands where it can. Despite the proximity of all players to each other, the game's turning out to be like all players are spreading out across the map, utilizing the space quite well. And the forward ballet doesn't quite make it all the way up, as Isamato is going to dive forward, try to kill that Kwafu, but it looks like it makes it to safety. But these towers are out of here. And there it is. There was a second town center built by Isamato as well, which is good. It's going to help them catch up, economically speaking. Meanwhile, the army of Zookt making its way towards the rebuilt nation of Moksha away from the island. Machine Workshop's coming up. Every player age 3, we do see Zookt on the way to age 4, and who's it going to be through? It's going to be through at Atlas. See quite a few town centers for Zookt now. That's only 2 for Edgecrusher for right now. Bit of a skirmish on the shores. This is going to be Dao Swordsman and Wuju Javelineers versus Mamilo Mass. And there's quite a lot of value from these Mamilo. I think they're statted actually quite comparably to Dao Swordsman in terms of tankiness. But the Bite of the Shark as well. Is it the Bite of the Shark? Or Serrated Blades, yeah. Gonna also help them chew through, but there just wasn't quite enough of them as the main army now marching across the river. But again, Isamato able to defend through the underworld passage where it needs to. Zookt advancing with Atlas through the Mythic Age, giving them access to implosion at any point. We could potentially see an implosion right on top of the villager numbers, or indeed the reinforcing Isamato army. And there it goes. They're going to try to dive back through the underworld passage. Are they going to be able to make it? Looks like they can't. I can't tell if they have or haven't. I think they've all gotten sucked up into the eye of the storm, the event horizon, and there they go. Exploded across the map. The town center dead. Oh, but look at that. The restoration, well timed to the surviving units. Going to be able to heal all the way back up to full. And Moksha rebuilding the town center yet again. Didn't quite see how Zoot's army died in the middle of all that. I thought the behemoths just melted. Ooh, and there it goes. Isamoto advancing with Hera, of course, the classic mythic age Greek god for Zeus. And that's going to clean up this attack here well and truly. The Red Army crumbling under the lightning storm. And Isamoto back in his homelands. Couple of, looks like there's quite a lot of villagers coming through the portal for Moksha as well, as he seeks to build up somewhere else, I guess. As there's just more and more army coming at him. Oh, but Bellerophon is here. And Bellerophon, one of the strongest Greek heroes, at least in my opinion. Going to be torn down pretty quick, though, thanks to all the Mamillo. Mamillo, of course, perfectly well suited to tear down heroes. Karkanos of Isamoto are going to be doing the crab dance, slapping away at some units. Trader there onto the Medusa. And it's looking bad for Moksha yet again. You can see Zoot has also built themselves up onto the old location where Moksha used to be, and Moksha just still hasn't rebuilt after all this. And you can see the bit of a exodus from this location. The underworld passage shut down completely, and Moksha abandons that base to rebuild somewhere else. So the pressure is going to be on Isamoto to hold the line while Moksha tries to get their economy back up and running. It's going to take some time. Fire siphon out for Zoot. Going to look to start putting the hurt onto any and all buildings. Oh, and there it is. Moksha resigns. Yeah. Feeling way too far behind, and indeed they were. There's a tap out from Moksha and Isamoto, giving the tournament win to Zoot and Edgecrusher. Things look bad for them at first there with the naval pressure, but leaving themselves a bit vulnerable to a land attack. The timing of Zoot and Edgecrusher overwhelming Moksha, and from that position they never recovered. Well played, though, to everyone. It was close in many respects. The pendulum could have swung back the other way a few times that game, and unfortunately it didn't quite come together. But a great implosion to wipe things out, and that pretty much sealed the deal. Well played to everyone. Great tournament. A lot of fun casting it. Thanks for watching, guys and gals. You know the drill. Hit that subscribe button if you have enjoyed DoD content. Feel free to give props to the DAG boys for participating in this event with us. We do appreciate them. And we're going to be planning more events more often here in the DoD community. So feel free to jump in the Discord to find out more and potentially join the clan and participate yourself. So many options, all this and more. But for now, that's going to be all from me. See you guys next time.